If it matters to you, it matters to us. JoyNews. Independent. Fearless. Credible.
You are what you repeatedly think about. So what do you repeatedly think about? Is it the stress from this economy? Good morning, folks, and welcome to the AM show. My name is Sweetie Abochi. Of course, I do this with Benjamin Akakpo. That stuck with me from my readings last night and some of the videos I watched from El Nightingale, and I thought I should share with you. So just think about it. You are what you repeatedly think about. So the more positive thoughts you have, the more positive experiences you will be having. But join me this morning for the news first on our list, and then after that we'll get into the news review. Dr. Sharif Mohammed Khalid, he's the Associate Professor of Finance, will be joining us for the news review. And then after that, Muftar Nabila Abdullahi will bring you all the latest updates in the world of sports. Right after that, we pivot into our big stories. Now, it's getting heated as the Ajuase by-elections draw near. 3 political parties and 3 independent candidates. Who emerges triumphant amidst the trading of allegations of the NDC funding the independent candidates to water down the strength of the NPP? We find out more and ask why the NDC has elected not to contest the Ajuase seat. But that will not be all. Also, selective development in a fledgling democracy. Does a vote for a political opponent bar the constituency or the citizenry from benefiting from government development projects? What should be the tenet of government? I'm sure you've seen the video going around. So we'll interrogate the issues and understand why a minister of government will say that if you vote for someone who's not from his party, the person will not have access to good roads. Also, cross-carpeting. Is it the beginning of a political setback for the Butterfly, as a group led by Alfred Kumi say they have defected from the Butterfly back to the NPP? We'll delve more as the executives of the Butterfly movement, the Movement for Change, say he has no gravitas to merit their attention. So join us with your comments, with your thoughts by phone or all our social media platforms at JoyNews on TV. And let's get the conversation started. Welcome aboard the AM show.
13th September 2023, the management of the VRA opened the spillways of the Akosombo Dam. Millions of gallons of water rushed out, destroying everything on its path. Then the blame game began.
From VRA all the way to the very top, they owe us explanations.
The forecast gave the indication that we are not supposed to expect too much water into the reservoir. But in August, the situation changed.
Our forecast did not change.
After the floods, 36,000 people remain displaced, reeling under the heavy weight of neglect.
Some of the ladies, they are in their menses, and how they will bath, change themselves, nothing. They can't do anything, so maybe they'll be in one part. As I'm talking to you now, me myself, I'm also a victim.
After the floods, JoyNews returns to speak to the affected people to understand their pain and to understand why an engineering decision should cause such havoc.
I'm very much annoyed with VRA, and we are not hearing anything from them.
They have to come to our aid and support us and give us compensation.
After the floods, a JoyNews hotline documentary coming soon.
You're live on the Joy News channel for the AM show, and this is the AM News. Details now. Residents of the Upper West region have added their voices, urging government to come out with a timetable to enable them plan their daily activities. Business persons offering secretarial services, students and workers say the frequent and planned power outages are having an effect on their activities. They complained that the power outages have resulted in the gadgets being spoiled and students are unable to study for their exams. Upper West Regional Correspondent Rafiq Salam reports from Buay.
Power outages and punishing high temperatures making lives uncomfortable for residents of the Upper West region. For several months, businesses have been suffering as a result of the former, making residents struggle for survival.
Residents of the Wallo community, by extension the Upper West region, are really smarting from the issue of power outages, otherwise known as Dumso, but locally it's known as Aquatia. People who are into businesses, organizations, officers are really smarting from it. They are saying that it is not really helping them. Some few minutes ago, there were these two generators that were really making loud noises right here. So we are currently here to talk to the people who are managing these businesses and see how things are panning out.
Standby generators are often used, especially by few people, to run their businesses during the power outages. Others who cannot afford the services of a standby generator feel the pinch and pain and sit down like Egyptian mummies seeking for help. Lutfia Yahya is the manageress of Luden's Ventures. They are offering secretarial services, sale of stationaries, and other office equipment.
The first effect of the light outs mostly is it spoils a lot of our machines. That's the first effect. And then sometimes when it's like that and the machine shut off without you following the normal procedure to shut it down, when you want to on it again, there's a code that will come that gives you a lot of problems. You rather will incur a cost of changing part of it or something. And then secondly, when the light went out off like that, we are forced to put on the generator. That is additional cost that we add to our business. But we still cannot increase the charges because cost of living is already high. When the light went off like that, the computer sometimes we just want to off it, then it can off on again. So it means that you have to call in a mechanic or send it to a mechanic to work on it for you. So that is another additional cost you are always incur. These are costs you don't even plan for. But they have come. What can you do? Because you can't shut off the place or close down the business. You have to incur. So at the end of the day, we are running at a loss. We are not actually making profit.
Ajuase and Luden's Ventures is the name Ventures who are also offering same service. Though the owner of the name Ventures refused to speak to us, the loud noise from an electric generator is evident enough of the inconveniences she goes through. Kenneth Ali Unwadi is a health practitioner residing at the extreme end of the Wakabanya enclave. He painted a mental picture of the struggle they go through with the unplanned outages.
Very, very, very horrible situation. Unexpected light off at night, in the daytime, anytime the light can go off. Otherwise, you don't have, if you plan to do anything, you can be affected negatively because the light will go off and then you get disrupted. It has since been so for a very long time now. The heat is so much, I'm highly affected. My children who want to study and go and write exams, their studies are disrupted. So they can't prepare very well for the next examination or the examination day. So before we realize, everything is off and everybody is in disarray. The heat alone will not allow you to sleep. It's very horrible. And in Upper West here, this is the heat period of Upper West.
Whilst Kenneth Ali wants the government to come out with a timetable for the power outages, Lutfi Yaya, however, wants the government to do the needful by attending to the needs of the power companies.
They should be honest with us and give us a timetable and prepare us so that we mobilize ourselves and organize that and get to know that at this hour of the day or this period of the time or this period we shall be having light off. You owe them, you are all the time, you are lying. So they intentionally will put this light off, telling you that it's a fault. Meanwhile, it's not a fault. It's intentionally. Let's come out and face reality.
Students of the Simon Diodon Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies, SDDU, are also not left out in the power outage conundrum. The situation is even worse during the examination week, forcing them to use unconventional ways to study.
My hostel, we are about 7 inside, and imagine if lights up, how we feel the condition there. We are all crowded and no light. Some of us are using electrical gadgets to cook. We can't cook. We go through a lot through the doom. So
some students got bitten by snakes and other dangerous reptiles as a result.
If the movement of one place to another, especially from this place to campus, there is no even street light here, and also we are girls. The girls now, we fear. We are scared, so because of that now, we always come and hang around this place, sit, so waiting for the light to come back. We just sit and refresh ourselves and waiting until the lights come before we get to our hostel because it's always warm inside.
When you start to learn, then the light is out, doom, so you get back inside and then it will come back. So you have to come down again and then go to class. You go to class and then boom, the light is out again. So because of that, people just say, oh, then it's okay, I'm not learning. Let me sleep, let me do this, let me do something else. Let me come out and sit. And now too, because of the weather, the snakes and reptiles are always coming out. So if you don't take care, you can get bitten. The last time one lady got bitten while sitting outside because of do so. If she was inside, this thing wouldn't have happened.
So what the people in the Upper West region are now talking about is that at least they want a timetable so that they can be able to plan their lives. So they are calling on the government to come to their aid, let them have a timetable for these lights out in the Upper West region so that their businesses, their children's school studies will not be truncated. Reporting for JoyNews, Rafik Salam. Wow.
Right, from the Upper West region, let's now go to the Volta region, where the chiefs of the Asogli state have opposed the proposed renaming of the Ho Technical University from to Efremamu Technical University. At a presser in Ho on Monday, the chiefs argued that the decision was taken without due consultation, would hinder the progress of the esteemed institution, which is gradually gaining international recognition. Now, this follows an earlier objection by the Asogli state in 2018 when President Akufo-Addo hinted at renaming the university. There's more in this report.
According to the Asogli Traditional Council, the Holland government provided funding for the establishment of a technical institution on an Asogli land. The institution, which was then handed over to the government of Ghana, transitioned from the Ho Technical Institute to Ho Polytechnic and now Ho Technical University. The Asogli chiefs therefore found it irrelevant to rename the institution after a Ghanaian composer and musicologist, Ephraim Amu. The warlord of the Asogli state, Togbe Ajinlakle-Housu XII, addressed a presser in Ho on Monday.
Much as the chiefs and people of Asogli state recognize the achievements of Dr. Ephraim Amu and his contributions to the development of the country, especially in the area of music and culture, these achievements and contributions, though laudable, have limited relevance to the academic programs and mission of the Ho Technical University. We do not understand the motive behind the rush to rename the university and cannot see any serious justification for such a move other than for political expediency. We wish to re-echo our total objection to the attempt to rename the university. Our position is that the name of the institute should remain Ho Technical University. This is our position, and we firmly stand by it.
Togbe Housu led a delegation to present a petition to the Volta Regional Minister, Dr. Archibald Yaolecha, the Ho Municipal Chief Executive, Divine Borson, and the management of Ho Technical University. The registrar of the Ho Technical University, Dr. Christopher Ameho, who received the petition, however, indicated that the university has not received notice of the proposed change of name of the institution.
Government de du fedo lawe ne le supwa takom le fia mi senya de creu so nya mi cover bi fia e jo po baba bele to gbegble no akemi ga sebe wona ye de kele ji mu abele o wa na mi nya fia na apeku mi adana o
Fred Kwame Asari, JoyNews. Oh.
Now, the Member of Parliament for Swami, Osei Mensa Bonsu, has been explaining why the construction of the 4-tier Swami interchange project in the Ashanti region has been delayed. The project suffered several delays after appearing in the national budget 3 times, and President Akufo-Addo in October 2022 cut short for construction to begin. But Mr. Mensa Bonsu, who has been lobbying for the project, says Ghana needs a clean bill of health from the International Monetary Fund before accessing funds for the project.
The Swami interchange project, being constructed in 2 phases within 30 months, will comprise 5 overpasses at Krofrum, Abrepo, Anumanye and Magazine New Road, as well as Abusiankruwa junctions. The completion of the project will ease the burden on the travelling public as sections of the Kumasi Ring Road will be widened and the Officer Road upgraded into a 3-lane dual carriageway. An additional 15-kilometer stretch of local roads would be developed as well. In 2022, Parliament passed a loan agreement totaling 156 million euros between the Government of Ghana and the Dutch Bank. But despite Parliament's approval, funds were not readily made available to the contractors from the funding sources. MP for Swami, Oseche Mensah-Bonsu, says he is looking forward for the project he lobbied for. He has been explaining why the project has suffered delays despite Parliament approving a loan deal.
Maybe the one facility that I've been lobbying for all this while, the Swami interchange, which has not yet materialized. We've started, and then we're hit by the aftermath of the COVID, then our engagement with the IMF, slowing down what ought to have been done. We now need a clean bill of health from the IMF to enable us to be able to assess the facility. It's a bilateral thing that Ghana did. That loan, Parliament has approved of it. Assessing it now has become difficult because of our engagement with the IMF. We hope to God that we'll be able to come out clean pretty soon in order that it will come. So I do know that it will come off. Now we've taken some monies from some other facilities to begin the project. We've seen what is going on. Yes. But if we had the full complement of the original facility, we are going much higher than we are at now.
At least 4 constituencies, Bantama, Otafo, Swami and Menshia South, would benefit from the Swami interchange. In bowing out of Parliament after 28 years, Mr. Oseche Mensah-Bonsu says the project would complete his achievements for Swami.
I've not disappointed myself. In the process, I've served Swami effectively and efficiently to the best of my ability. I've served Kumasi, I've served Ashanti, I've served Ghana. In terms of facilities, in terms of projects, because you use the word project, I think the one outstanding will be that. And you see, people even forget that the location of the interchange is not within Swami constituency alone. Yes. There are 4 contiguous constituencies. You have Bantama, yes, which ends at the interchange at the Swami roundabout. We have Menshia, which ends at the interchange. We have Tafu, which ends at the interchange. But because I've been a loud voice on these matters, right, nobody is talking about, and because of the name Swami roundabout, now Swami interchange, people seem to think that, oh, it is within the belly of Swami. So it should be the effort of Chairman Zabunsu. Nobody is talking about Asenso as a member of Parliament. Nobody is talking about Dr. Martin Prempe, even though all of us, my constituency ends at the roundabout. His constituency begins at the roundabout. Now Vincent, all of us, we coalesce at the roundabout. But I don't regret what I've done. Having spoken loudly to it, and now, by the grace of God, it's on stream.
The Swami Interchange project is the first ever 4-tier interchange in the Ashanti region. From Kumasi, for JoyNews, Interrogating reporting.
In today's Filth exhibition, we take you to the Aquatia line community in the Ashanti region, where residents live in a self-created, filth-infested neighborhood. My colleague Clinton Yabwa sheds light on the alarming situation, highlighting the unsanitary practices that have become the new normal in the area. Here's the report.
This and many more unpleasant to eye activities go on here at the Aquatia line slum. The neighborhood sits between Abuabo, New Zongo and Asim in the Ashanti region. This enclave has colliding wooden structures serving as home and shelter. So when you enter Aquatia line, specifically the Aquatia line Zongo, you would realize that many people have turned wood structures and kiosks into homes and shelter. That's not the only thing. The gutters here and open spaces for water have been blocked. Somehow, the people who live around here have managed to turn these gutters and open waterways into dumping sites and defecation hubs. The small paths between hanging structures called homes are full of trash, dirty and messy drains, discarded electronics, food packages, empty plastic bottles and glasses, leaking sewage, rotten food scraps, fruit peels and other biodegradable materials twist through the maze of houses. Open defecation, once an abnormal necessity, has become an accepted norm. Residents in the vicinity have expressed growing concerns over the deteriorating sanitation conditions plaguing their neighborhood.
The filth is made by the people who live around here. They sneak through waste in the gutter at night and dawn. They also defecate here. Meanwhile, we have a dumping site just close to the Abuabo station. It is very worrying. When you say it, they will insult you.
Unity oil, medical, and almost from Bababe. Bababe twice in Abuabo station. I show me
Local workers around the area echoed similar sentiments, revealing the challenges they face daily due to lack of proper waste management.
Nti yabo kono obansa ngofo kutokoto asi amuko toilet ewianse wasi a omu bie toilet na namunso inmusa.
We close at 7 p.m. and even before it's dark you can spot people defecating in plain sight. And when we open the gutter, all the waste run through here. The scrap dealers have also turned here into a dump site for their unwanted waste.
Unfortunately, the canker does not end in houses and workplaces. Now, when you walk 3 minutes from the gutter, which has been filled with waste and stagnant waters, you can see a congregation of women here gathered to prepare meals for public consumption. Although most of them have denied interviewed with us, some of them who talked with us are complaining bitterly how this is affecting their business and activities here.
The filth starts from the far end. We have no control over it.
As concerns mount, residents and workers are calling on local authorities to enforce regulations and hold offenders accountable.
But the residents seemed unperturbed. They should set up a task force purposely for this to punish perpetrators.
The Ashanti Regional Fire Commander, ACFO Henry Fatai Giwa, highlighted the security dangers when the condition remains the same for a long time.
Seriously, I don't think when there's any fire outbreak over there, we'll be able to do much. Just because when you look at the materials over there, most of them are highly combustible materials and class A, meaning as soon as the fire starts, it will just spread like that. So you can just imagine, you might even have to lay about 5 or 6 hoses before you can get to the nearest structure. So it is going to be difficult, and you trap a lot of water in the hose. So then that's where you say, oh, we came and we didn't come with water. But these are the challenges. So I also want to crave the indulgence of the assembly and the authorities to also do something about it.
While some residents seem unperturbed and indifferent, the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly Chief Executive Samuel Pine has disclosed the Assembly lost over 30,000 cedis to drench waste from the gutters in the neighborhood every month. He says the Assembly will model the vicinity into its urban development policies to deal with the waste conditions of the area.
We've been battling with waste management at that area.
especially to the WAEC end. Every Monday you go to do cleaning, it costs the assembly more than 30,000 Ghana cedis to do that. And we do that on a monthly basis, and it's just a hell on our finances, especially when there's a fire outbreak, there's a potential area for criminals to be hiding. The health implications to people who are preparing food from that area that they sell to the public, and the cost of bringing about diseases and health issues to the municipality and beyond was immense, and therefore we decided to go there as the Regional Security Council today to assess the situation. This is going to inform us on how to deal with the sanitation situation there, also deal with the security implications and the health implications, definitely how to model that and work it out into our urban development policies, especially of the assemblies and possibly to the national government, so that when we are planning for slums, we know how to go about it.
Reporting for JoyNews, my name is Clinton Yeboah.
Now, for our final story in this bulletin, the wife of the Vice President, Samira Baumia, has lauded the Carnival of Perby Cups, organizers of the Inter-School Reading Quiz, for igniting the passion for reading among Ghanaians. She made this statement in a speech read on her behalf at the closing ceremony of the UNESCO's Accra World Book Capital 2023. Joy Prime's Emmanuel Jivenu has more in this report.
The term carnival is inspired by the Ga word cani, meaning read, and the English word carnival. Carnival was a year-long program to promote reading for fun among Ghanaian children. The initiative saw digital libraries set up in both public and private basic schools. This helped cultivate the value of reading among pupils while making materials readily accessible to them. In a speech read on her behalf, the wife of the Vice President, Samira Baumia, applauded the initiative for transforming young minds into reading enthusiasts.
It has been a time to celebrate our rich literary heritage and share the power of Ghanaian storytelling with the world. Promoting creative skills to address unemployment, substance abuse, truancy, and teenage pregnancy among the youth. Indeed, initiatives like the Carnival campaign by Perby Cups, the Know Your Mother Tongue, organized at the Makola Markets, and the Zongo Read Project at Mamobi Galley Community Library fosters a love of reading within the community.
The mayor of Accra, Elizabeth Nasaki, revealed plans to construct an Accra Legacy project at Mamprobi to further promote literacy in the country.
A 5-acre land located at Mamprobi Simpe had been a earmark for construction of the Accra World Book Capital Legacy project. This project is expected to provide an accessible space for utilization by book writers and other related professionals to promote writing and reading.
The chief director at the Education Ministry, representing the sector minister, acknowledged the significant progress made in promoting a reading nation. According to her, reading materials were distributed to schools and communities across 12 municipalities.
We saw the promotion of reading and lifelong learning as communal, involving the efforts and contribution of everyone in society. Together with our partners, several reading promotion activities were undertaken in 12 municipalities in the Greater Accra region and its environs.
UNESCO commended Ghana for a solid reading foundation for the country while reaching out to the marginalized groups.
Accra World Book Capital 2023 has reached out to marginalized groups, including women, youth, migrants, street children, and persons with disabilities. Commitment to lifelong learning has led to reinforcing school and community infrastructure, ensuring that no one is left behind in the pursuit of knowledge.
As the sun sets on Accra's reign as the World Book Capital, it is with hope that the flame will continue to ignite the passion of reading. Emmanuel Jivenu, Joy Prime.
Well, that ends it for the AM News on the AM show. Now, the conversations begin. Stick with us, starting with a news review.
It's always a good time. Any time is a good time to talk about.
Thanks for joining us on Focus on Africa. I'm Wahiga Mwaura.
This is a covert operation on the hunt to catch a criminal.
We've been here for nearly a week, and this camp seems to grow every day. The nightmare of hyperinflation has haunted Zimbabwe for over 20 years now.
Why is racism seemingly such a hard nut to crack for La Liga?
I think they are the first to say that they have not done enough.
Now to a new bill that could change the lives of African students in the United Kingdom, but not for the better. Well, joining me now in studio is Anita Nkonge, the BBC's youth reporter. I imagine there have been quite some reactions to that announcement by the UK government.
Yes, a whole bunch of mixed reactions.
For months, I've been investigating a form of blackmail that has become so prevalent in Nigeria that it's got its own name: Keto.
How widespread would you say this blackmail phenomenon known as Keto is in Nigeria?
Every week they get about 20 to 30 reports of cases of people saying that they either were close to be blackmailed.
The BBC's Umaru Fofana is in Freetown.
Hardly would anybody have predicted that in our lifetime we would see it lying down like this.
Climate change is here, and it's still, it is here. We have to change our ways, or it is going to teach us a lot of lessons.
The Aquatia Living Water Expedition is a research expedition and also a swim to draw attention to the influx of textiles to Ghana, specifically second-hand clothing waste.
What can the citizens themselves do to protect themselves?
So look at how you can empower the health sector, education and agriculture and the water sector.
It is not that Spain is a racist country, but that they acknowledge that there is a problem of education that must be dealt with.
The BBC's Nyasha Michelle has been talking to the British actress and finding out more about the show.
What would you say to those who are saying it's pushing a particular Afrocentrism narrative?
Why, if there's a possibility that she might have been of biracial heritage, she can't be played by an actress of biracial heritage?
From me and the rest of the Focus on Africa team, it's goodbye.
When I look at the economic management team, it is quite clearly a fantastic team. Professor Jambafo, Senior Minister Yao Osafo Maf. What a solid team.
This is an unaware government.
It is your essential guide to the pulse of Ghana's democracy. Election Brief offers you a front row seat to the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and comprehensive coverage.
What does this mean? We therefore project it is almost statistically impossible for President John Dramani Mahama to achieve 50% plus one. Our projection is that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will win the 2016 presidential election.
Champion, undefeated, no liability,
During this campaign season, our experienced team of reporters will bring you exclusive insights, breaking news, and unbiased reporting from every corner of Ghana.
The
people have met him with excitement and they keep chanting Savior to imply that they believe that he holds the key to turning the economic fortunes of the country.
As Vice President, I am like a driver's mate. But by the grace of God, if you make me the president, I will be in the driver's seat with constitutional.
We dive deep into the strategies, the promises, and the people shaping the future of our country. Election Brief isn't just about the headlines. It is about the voices of the people.
This is an election. These people came to us that they are going to maintain everyone. And here lies the case. We have the videos, evidence. And now they've taken our names out. Look at the number of people here. And you expect us to let the election go on. Never.
Join the conversation and have your say. Your voice matters in shaping Ghana's future. Catch the Election Brief every weekday from 2 to 2:30 p.m. only on JoyNews. JoyNews, your election headquarters.
Welcome back on the AM show. Time now for us to get into the news review. It's brought to you courtesy of Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. And as always, they're offering you, if you're a man, prostate screening for free. If you're a woman, fertility screening for free. You can reach them at any of their branches. Let's start from right here in Accra. They can be found at Spintex, opposite the Shell signboard. Then there's Kumasi Kronoma Buay here, behind the Angel Educational Complex. There's Takrady Energy State, Tema Community 22, Tichiman Hanswa, and the Siama and Zemal. Their call lines 0244 867 068 or 0274 234 321. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic, the end to chronic disease. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Sweetie Abochi and our main guest for the morning, Dr. Sharif Khalid. He is Associate Professor of Accounting and Finance. He joins the conversation this morning. Well, here we are. Before we get into it, how's the doom so? Doom
I asked you
so
how close
treating
you
you
were to tears yesterday.
this close.
Because
this
yesterday I cried. Listen, I have this tiny electric fan.
Which type of crying? Is it the ma or the?
I mean, I was like, I heaved a sigh of relief and then I just like shed a tear or two because I got home to no lights. I thought.
Yeah, same here.
Please help me.
Power was out.
So this is the only thing I could find in my closet that didn't need pressing. And when the electric fan finally gave up on me, I thought, God, I can.
Is it the rechargeable? The rechargeable type.
The rechargeable.
You felt you were safe, eh?
This still seems a very middle-class conversation.
Oh my goodness, Benjamin,
Right.
we need solar panels and.
Charlie, this morning has been rough for me. I mean, it's just.
Anyway. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Well, I am, but I don't want to say anything. What can I say? Right, because it's very erratic. You can't plan, right? Sometimes you have lights out, you get to the office and there's lights out, so what do you do? You just spend your day in a coffee shop or a restaurant where you're not really very... So I'm really wondering how businesses are going to be faring, because if all of us are trooping to the coffee shops and the restaurants, what it means is that they are running gensets.
Yeah.
And before you realize, they'll start shifting the cost of running their gensets onto consumers. And you could see petrol is also going up, diesel is going up. So it looks like from both ends of the energy divide, it's trouble.
You see, that's the trend now, eh?
Yeah.
I know people who, once the light is, people, here's the routine.
Mm-hmm.
The person calls home. That is for those who have people at home, or a neighbor. Is there light? No light, Charlie. They'll roam in town now.
When I'm driving home, there's a junction I get to. When I see there's lights out there, then I just make a U-turn.
I can tell from the traffic light.
Yeah.
When I get to the traffic light, or I get to a certain neighborhood, depending on, and then I know that, this one.
But you see, interestingly, I mean, it's the annoying bit in all of this is you have certain suburban areas within Accra where allegedly big men live around, and I understand Doomsor is not as heavy as it should be over there. I don't know how true this is, but I think...
Oh, it is true.
It is true.
In some of these neighborhoods, it's not so... And you see, it's also about... And that's why sometimes I feel it's targeted.
Yeah.
Because I know people who live in certain areas that are, you would call the armpit of town. When they say somewhere is the armpit of town, they're like, it's not. And they constantly get power outages. And other places that I sometimes pass through, and practically never would you find the lights
because I understand
off. And I'm talking of plusher areas.
Dansuman, what do you call this? Cantonments, Laboni.
Do you know my confusion, gentlemen?
Yeah.
If, from what we are gathering are the facts, GridCo is the one turning off some installations to prevent the grid from tripping. And they don't
not always.
Unable to isolate critical areas like hospitals and military bases and the rest.
ECG
so how are they isolating the big, so-called big men from this power outage?
No, it's
the control room.
It's a cluster.
It's a control room, and they have all the...
They say they cannot isolate the critical installation.
Well, but how are they able to isolate areas that they're able to turn off?
No, so here's the thing.
So technically, if you can turn off an area, you can literally
Ben Wachi of ASEP says when GridCo, let's say you have 200 megawatts that you must trip down because else the system will shut down nationally.
Yeah.
They will look for a catchment area which can take that load off. Yeah. So maybe it is Medina, some estate somewhere, or a whole community. Pam, you are off, and that's how they reduce it. If it is happening like this, the segregation then would not be from them.
Yeah.
Because let's say if Roman Ridge Airport, it means likely that area will go off together.
And you see what?
Okay. If these are happening, it's either ECG is behind it, or maybe the transformer issues they've been talking about. So it's not all. All of these that necessarily come from.
You see, the point
GridCo.
is all of these excuses. Well, I'm not even putting on the doorsteps of GridCo, right? ECG has a mandate to maintain transformers, to replace faulty transformers, to replace obsolete transformers. What have been happening in the last couple of years? So if we say we are not in Doomsor, right, yet they are broken transformers or they are obsolete transformers, what are we in? When you say you are having energy crisis, it's not just about power distribution. It goes across the entire value chain. So if transformers are an issue, it means there's something fundamentally wrong somewhere, and someone should be answering a managerial question.
Anyway, let's get into the papers. But before we do, there's this quote from Prophet Dr. Kofi Oduro. We put it out, and he says, "We pray for you. We trust God with you, and speak positively that things will be better. And you people are there enjoying with your families. When the lights go off or go out, and we are in the heat and darkness, your generator starts automatically, and we pay for it." So that's why, sometimes when you are talking about these things, they don't have a real feel of it, because guess what? The genset will kick in and you and I will be sweating bullets.
You see, it's all about our geographical issues as well in terms of community designs and where our buildings and all of that. What I keep saying is that we've pushed majority of the population to what I term the dangerous periphery, right? And the dangerous periphery, you usually will not have policymakers, big decision makers, politicians living in these areas. Now all politicians are clustering around Labone, Chado, and all of these places. How many ordinary people, right, are within these places? You have people driving from Amasaman, Kaswa, even beyond Kaswa to all of these places. And you would see, one mistake we make is that you look at the geographical layout. Kaswa and its environs are probably one of the most dense populated areas, not just in Ghana, but West Africa.
Right.
Now, if we are plunging into power crisis within these areas where we have issues of crime and all of this happening, what kind of a society are we building for ourselves?
Well, that's the situation. We have limited time. Let's quickly get into the papers.
Starting with the Ghanaian Times newspaper. The front page says, World Bank, IMF spring meetings in Washington, D.C. Ghana's economy gains momentum towards stability, according to the finance minister. VIP outlines education policy proposal to CHAS. Man, 50, impregnates 14-year-old junior high school student. Victim sacked from school. I want to start with that story because
victim sacked from school.
The victim is rather sacked from the school. This is the Ghanaian Times newspaper, and the story is on page 3. It says a 14-year-old junior high school student, name withheld, who was defiled and impregnated by a mason, only known as Kobe, believed to be in his 50s, has been dismissed from the school. The authorities of South Lane Lakeview School at Kasua Hideout in the Ghana South municipality of the Greater Accra region sacked the victim against policy guidelines of the Ghana Education Service. The student, who was initially denied registration for the upcoming Basic Education Certificate exam, was said to have been finally registered only after persuasion from a friend to the grandmother of the child. So the GES, with support from UNICEF and other partners, has since 2018 been implementing a re-entry policy for pregnant girls. It is within this policy context that a back-to-school campaign was launched in 2021. This is disturbing, that the victim of an abuse should be sacked from school.
That's quite interesting. It just tells us
I don't know whether the right word has been used or whether the person is being, you see, sometimes they would let the person, you know, to protect and let the person go through psychological, whatever. I don't know what is happening. But if sacked is
our educational system should have this support system. So why do you have to go and sit at home to do that? Right. But then again, I'm probably behind this. I haven't checked what the code is. It's been a while. But what I'm expecting is that what kind of a support system do we have?
Wow. I need to chip this in.
Okay.
A letter addressed to the 14-year-old girl signed by the headmaster of the school, Mr. Shadrach Bokete, indicated that the school was focused on providing a conducive environment for studying, therefore permitting a pregnant student to continue her studies in the same classroom as other pupils would hamper teaching and learning. Quote, as an educational institution, we are committed to providing an environment that fosters academic growth and personal development for our students. However, your current situation requires us to take this action. There you have it.
Well, I think GES ought to give a response to this so we can have clarity. But again, as I said, it's at the end of life if someone really it's pregnant in school. We're not saying it's the best, but if it's happened, what support system does our educational setup have? And this brings me to a very important point, which is so dear to my heart. I keep hammering. Look, we have some students that have learning disabilities like dyslexia, among others. And we have teachers pulling them to the front of the classroom being hooted at because they are not really doing well, when we ought to be creating support systems, right, to actually even give them extra time, extra tuition and support. But our educational system appears rather it's built to destroy. So you can imagine the number of students with learning disabilities that have not been diagnosed that we treat this way compared to a situation like this. So I think that yes, GES ought to speak to this, and also some of the unions as well ought to be speaking to this, because I really find it difficult. Is it a case of suspending her or maybe truncating her education such that when she put to birth and she's probably strong enough to return to the classroom, she comes back to continue her education? But being pregnant at 14 should not end someone's educational...
I just have to add this very briefly. We have it completely wrong when it comes to rape and dealing with it in this country, because someone gets raped, for example, sexually assaulted, and most of them would not even go to the hospital. You know why? Because now to get those forms and get the medical test run, you go to certain places, what ordinarily should be free, and now you're expected to pay and all of that for the swabs and everything. And some people can't get it, so they can't get evidence early enough. I mean, the whole system is chaotic. It's probably...
Now, the former PPA boss has been granted 4 million Ghana cedi bail. 3 in court for allegedly robbing victim of phone. I'm just doing the headlines, and then if you want to react to any of the stories quickly, we'll get into it before we move on to other papers. EC clears 6 to contest Ajuase by-election by April 30. Ghana's economy gains momentum towards stability, according to Finance Minister. That's an interesting one. We saw our very own. Work begins at Amensie West Road project. Minister hands over 70 units at J.A. Kufuor Housing Estate to GIS. Doc, any of these stories you want to react to before we move on to other papers?
Well, maybe I would get into page 13 of the Daily Graphic because it's tied to the first story you spoke about, the PPA boss,
right.
Ajanim Boateng,
right.
Ajay. So, former Chief Executive Officer of the Public Procurement Authority, Ajanim Boateng Ajay, has pleaded not guilty to the fresh criminal charges filed against him by the Office of the Special Prosecutor. The charges, which were filed at the Criminal Division of the High Court in Accra last Wednesday, are 8 counts of using public office for profit and indirectly influencing procurement processes to obtain an unfair advantage in the award of procurement contracts. I mean, we know the story. I've forgotten the name of the entity, but he, together with some relative, and creating this entity that was getting contracts. And, you know, he was put into the role, placed there because he was, you know, seen to be one of the big brains, not just in Ghana when it comes to public procurement and everything in between. I'm not accusing him of anything, but we know the tale of the tape. His accounts, bank accounts before taking office and after taking office, and the millions that were found, and the investigations and everything, and why this shadow company was getting so many contracts. The facts accompanying the charges are that by a letter signed by his secretary, President Akufo-Addo referred allegations of corruption against Ajay to the OSP. The referral was on the back of and based on an audio-visual documentary titled Contracts for Sale. That is when this came up. And until now, it is what it is.
Well, but I mean, interesting.
You know, the fight against corruption has really done well. You know that there's such a forceful, rigorous, vigorous, boisterous, buoyant fight against corruption.
Has it been? Well, the point is, I mean, let's compare these.
Talk of irony and sarcasm.
I know, like, let's talk of the comparison to these cases, right? It looks like probably he's not in the good books of the Flagstaff House or possibly the...
No, this is not even now.
No,
it has to do with earlier.
I'm even comparing the case to Cecilia Dapa's case, how it's been handled, right? And they're like diametrically opposed.
The one whose integrity was seen to be.
Yeah, to be. And you saw how the president fought tooth and nail to protect her, and she's still being protected. And for me, again, all of what this has done is it has desecrated an independent created office such as the Office of the Special Prosecutor and demystified it, right, and taking off the strong powers it ought to have had. When I saw the Special Prosecutor in near tears before national TV on the Dapa case, was quite worrying because in other jurisdictions, when you have special prosecutors, what it means is that you have extra powers to do what you have to do. And when they stand before podiums, right, they drop indictments.
Whether the ombudsman or special prosecutor,
they drop
whatever
indictments
name you want to give it.
Yes.
And this is the second time this is happening.
They drop indictments. And we have hours before us in near tears, helpless.
And this is the second time. Martin Amidu got to this point and left.
So Martin Amidu has been vindicated in all of this. Right. I mean, and we all know also Kisi Ejaben, very astute lawyer. So we all have big expectations. But has the presidency been supportive of his office? That's an interesting one. We tend to see green, powerful letters fly in the play all over the place, other than the right to be done. So, and sometimes embarrassing, like when you travel abroad and they mention some of these cases. Oh, are you from the country where the minister put millions under her bed? And how do you defend?
Oh boy.
Yeah, you hear all of these.
The minister did.
Millions of dollars under her bed and. Yeah. You hear all of these issues.
It's totally unheard of, right?
Right. More so when we're under an IMF program, where, going after similar amounts or close to that, when you could see all of these things.
But do you see how quickly they serve justice to this man who crashed the train?
Yeah, I raised it on one of your sister on City that I did, because I was like, why the rush? Like, it didn't add up. It's bad.
Benjamin.
And it goes to feed into the conspiracy theory that maybe this was planned, whatsoever. So you're really wondering, but I asked myself, was the vehicle even insured? Is the train insured? So are the repairs going to be done via insurance? We don't know all of these questions. You know?
You're even asking yourself whether we have to bring some Poles from Poland to come and fix it. Oh yeah, it's a valid question.
No, it is. It is.
In Ghana, it's a valid question.
And another fundamental question I ask myself is the regulatory authority.
No, I'm only saying that we have to look into it because for all you know,
authority, Railway Development Authority. I'm wondering, like, what expertise they have in this regard, what statement they've issued to assure the public, because you realize that most of us are stuck to our, vehicular traffic issues, and even trying to convince people to get on trains, safety issues are a concern. So if you're having a test run and this has just happened, it deters people from,
That test run Umpuni, and you get me there.
Test running,
and if the pace of the train is anything to go
and you
by.
ask your question, communication and surveillance, what happens in this regard? So what it simply tells us is that our rail system really needs to be looked at.
Let's get into some other stories very quickly.
Do that.
So North records high free SHS enrollment. Education Minister says so. The way we are so enamored with, the numbers are shooting up. We are, I'll not use that word. Let me keep my thoughts to myself. CITA gives government May 31 to implement NLC awards. And then financing electricity, water extension, consumers can claim a refund. That's according to the PURC. So let me do this one, then I'll just touch and go on those stories and we can call it a wrap. Utility consumers in the country who are able to finance the development or extension of service to their properties are now entitled to a refund of their investment. For instance, property owners who buy a pole or more to extend electricity to their facilities can claim a refund for the expenses. This followed the introduction of a new regulatory requirement by the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission called the Capital Contribution Guidelines, or the CCG, document. Now, the document, which is to operationalize the legislative instrument 1816, otherwise known as Electricity Supply and Distribution, that is Technical and Operational Rules 2005, was designed to offer customers a refund of up to 60% of their contribution in the form of cash or materials towards extension of service. But is that what we've seen? So if this is going to happen now, well, we thank God for that. And Dr. Ishmael Aka, Executive Secretary of the PRC, pictured there. Doc Twaso. Then let me go to page 13, and then I'll cap it off. Page 13, the story there. The College of Education Teachers Association of Ghana has expressed its frustration over the government's non-compliance with the National Labour Commission's compulsory arbitration awards to members of the association and has issued a 1-month ultimatum for its implementation. It warned that if the outstanding awards were not fully implemented by May 31, 2024, CTAG members would take matters into their own hands. And one, Mr. Obinghima, said that, and he is president of CTAG, said CTAG embarked on an indefinite strike in August 2023, which was later called off due to the intervention of the NLC. However, the employer's failure to comply with the awards has led to a deepening of the crisis, and so they want what they feel they deserve. And the final bit, well, I've mentioned it. North records high free SHS enrollments. Maybe I should just give some. The 5 regions of the North have embraced the free senior high school program than anywhere else in the country. The Minister of Education, Dr. Ajuase, has said. For instance, he said, out of every 100 students who qualified for SHS in the northern region, 95 of them enrolled in the schools, adding that the figure was one of the highest in the world.
But I don't get...
Why are you guys not clapping?
No, but I
one of the highest in the world.
I don't get this when you...
Come on, let's clap. Let's clap for the...
Benjamin.
I'll indulge you.
Let's do it for the... They are making great strides.
I'll not join in this deception. No, but the point is, look, can we start having decoupling this?
Hey!
Right? When you say higher rates of enrollment in free SHS, is a higher rate of enrollment in secondary education or free SHS? I don't get it.
It's free SHS.
No, everything must be, everything at that level must be tied to, it's a program. Yes, it is.
No, come on. Can we be,
please, let's give some life to the program, let's accept where credit is due.
Saying the policy
right. We're not saying it's a bad policy, right? It's about the quality of it.
It's like when you have a good cause, right?
Yes.
And then you are over. It's like, we know that, I have wronged Sweetie, and everyone is saying, oh, Sweetie, you are in the right. And then Sweetie just goes on and she wants to punch me, and then everyone is like,
you know what I'm expecting from the minister? How long have we had free SHS running? For over 5 years, right? 5 years into a program. It's enough to have a review or an assessment, an impact. We should be having that report rather than telling us that you've had the enrollment that's the largest in the world. Right. Back in the day, if you went up north, education was a big of a struggle because there were fewer schools, right? So more schools have been put in the last couple of years, right? So whatever you expect is that you would have more enrollment in secondary education, right? Or at that level, or in high school education. So is it a case of high school education or enrollment of free SHS? That's the fundamental question we should ask. In any case, in the last 5 years, what has been the improvement in the literacy and numeracy skills? Right, we've been talking about PISA rankings and all of that. How are we getting closer to all of these issues? This should be the fundamental debate around free SHS, not just enrollment. And they should learn to decouple between, enrolling in high school education or whether it is actually for free SHS. What assessment has been done to say, okay, well, it's because it's free education or because it's free SHS, that's why we're having this enrollment. And if you have a minister who is like the highest policy-making persona in this regard, start to speak this way, then you would appreciate what information is going to be cascaded down the educational value chain and how we're all going to feed into it. Then at the end of the day, you'd realize that. You see, Benjamin, when we talk about all of these issues of, I was just having this a few friends of mine from Holy Child and Wesley Girls, the so-called grade A schools. And one of them said a very fundamental statement. She was like, look, after having seen free SHS and some of the happenings in the schools that they found pride in, she's never thought for once that she would never sit somewhere and say, or she'll ever sit somewhere and say, oh, I'll never allow my daughter to go to Holy Child. But now she's beginning to think so. Or I'll never allow my daughter to go to Wesley Girls because she's beginning to think so. It's not what it used to be, because they've gone to see what the quality is in terms of, students' support systems that have been left and the kind of burden free SHS has put on these first-class institutions. So I think that this is where the stakeholder debate should be happening. It's been long overdue. Can we have an engagement? Can we have an impact assessment? Publish that data. Let's engage with that and distill it. That's where we can begin to talk about impacts and enrollment of free SHS.
I was just reading the fact because I wanted to be sure that I saw it. The fact check we did a fact check on free SHS. And it turns out they are bloating the numbers even. It's not...
Well, I mean, you're talking of the...
I didn't even think about it from this perspective.
The performance tracker, right?
I just wanted to get the...
Well, we exposed that. We exposed that.
So, instead of they're saying that, quote, today some 5.7 million children who are our own children, brothers and sisters, have benefited from the program. But the difference in the numbers has raised suspicion regarding the actual number of beneficiaries under the free SHS program. And some 503,000 difference. So they're bloating the figure by 503,000.
But sweetie, my point also here is this.
And you say that is the highest in the world, and so we should clap.
The highest in the world, by what comparison? My minister shouldn't be speaking this way. But what is he comparing it to? And you look at these things. It'll be interesting to know where Editorial's kids are, whether they are within free SHS system or within...
you don't even have to think about it.
But
you can't even speculate.
Yeah, so again, the question I ask is, you even look at internationally, how we fit into the international educational system. Right, even now, these days, again, I stand corrected. I understand that the West African examination,
WAEC,
I think WASI, they write different kinds of exams because, like, I think some countries, I don't know if it's Nigeria or other countries would have questions or standards different to what we will be having. So I don't know where this segregation is coming from. Again, this is something we have to look at. And those of us within the international educational setup, you would see it's hardly would you have people from a free SHS system qualifying to get into international educational system for undergraduate degrees, because most of them are looking at GCSEs, IB, which is International Baccalaureate, and GCSEs, which we had before. We sold it to the rich. And now to have access to it, you pay an arm and a leg for it. So now you ask yourself, well, how many of us have our wards within the free SHS system? right, bar those in supposed A-class list schools like Presec, maybe Opokuwari and the likes of that. You have other people just putting their kids in the likes GIS, Lincoln, and I'm not saying if you can afford it, why not? But again, you'd realize that there's something fundamental happening. We're talking about free SHS, Doomso, and all of this. There were times in this country when you say when the roads are bad, you buy a 4WD. When the lights are bad, you get a genset. Right? When the tap is not running, you get a polytank. We've reached a stage now where none of these mean anything to us.
Well, we do have to go. We have to go now. You know, I think how things are going, it's got to comical levels.
Yes,
and you must either find humor in there, or you'll crash. You will burn out. I have an interesting comment coming through. There are so many of them, but I want to address this person. You know, we're so hypocritical in this country. Yeah. One Nana Prempe comes through, and some people are addressing him and dealing with him, but I just want to say, we are part of the problem. Yeah. Nana Prempe says he's asking whether I am political or a journalist because I always have issues against government. Nana Prempe, should I have issues against the opposition? Is the opposition in power? Think about it. Yeah. I'm actually fighting for you. No. And if you don't realize that, then I don't know what thinking cap you're wearing, Nana Prempe. And it's not to insult you, but yesteryear, when the other administration was in power, and I was giving them a proper haircut, Sakura, did you think I was being political then? Think about it. Just reflect on it. Give it a good thought. Those are my final words. You have people like this who would come through from time to time when an NDC man is here or woman is here and you give them a hard time. Oh, this person is from that side. When an NPP person or we are discussing issues of government, oh, this person is from the other side. Without thinking, sitting down to think that it is in their interest that we speak. So when you have a population like this...
That's the plurality of society.
Actually, the politicians are not the worst problems. Yes. People who think like this are the worst problems.
Yeah, but Benjamin, that's what I'm saying. That's the plurality of society, and your job, you should develop a thick skin for this because...
Oh, I mean, these things...
Yeah, but your food for thought is... I hope he's got the listening ears. That's if the person... It's not a studio account. So we don't even know whether it's a he or a she because you have all of these
things
happening in the social media space.
Yeah. Anyway, we're grateful for your time this morning. And I wish you light today. I pray for light for you as well today. Yeah. And for myself, because...
That's what we should start wishing each other.
That's a big prayer.
You know someone said something. I think I took a screenshot.
My goodness.
A friend of mine who has had to relocate to the UK. Let me just see whether I can find the image. But he suggests that when you get to the point where you begin praying for things as basic as light, like you're praying when you're leaving work that, oh, I hope there is light at home, then, he says, when you see people thanking God for having electricity for the night, you understand why in Africa we worry God by praying for things that are not problems. No, the things that we should use our heads and solve.
On the weekend, I
we're
went
praying to God about
family. And when I went, my cousin was not home. I asked why. He said, well, there's Doomso. He's a lawyer. He was working from home for a client, and the lights went out, so he had to look for somewhere else.
Oh, yeah.
He has to drive 2 hours plus to go to a friend's house to sit there and get the work done. This is where we are, but we're still living in denial.
I wish you liked. We have to go.
At least let's get the basic minimum right for everyone. If we get a basic minimum, then we can start to talk about our luxuries.
Sweetie Abochi, thank you. Dr. Sharif Khalid, Associate Professor, actually, of Accounting and Finance. Thank you for joining the conversation. Right before we go, this segment is always brought to you by Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. As always, they are offering you prostate screening for free if you're a man, fertility screening for free if you're a woman. Reach out to them at any of their branches. Here in Accra, Spintex opposite the Shell signboard, Kumasi, Kronoma Buay here behind the Angel Educational Complex. There's Takrady Energy State, Tema, Community 22, Techiman Hanswa, and Siaman Zema. You can reach them on 0244 867 068 or 0274 234 321. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic, the end to chronic disease. Sports is up next. Tuesday.
By the end of the 4 years of my term in office as president, Accra will be the cleanest city in Africa.
Our rivers are choked. Our streets are hoarding it. Our landfills bursting. Our trash bags overflowing. And even the air we breathe carries it. Filth, it is everywhere.
Normally, there is a container here where they put the boiler inside. But right now, they haven't brought the container back.
The Filth exhibition, a JoyNews series, presents the alarming state of waste management, sanitation, and refuse left in our communities, presenting a compelling and urgent need for action.
September 2023, the management of the VRA opened the spillways of the Akosombo Dam. Millions of gallons of water rushed out, destroying everything on its path. Then the blame game began.
From VRA all the way to the very top, they owe us explanations.
The forecast gave the indication that we are not supposed to expect too much water into the reservoir. But in August, the situation changed.
Our forecast did not change.
After the floods, 36,000 people remain displaced, reeling under the heavy weight of neglect.
Some of the ladies, they are in their menses, and how they will bath, change themselves, nothing. They can't do anything, so maybe they'll be in one part. As I'm talking to you now, me myself, I'm also a victim.
After the floods, JoyNews returns to speak to the affected people to understand their pain and to understand why an engineering decision should cause such havoc.
I'm very much annoyed with VRA, and we are not hearing anything from them.
They have to come to our aid and support us and give us compensation.
After the floods, a JoyNews hotline documentary coming soon.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to AM Sports here with me, Muftaru Nabila Abdullah. Dreams FC, they are at the verge of making it to the final of the CAF Confederation Cup in their maiden participation in this CAF Interclub competition. The Still Believe boys went to Cairo and secured a 0-0 stalemate in the first semi-final of the ongoing competition, and they will be hosting the second leg at the Buay Sports Stadium on Sunday. Head coach of the team, Abdul Karim Zito, he says that Zamalek struggled to cope with their strategy.
Before you go into any game as a coach, you've got to ask yourself what you need in that game. And then when you come to compromise, you come to conclusion that this is what you want, then you have to prepare towards that objectives. So I think I'm very happy I told you, at least we are going in for a win. At least if you don't get a win, the draw will be better for us. That was the promise I gave to you. So we welcome it, and then we went there. I know you were at training. You saw how we were seriously working on that issue, because when you look at Zamalek, the combination of play is very fantastic, and so you got to plan how to stop them and then stop them. So I think we were lucky. We had our own game, and then. So we are coming to work harder than what we did to face them.
On Sunday?
Yeah.
How difficult is it?
No, it will be very, very difficult because they were surprised. You know, sometimes I say there's positive and negative about all issues in the world. When you look at our position in the league, it will give you different impression about dreams. So it was like, who are these boys? Blah, blah. And you see us, small boys. So before they realize this is what they wanted and they could not get it, they have to push, fighting the referees and so forth. So I think we've all seen it before. We relied on information, but now we've seen it live. So we have to plan seriously how to face them and then we'll change the party anyway. I will not sit back because 1-0 is we all have the chances. But the advantage we are having is we are playing home and they don't have the number 12 because seriously, what we saw there, it was fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations and good luck to you. Brazil.
Now let's take a look at the results of the Ghana Premier League as some matches happened on Monday. So we now have the complete results after match day 27. Legon Cities 1-2-0 against Heart of Oak, 1-1 against Accra Lions, Heart of Lions 3, Nations FC 0, Real Tamale United 1, Instrument 2, Kotoko 1, Samatex 0, turnover for Aqua 1, Bechem United 1, Bibiani Gold Stars 1, Ediana Gold Stars 0, Ediana Stars rather, and Brekum Chelsea 2, Mediama SC 0. So Brekum Chelsea versus Mediama SC, this was a game that happened on Monday as the competition enters match day 27, gradually getting to its latter part. And this is the table. Somerset, they still sit at the top of the Premier League table. They have 5 points more than second place team Nations FC, and the Ediana Stars are third with 42 points. In Suatruman, they have got 41, Brekum Chelsea 41, Accra Lions 40, Bechem United 39, Mediama SC 39, Bibiana Gold Stars 38, Kotoko 36. So Kotoko are 10th on the league table. Accra House of Oak, they occupy the 11th position on the Ghana Premier League table after match day 27. Their supporters confronted their head coach after they lost against Bibiani. After they lost against Legon Cities at the Accra Sports Stadium. The FA Cup final will happen between the Manchester club, Manchester City versus Manchester United. Manchester City, they defeated Chelsea 1-0 to make it to the final. And Manchester United, they needed to go to a lottery of penalty shooter to edge Coventry to secure a ticket to the final. Head coach of Manchester United, Eric Ten Hag, says that the most difficult thing for his team right now is to be in winning position, but he's confident they've got what it takes to win the FA Cup.
Yes, I see that similar. So we can play on very high levels, but in the same match also we can go very in low levels in the same game, and that's not explainable, but it has to do with manage the game, of course, take responsibility, take each other in the responsibility, so keep organized and make the right decisions. And yeah, I have to teach my players, clear. And we have to do better in such occasions, but also I have to say, the most difficult we can do to put ourselves in a winning position. And the last thing is much easier, but we, on several occasions, we let each other down and we let the result slip away. But today, we got away with it.
Eric, how do you explain that lack of game management? Because there are some experienced players out there, Onana, Maguire, Fernandes, Casemiro, Rashford even, you know, that's not a young side. And it's been 2 years now, so surely they should be able to see out a game from 3-0 up.
It's clear, and we can talk about it, and it's true. But I see also the flip side, where we are 70 minutes, we're playing to good levels. I see also the flip side where we 2 times in 2 years we are in the FA Cup final, and is now take advantage from this. That we have to go to that cup final to and have the belief we can win. And we can do it. We showed lately in the Emirates, where we put ourselves also in a winning position, where we could have scored a second goal. We showed last season in this cup final that we had a really good opportunity to win this cup final. But yeah, we play against probably the best team in the world. So yeah, you have to play 90 minutes and extra time to your highest levels. Otherwise, you don't have a chance. And so we need a team, put a team out who taking that responsibility. And we have the players to do it, but they have to believe from the first whistle till the final whistle.
There's a massive London derby coming up as Chelsea comes up against Arsenal. Manager of Arsenal is Mikel Arteta. He says the game is a very important game for his side. While Chelsea, they might be reeling the absence of Cole Palmer, a gentleman who has been one of the star players for the Blues this season. But head coach of the team, Mauricio Pochettino, believes that other players are available to step up to the plate and produce the results Chelsea fans will be seeking for.
Huge improvements. I think they deserve to be in a much higher position in the league when you look at what they've done and what they produce in games. They have reached a final, they have reached a semi-final, they could have been through. So I think what Mauricio is doing is really impressive, and I'm sure that he's going to get them there. I have to play against him, he needs to play against me. It's huge clubs, it's a London derby, it's a massive game for us, and we have prepared the best possible way.
Today, no. We'll see tomorrow. We need to assess tomorrow morning. But today, no. Today, I don't believe that can be involved, but we need to assess him tomorrow, and then we will decide. But even if he will be good tomorrow, maybe he's not in a condition to play. I hope he's recover from this situation, and as soon as possible can be involved again with the team.
Is it possible to beat Arsenal without Cole Palmer?
With and without, always we believe that we can win. The most important is the team. The most important is the collective. Of course, he's an important part of the team. He's doing fantastic for us. But I think that is Chelsea, and of course, plenty of players that can perform and to do the job also.
And last night, the 2024 Laureate World Sports Awards happened. Jude Bellingham, he was given the award for Breakthrough Star of the Year, while Novak Djokovic was awarded as Sportsman of the Year.
The winner of the Laureate World Breakthrough of the Year award is Jude Bellingham. Well, in the first place, I would like to thank the Laureate Academy for inviting me to present this award, and congratulations to Jude for winning it. I won this award last year, and it was truly special for me because legends of the Laureate Academy vote for it, and it gives an international recognition to all sports. Talking about Jude, I'm really happy that he has won this award. I think he represents a lot of positive values for the young people, inspire a lot of athletes, including myself, and sets an example for everybody around the world. It's truly amazing to enjoy your game and hopefully enjoy your game here in Real Madrid, building your legacy here, and enjoy the time. Have a good evening, everyone, and congratulations to you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your time.
Thank you very much, everyone, and good evening. Yeah, thank you.
I think you have to hold it.
He's
right?
kept it for another year. No, thank you, everyone, for coming, and it's a pleasure to be amongst you all. And yeah, have a lovely evening.
Welcome back to the fan zone. Now, you might be able to hear the noise levels and the excitement from the fans about the company at the moment. Without doubt, one of the biggest talents in world sport right now, our Laureate World Breakthrough Award winner, Jude Bellingham. Jude, this pretty much, as a 24 hours, sums up the start of your life in Spain, the winning goal in El Clasico, and then getting your hands on a trophy. I mean, what does it mean to be honoured this evening by the Laureus Academy?
Yeah, it's obviously been an amazing 24 hours, a great week really for myself and the club, and yeah, to be here with so many amazing athletes and so many amazing and inspirational people is a real pleasure, and then to win something is even more special. So yeah, really enjoying the evening.
Novak Djokovic, he was awarded the Sportsman of the Year for an impressive performance that saw him equal the Grand Slam fifth consecutive time.
Welcome the winner of the Laureus World Sportsman of the Year Award, Novak Djokovic. Greatness is a word that's used quite a bit in sports, but tonight it's the only word needed to describe Novak Djokovic, who I'm truly delighted to congratulate as Laureus World Sportsman of the Year. We could also add historic when we look at all Novak's success on the court over so many years. He set an amazing benchmark that may never be matched. And in the spirit of a true champion, Novak has let me know that he's not done yet. As athletes, we understand the sacrifices, the hard work, and sheer determination it takes to get to the top and stay there. That's why the Laureus Award means so much, because the members of the Academy who decide this special honor have all been there themselves. They're champions in many different arenas, and they know what greatness looks like. And tonight, Novak, your peers recognize the work you put in to arrive here. You've added so much to our world. This is our way to say congratulations and thank you. Novak, over to you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. It's thank you so much. Appreciate it. It seems surreal that I'm receiving this award from you. You've been my sporting hero and also a great friend and someone I look up to in life as well. So thank you for being here tonight on stage and giving me this award. It's a great honor to receive it from you. I've had for over the last hour and a half, goosebumps watching incredible athletes that are present here in the room, of course, and all the other athletes in the world of sport globally that have made a huge impact on the world of sports in general in 2023, and keep inspiring people around the world, youth around the world, with every single move, word, jump, or pass, or hit, or stroke that they do. So I just want to acknowledge all the athletes who are here and congratulate all the nominees and, of course, the award winners tonight. So congratulations, everybody.
About a week ago, Bayern Leverkusen, they won their first Bundesliga title with 5 games to spare. Well, in the Serie A as well, it has been wrapped up. And guess where it happened? At the San Siro, when the 2 Milan clubs, Inter Milan and AC Milan, squared off. Inter Milan defeated AC Milan to win their 20th Scudetto. Also, in the other game, there was Bologna versus AS Roma. This is our wrap-up AM Sports here with me, Muftau Nabila. We appreciate your time.
Di Marco with the outswinger. Pavard's flick on and Acerbi scores! The former Milan player gives into the lead. And Francesco Acerbi perhaps moves the Nerazzurri to within sight of that second star. In front of the Curva Sud, it's Francesco Acerbi, the Inter goal scorer. Thuram's pulled away to Di Marco's left. Here he is now. Thuram. Di Marco on the overlap. It's his cross, and Lautaro Martinez has missed a sitter. Musa, Rafael Leao, 1-against-1 with Acerbi. Rafael Leao, it's a save by Sommer, and he needed Pavard to help him out. Thuram, Di Marco wants it through the middle. Thuram goes the other side. Barella, Thuram! Almost 2-2 for him in the derby, but Inter just can't find the second goal. Rafael Leão trying to make something happen. Loftus-Cheek allowed to turn. This is Musa. Calabria, what a save that is! Sommer to the rescue for Inter. 2 against 2 here. Lautaro Martinez in support. Thuram, it's behind Lautaro Martinez, but this is Mkhitaryan. And Maignan stands tall and makes the save. Thuram holding it up. Mkhitaryan running beyond him. Thuram, he can hit them from there! A score in September, and once again he makes his mark tonight with his father watching on from the San Siro stands. Marcus Thuram with another beauty in the Derby della Madonnina. Calabria, Chukwueze bends it in, Rafael Leão back across, and Gabbia, in it goes from Tomori. Milan have halved the deficit, and perhaps this is not the night when Inter win the Scudetto. Fikayo Tomori with a huge goal for the Rossoneri. Now Theo Hernandez, he and Dumfries have previous. A red card in the direction of Denzel Dumfries and Theo Hernandez. Now Calabria's putting himself about. He's gone charging into Fratesi. Benacer bends in the corner, cleared by the first man, Mkhitaryan. Inter are champions. Inter win the derby, Inter win the Scudetto. Number 20 is no longer a dream, it's a reality now. 1 star becomes 2.
Daddy, this tank is big!
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow! It has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see S-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax!
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntax was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntax again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntax gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntax is the answer. Syntax tank, are you strong?
Hey lovely people, I bring you greetings from Royal Cozy Hills aka Japa Dubai. Yes, we are your partners in hospitality and recreation. We have you covered this season. My brothers and sisters, come and join me on a jet ski ride for as little as 150 Ghana cedis. Yes, you can also enjoy a boat ride for as little as 150 Ghana cedis a person. This season, you get to see all our animals. I mean all the animals. We have a whooping 20% discount for you. My brothers and sisters, pay as little as 30 Ghana cedis and you get to do a walking tour of our safari. See animals like the lions, civet cats, jackals, baboons, ostriches, hippos, among others. I mean it, yes, as little as 30 Ghana cedis. You can also pay 68 Ghana cedis and enjoy a quad bike ride or a safari drive to see same animals. My brothers and sisters, Royal Cozy Hills is the place to be this Easter. Come on, what are you waiting for? Royal Cozy Hills.
What's a lie? Someone whispered. Where we are going, they are taking us north. They are taking us to die.
I don't know the equivalent of that in Ghana. Will that be Pilolo or something?
Nico's character gives you something to look forward to. What is next?
Your favorite character?
It's not fair that my favorite character is your favorite.
Is his favorite character?
Yes.
Okay. Sam is pretending to be asleep because he doesn't want to be bothered. You know that thing where he hears sometimes, oh, wobanu su, wobanu, like,
at night.
Did she just wake up and have a baby?
Where will we sleep tonight? What will our children eat? Kofi Mami, my father replied.
But there's one that if you guys don't mention, I'm going to be cross with you. Let's see whether you get to mention it.
And I just wondered, so what if she wasn't a virgin? What would have happened then?
Yeah, you may have heard that before, right? This is The Joy Book Club with Benjamin Akapo.
Aside from the former MP, Kwabena Osu Ediomi, the NPP's Kwabena Boateng has to beat 4 others for the party to retain its seat. Estelle Say of the CPP, LPG's Beatrice Boache and Joseph Atakra as independent candidates. Ohineba Fredia Ajiman is another independent candidate seeking to break the NPP's monopoly.
The People's Representative Bill. When you go to Parliament, the law over the government is People's Representative Bill. But nowadays, I've observed that it's becoming party representative. All those who are electing them into the Parliament go there with their party ideology and other thing, not the people. So I've observed all these problems and I decided to come out so that I'll go and represent my people, not any party.
Former MP Kwabena Osu Ediomi served 3 terms in office as Ejoso MP. In 2016, he won the seat with over 83% votes, setting a record in the constituency elections. Mr. Ediomi says the grounds are fertile for his return as MP.
Na sani adodo no a epese du mi ba no na e bia me ka twa se fom ye e bi se mi no metin chen kwa na se mu kura nyama ye no da bia me ko bia no de me manfo kan se du mi se wa ma abakra ye ntu bi da.
Mr. Ediomi's campaign, though silent, is catching up with the grassroots. Ediomi started these road projects in Ejoso. They can construct the road to Yakwe. We will vote against them. During Ediomi's term, NDC was in power, but he did his part to help us. Big works in the NPP are leading the party's candidate in various towns for campaign. Party General Secretary Justin Kodia and organizer Henry Nanabuache have shown support. Minister for Roads Francis Asenso Boache has also been to the constituency. As we speak, government has a candidate on the ground. If you vote an independent candidate, how does he come to me to lobby for roads?
That's another party, MP. Now Parliament, lobby for roads.
The NPP candidate, Kwabena Boateng, is already making promises in his campaign. I promise to get good roads for the constituency. The chief spoke about nursing training college. It is among my priorities. Considering the size of Ejoso, I think we need one.
na ejoso ne important mo said yesi sui na yaji edi wa mamre mu ne Ghana manyosemu na se yeni training college na yeni teacher training college so na enye fe.
Though the NDC has refused to participate in the election, the NPP will have to fight an enemy from its fold to retain the seat. For JoyNews, Nana Ojima reporting.
Welcome back on the AM show. Time now for us to get into our big stories, and we're going full steam into that by-election come April the 30th. I'm talking about the Ejiso by-election, and lots of questions to ask. Now, there are major contenders, some of them independent candidates. One of them, Mr. Idiomi, who is actually a former MP for the MPP end, who has now gone independent. Why is the NDC not contesting, and what is the story behind the different dynamics? Well, this morning we'll be engaging a raft of guests as we seek answers to these. Starting off with Dr. John Osai-Kwapong. He's a CDT fellow. He joins the conversation. And in the studio, Mustafa Gbande is Deputy General Secretary of the NDC. But let me start with Dr. Osai-Kwapong. Doc, good morning.
Good morning to you, Benjamin.
It's good to have you join the conversation today.
Thank you.
When you look at the dynamics so far, the vetting, as far as the MPP is concerned, then the selection of a candidate, and now the different stories that you've heard emerging from Ejiso, what do you make of them? Just to kickstart the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting to see how competitive the election, the by-election is getting. In fact, when the NDC decided that they won't participate, and I could understand. I mean, it's a constituency that I'm sure everybody could bet 99% that it was going to be an MPP seat anyway. But it's sort of starting to feel like an MPP primary, phase 2 of an MPP primary. Particularly if you look at not just the MPP candidate who won the primary, but also the former MP who was also going as an independent, and then the dynamics that is beginning to create. It'll be very interesting just to see how that, plus the other candidates, does it then weaken, the chance, or does it actually make it even more competitive than the person who had originally won the primary had thought the race was going to be. And to see some of the party faces and voices, like the Minister for Roads, the National Youth Organizer, going full force behind him, and sort of creating this impression that he's the candidate who can actually make things happen and facilitate things. Otherwise, being able to bring any sort of development to Ejiso will be extremely challenging or impossible. Goes to show you that they do recognize the stiff competition that he's facing.
Interesting thoughts. Let me come into the studio now. Mustafa Gbande is also here, Deputy General Secretary of the NDC. Thanks for joining the conversation. Let me start off with what your reading is of the situation so far in Ejiso, and why the NDC is not contesting.
Well, thank you very much. I think basically the NDC reserves the right to decide which election it wants to participate in and what political advantage that will be to us, and how that, gets into the bigger picture of our ultimate desire, which is to be in power come December 7th. What's happening in Okay, we went to Ase North by-election. We resolved that we wanted to make a statement to tell the people of Ghana that the MPP cannot fail and also win an election, any competitive election. We went into that election against state machinery, went into that election against physical sharing of money, and we won that seat because we resolved to participate. We went to a Kumeru by-election. Our intention was to make a statement to tell the MPP that even in their own backyard, their Ashanti region, which is their vote basket, they have not done anything that impacts in terms of development in the lives of the people. We made that statement vehemently clear. And in the issue of Ase North, just right now, we have clearly not less than 10 months to go into a general election. That seat was held by
the
MPP. So it's not the same like Ase North, where we went there to defend our seats because we were holding that seat. The MPP won.
But the point to be made is that when it's a by-election, every party can contest. You have contested.
That's right.
In general elections, you have contested. So the question is, why are you not contesting now?
Yeah, that's right. The dynamics is that when you are holding the seat, somebody is trying to take from you. It defines the equation. In Ase North, we were holding the seat and wanted to prove to.
But that does not fully answer the question because there have been other areas where you have contested. There have been other areas where there have been by-elections and you have contested. I mean, let's take our minds back to Ajuase West Wuogon. I don't want to remind us of the dastardly acts, but you contested. You put a foot forward. There was this other area as well in the Ashanti area. You contested that seat as well. And the fact that you don't have a member of parliament there is no explanation to say that, oh, because we don't have a member of parliament here, so we're not going to contest. I want some clarity on why.
I'll get to that level. I believe that, yes, so quite apart from the fact that Ajuase is held by the MPP and we have just less than 10 months to go into an election. If we go into that election, coupled with the fact that it's an MPP 100% constituency,
not 100%.
Well,
you get some votes there.
An MP, we get some votes, yes. And
the MPP gets over 70%.
If we participated, we believe that we could win that seat. But
you believe?
Yeah, we could win.
If the NDC participated in this by-election, you could win the seat.
Yes, we could win the seat.
And you know the numbers in Parliament where you need about one extra member of Parliament, and you know this, and you are not contesting.
But yes, but you see, we have less than 10 months into an election. So whoever wins, we have to immediately start campaigning for another election. If you win the by-election, it does not exempt you from being a contestant of the 2024 election.
But if you win the by-election, it puts you in pole position. I'm not getting the
even with the
understanding from this.
Even with the hung parliament, this government have done the West already. Even with the hung parliament, where the numbers are equal, you expected that the numbers could be used to check government in terms of its conduct and actions. The worst have happened. The ultimate is that Ghanaians are waiting for a change. And the NDC wants that change ultimately in December. A win of an Ajuase seat does not bring that ultimate aim, which is December 7th. And again, what is happening in Ajuase currently is an in-house warfare of the MPP. So how they undo Alan Kojo Chirimantin's party there, how a former member of parliament, a deputy minister for that matter, decide to file or to contest on independent is enough statements of the disorderliness, disorganization, and disorientation at the MPP front to say that, look, people in Ashanti region are not happy with the government. So therefore, you have the road minister who has become a contractor himself, supervisor. He is in the constituency 24/7 constructing roads for the purposes of a by-election. Even in the case where NDC is not contesting, they are still throwing projects at the people of Ajuase in the name of trying to win the seat.
So let me make this clear for me. Yeah. In other words, are you saying, and corroborate if I am right, that, the MPP, the Ajuase seat, is not 100% contested.
That's right.
It is 70%. It is 70%. And you know that number in Parliament. So they are fighting. We are going to leave them to fight. And then whatever happens in December, then will come. Let them have their intra-party stuff. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. But, I mean, for every strategist, in my own opinion, if my enemy is at warfare, I would rather supply them arms to finish themselves so that my warfare with my enemy will become easier. In fact, the front, Alan Kojo Chimantin's party is a baby of the MPP.
A baby of the MPP.
Of course, I mean,
he has dissociated himself from everything.
The people, the membership of Alan Kojo Chimantin's party are fully MPP people, plus Ghanaians who believe in his vision. That is where it's coming from. Alan Kojo Chimantin, until recently, was a cabinet minister of President Akufo-Addo. He claims part of the glory of President Akufo-Addo's government. The independent candidate, who is a former member of parliament, is a blooded MPP person, a former minister, a former sitting member of parliament, who is now desirous of running on independence, made us he's campaigning against his own political party. So it means that there's a lot in that constituency as far as the MPP itself is concerned. When you look at even the suspected or alleged circumstances surrounding the death of John Kuma, how it arrived, how the party handled it, government's own attitude.
How did the party handle it?
Well,
and I hope you're not going to...
We are not going to go there because of...
talk about allegations of what's... No. Because we have an autopsy report and details in there. I don't want any, any of such...
I wouldn't even go there because...
Conjecturing.
In the first place, it's highly condemnable that a sitting deputy minister of finance dies. And you have the same political party, his own government's party members, making all sorts of statements about it in public. The NDC didn't say this. The NDC didn't say anything. We rather felt that John Kuma was part of the generation of the young people coming up. Very brilliant. God has elevated him through President Akufo-Addo. It was good. The MPP, at some point, even his name popped up as a possible candidature of running mates in the MPP. And so his death sent some level of sadness that why should a young man die suddenly like that? But you have people within the MPP coming to radio stations to make all sorts of statements. Then subsequently, MPP hierarchy itself, led by the chief of staff, who is a citizen of Ashanti region, and then their campaign chairman, the Honorable Dan Botwe, leading a delegation to Ashanti region to call those individuals into a meeting to try and settle peace. What are you smoking? What peace pipe are you trying to smoke? Members of your party who have misbehaved, discussing the death of a deputy minister in public. You haven't reprimanded him, you haven't punished him, you rather call him into a meeting, file delegation meeting to try and
we can leave those issues.
Yeah.
Let's focus on the substantive matters.
So these are evidential characteristics of the disorderliness of the MPP in that constituency.
Okay, so that is why you're not going to condemn.
That is not that. Again, I have stated that looking at the timing, that we already have a parliamentary candidate there who have been campaigning. I mean, we're preparing him for December 7th. And then this unfortunate truncation of John Kuma's reign happened. So if he goes and he wins, within 7 months, immediately he wins, he has to start another campaign, logistics. Why don't we wait and win in the next 8 months?
All right, thank you for those points. Let me come to Dr. John Osai Kwapong and just find out from him as well. So here we are. We have a very interesting story. You have Kwabena Boateng, who has won on behalf of the MPP. He won that primary. Then you have a former member of parliament for Ejiso, who also has been cleared by the Electoral Commission. He's a former deputy minister for roads and highways. And that's of course, I'm talking about Kwabena Owusu Eduomi. And he also says he is actually going to contest. He's going independent. Some feel he's going to claw a lot of votes from the MPP. Those are signals that have come to the fore. And then there are some other independent candidates. In fact, the last time I came, I had an interaction with Dr. Abu Sakara Foster. We'll just try to clarify on that. He was even suggesting that the ARC, the Alliance for Revolutionary Change, was going to field a candidate and that it could be one of these independent candidates. So it's quite a mixture there, and some would say that the only party that is likely to lose in this is the MPP, looking at the different elements. But what is your understanding? What is your reading of the Ajuase by-election ahead of it?
I mean, so if the former MP, former deputy minister going independent is an MPP person, I therefore assume that even if he wins, he'll still caucus with the MPP, and he would still give his vote in Parliament to the MPP. That's my assumption. I'm just curious as to the circumstances that led to his loss of the seat, and even more curious as to why he didn't participate in the primary, the primary that selected the party's candidate, for the upcoming by-election. I'm just curious as to why he didn't. And then post that primary, now he declares his candidacy for the seat as an independent, and what that causes for the internal dynamics of the party, right? Because then now it's splitting the votes between the party's candidate who won the primary and this independent candidate. And as I said earlier on, then what does that do for the chances of the government's preferred candidate or the party's preferred candidate, as per some of the things that Honorable Asenso Boachi said? So it would be very interesting how it all turns out. But I believe that even if he wins, Ajuase wins as an independent candidate, I would want to assume that he's still an MPP person, and will therefore caucus with the party, and should matters come up for a vote, is likely to vote with the MPP, and therefore they may not necessarily lose that one vote. What I find concerning, though, is some of the statements by the Honorable Asenso Boachi, which says that
let me just contextualize that, because I was about to pose that to you, but since you're going there, what Francis Asenso Boachi basically says that, look, if you go for any independent candidate, how can the person now come to me and lobby me, right, for roads, among others? I find that crucial. We'll be playing that video, but I find it crucial because, mind you, the president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, some time back said the same thing about the Fomena MP who went independent, and guess what happened? He won. And then they had to make him deputy, second deputy speaker, and do all sorts of gymnastics to get him to caucus with the MPP. It would appear there have not been learnings in that. But let's watch the video and hear what the minister had to say. Francis Asenso Boachi.
As we speak, government has a candidate on the ground. If you vote an independent candidate, how does he come to me to lobby for roads?
That's another party, MP. Now, Parliament, lobby for roads.
I don't know what it is with our politics, but Dr. Osai Kwapong, your thoughts?
So yes, on the one hand, one can say that he made that statement as a way of jeering, pumping up support for the party's nominated candidate, etc., etc. But I think for me, that is it is quite concerning to create the impression that development is partisan, right? That if you want development in your area, if you want good roads, that you have to be aligned with the government in power. and that if you are not aligned with the government in power, then you don't get development. That, if someone were an NDC MP or an NDC person in the constituency wants something that is good for the benefit of the entire constituency, that because of their party colors, they won't be able to get access to you, they won't be able to meet with you, they won't be able to put a petition, a plea, a concern, a request before you. That, for me, is not how development is supposed to work, even in an environment of multi-party democracy, right? I mean, once election is over, we move beyond, at least in principle, you want to move beyond party colors, and it's development for all. So if you're saying that, an independent person cannot come to your office to lobby for roads for the constituency, I find that very concerning, because the person is not representing independence. The person is representing the people of Ajuase, right? And if government's interest is in promoting development for the people of Ghana, of which the people of Ajuase are part, then it shouldn't matter who is representing them in parliament. And that, for me, is not how we want to do development. I mean, if that's how we want to do, we don't even want to do our politics that way. But yes, as part of political campaigning, maybe you want to throw in some things that may cause voters to rethink a choice that they want to make, because they are thinking of, well, what is going to be the potential consequences if we go with an independent candidate for the development prospects of Ajuase. But even beyond that, for me, as a matter of how we prosecute the national development agenda and how the people of Ajuase get represented in parliament, then it shouldn't matter, whether it's an independent candidate representing them. That if they have development needs like roads, it has to be met. And so to say that it shuts the door to them, for me, is both concerning and a rather unfortunate statement.
Let me come into the studio. Haruna Mohammed, who is Deputy General Secretary of the MPP, is also here. Thank you for joining the conversation.
Thank you, my brother.
Right. I want to start off from there. We'll come back to other surrounding issues. But, I am wondering, when Papa Kwesi Indum was Member of Parliament for KEEA, I wonder whether some would have said that, he ran on the ticket of X party. It's not an established party, so he can't lobby for roads. When Samia Nkrumah, who represented the CPP and won the Jomoro seat in 2008, I'm wondering, just on this trajectory, how do you react as a crucial member of the MPP to Francis Asensio-Boache's assertions, especially as I made the linkage, what President Akufo-Addo said before the Fomena, election, which led to, guess what? Honorable Esiama becoming MP. Why do we say these things? Are you in favor of what he said?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I want to say good morning to your cherished viewership out there, and then my colleague in the studio from the NDC, and others who are on Zoom doing this communication with us. You understand that in politics, there is always a way of communication. And I've not had the opportunity to listen to the full video, the full fact of.
Did you watch what we played?
Definitely, there will be portions. I entered late to the studio, but you would be playing portions of what he said.
The critical portion of what he said. Yeah, what he said in respect to this is what we played.
It remains a portion, but if you are able to take a conclusive idea of listening to the entire tape, you may be able to appreciate the point or the angle of which he came from. Notwithstanding that fact, we always have what we call the comparative advantage in communication. If you are going into an election that you have a candidate and apparently you have another candidate from the other party, you don't go speaking to say, even if the other candidate is represented, my party, my government will be able to do what the other party actually needs. So he's speaking as a warrior in front representing his party. So when he speaks that way, it does not negate the fact that development is spread across all political divides. Because he wants to be represented, he wants to lead, he wants his government to be there. Whilst he wants that, he wants his members of parliament who will ultimately support the idea and the agenda and policy direction of government. That does not mean that you are throwing tantrums or insult to the other competitors in the race, because it is a competition. You've never had a perfect competition anywhere before. So any other comment or comment that is made, be it the president or be it what Asenso Bachi has said, definitely is not an insult and it's not directed to undermine the integrity of competition and to affect development.
Quick question. So in selling the MPP's candidate, Kwabena Boateng, he couldn't have found any other way of doing it without coming through with something like this, where political partisanship must come to the fore, so much so, even if blindly so, that, oh, don't vote for this person, because in the end, if you vote for this other person, the person can't come to me and develop. How does that even start to make sense?
You see, it depends upon how you understand the entire concept. If I'm a friend to you and I am coming to you for development, or I'm coming to you for something, somebody is not a friend to you, but he's a participant and he's a citizen. When I come to you, the way in manner I will interact with you from point of go, it is going to be different from the new person that you don't know at all. And remember, this is a competition that all political parties have representation. His party has a representation. Another party or another body has a representation. So where you have a representation, you have to protect your territory to ensure that your candidate wins. And that is why I've told you, you have an advantage of how to play. If you are in a boxing ring, and I know that if I knock on your chest, I get a point. If I knock on your face, I get a point. Or I knock on your shoulder, I get a point. It depends upon the angle at which I will knock to get a comparative advantage of you to be able to take the day. So I don't think that Asenso Bachi meant anything negative when he spoke in that particular direction. We all know he's an MPP member. We all know he's a minister. We know what he can do. So he has to come forth to be able to convince, to be able to push forward, but not a derogatory statement. This is a statement that politicians make over time.
I see. A statement that politicians make over time doesn't necessarily make it correct. I'm wondering when politicians will learn. You've actually exposed something. Do you know what you've exposed? You've exposed the thinking, warped or otherwise, of politicians. And I blame all of you, because you exhibit it in different ways. But hold. Let me moderate this. Let me moderate this. I'm the moderator here, gentlemen. You've exposed something, and it is this. I don't know whether you were listening to yourself, but if someone comes and the person is my friend and someone else, what does friendship have to do with... Hold for me. What does friendship have to do with your role as a minister? Your role as a minister has nothing to do with friendship. In fact, that is where the corruption starts. It starts with being responsible regardless. What does the Constitution say? Regardless of where the person is coming from, regardless of who they are, regardless of their religious background, regardless of whether the person is light-skinned or dark, be fair to that person and do your work. If you are not my friend, how does that even factor into the equation?
You get the whole thing wrong.
Explain better to me.
Please. I did not use Asenso Bachi as a friend. I use you as an example because you are not the minister, right? I am saying that if there is knowledge before, like you know me before, that is why I use friendship. But you know very well that Asenso Bachi is not an NDC member. You know he's an MPP member. You know very well that even these were the appointments that even the NDC were even against. In terms of vetting and in Parliament. You know, we had to, all our ministers, we had to find our way through to get them in this particular hung Parliament. So definitely, this is politics. It's not about anything that we do. But in terms of development, he did not say he would not listen to the person. He says that if it is my member that I have put forward for election, it is absolutely going to be the smoothest, because that is why we have political representation.
All right, point made.
That is why we have political representation. It doesn't mean that you would not listen. Go to Volta region and look at the development projects that we are doing. Look at the road infrastructure we are doing. Look at the Agenda 111, those hospitals that we are building. Are we doing it because they voted for us? We are doing it because we have a social policy with the people of Ghana.
Right.
Whether they voted for you or they don't vote for you, you develop the country.
Okay.
Spread it across. And that's what governance means. But
just a quick reaction before we delve further into Ejiso. The whole bit about, but anyway, we'll leave it there. Interesting thought, though, for you to digest when the president went to Mepe and said what he said in relation to what you're saying now. What did he mean? And someone, I don't know whether you would volunteer, I've forgotten the constituency, when the family members, purported family members of former President Mills went there, and the president said that, I'm not developing this place because, I had a deputy minister there, MP, and you didn't vote against the person, Inti. What does that connote? But let's come back to Ejiso. You have quite a hurdle. You have former member of parliament, also a former deputy minister for roads and highways, Kwabena Owusu Eduomi, gathering traction on the ground. The thinking is that he could upend the opportunities of Kwabena Boateng, your representative in the by-election, in a few days' time. There are other independent candidates. There appear to be a number of fractures within the MPP, and some are wondering whether you can come through unscathed in the by-election. Your take. And of course, there's also the Alan element. Alan Chemating,
have they picked forms?
Well,
I've not been
I have heard a thing or two, but what is your reaction to that? Are you threatened?
Oh, no, not at all. We are not threatened in these particular elections. And we are not underrating any competitor at all in these particular elections. You remember, our main competitors have chickened out of these elections. And this is not the only elections that they have chickened out. You remember—
You're referring to the NDC?
Yeah, the NDC. Right. The by-election in Ajuase West Wogom. They started nasty things and they had to chicken out. And we are absolutely not using Ejisu as a standard for 2024 general elections, because we, as a party, we encourage competition, and the NDC have decided that they are going to chicken out of this particular competition because they are—
But if I may just briefly, I think it is a bit inappropriate to use whatever other parties may have done in Ajuase West Wugon, especially when you know what happened.
No, and that's what I'm pointing to.
I think Ajuase is a bit of a— if you want to maintain that, fine.
They started the whole thing, and then they realized that they would not be able to stand it, and they chickened out of that.
Okay.
They came out. They started it. They brought boys from the north, which we have clearly identified them. Okay, so they brought them, they started an act, and they could not withstand it, and they had to abort the whole thing. Going into Ejisu by-elections, the NDC have absolutely told the people of Ghana that they are not ready. If you sit down and say that you have an election in 2024, and then the number of months that is left, and then you have to elect, the person has to come back, we are talking about representation. Is it telling us that the NDC, if they had this particular one in addition to their numbers, they will not be happy? Please. They've done their research, they've done their research to realize that they would not win. If you look at the result pattern in Ejisu,
it is clear, isn't it?
Yes, it is very clear that you are not. So you don't sit down and then give reasons that are unattainable, that these are the reasons that you are going in. But let me tell you, the former MP who is contesting, remember, all the elections that he has won, the 2 or so elections that he has won in Ejisu, he stood on the ticket of the MPP. He stood on the ticket of the MPP. The MPP ticket itself has his own value and brand. Today, he's going into an election that he's not standing on the ticket of the MPP. So these are clear, different politics scenarios that we are giving.
We've seen this pattern before. We saw it in Formena.
If you look at the 2012 and look at the 2016 and look at 2020, the performance of the MPP tells you that the MPP absolutely has nothing to lose when it comes to elections in Ejisu. But
Kwabena Boateng is a first-timer.
Yeah, he's
in this position.
He's going on a ticket. When
Kwabena Owusu Eduomi has been there twice. He served as an MP and deputy minister. He has the upper hand in terms of experience.
When he was going in 2012, he won by 51,976. He was going as a first time. But he won. Do you get the point? So it doesn't mean whether there is a brand, existing brand for you, and that is the New Patriotic Party. We are not going to attack his integrity or any other thing, but we are saying that we encourage competition. He wants to contest. He has triggered an aspect of our party constitution to go independent and forfeit his membership. He's going into the contest. We are going into the contest. We go in and we are sure that we are going to annex that particular victory. There is one misconception that I want to correct. I've heard him make some number of statements out there that Mr.
Who is this?
Yes, Eduomi. Okay. That the MPP hasn't done anything for him. He has rather done a lot for the MPP. The MPP did not send him to school and what have you. That point of correction, my brother here, hasn't he sent you to school?
Yes.
For us, the party doesn't send people to school. Even Akufo-Addo, the MPP never sent him to school. Not me, not my boss, not any other national officer of the party. The party doesn't send people to school. Everybody went to school and came to serve the party. You are fortunate the party has sent you to school. The party doesn't send people to school. All the expertise, all the experts.
Your colleague is saying something.
But you're using scholarship secretariat.
The point is that
but you're using
my brother, but your own people, Mukhtar and the rest of the people went for scholarship. Scholarship is for the nation. It's not for the party. You see, if you are doing it for your party members, we are doing it for the people of Ghana. Anybody that gets scholarship and in this country got it as a citizen, not as a political card-bearing member. Every citizen has the right to scholarship. Every citizen, be it an NDC, be it an MPP, be it a PMP, be it whichever party. But I want to put it on record. The MPP has never sent anybody to school. Yes, even Akufo-Addo. The MPP never sent Akufo-Addo to school. But Akufo-Addo is using expertise to govern this country. The MPP did not send Odami to school. All the ministers we see, nobody has been sent to school. So to sit and say that the MPP has not sent us to school, you are an engineer by profession, and we have several engineers. You go and look at Kwabena Japan. He's an engineer. He served this party well. The MPP did not send him to school. So if you're talking about benefit, see, many people have served this party and continue to serve this party. They have not been lucky to become ministers. He has been lucky to become a deputy minister. You say the MPP has not rewarded you?
Hold for me, Haruna.
So the people of
let me also bring into the conversation. I guess it also feeds into our beneficiary politics and how people feel entitled because of the terrain we've created. But let me bring in Nanaose Bonsu. He's aide to Kwabena Owusu Eduomi, who is going independent. Nanaose, a very good morning to you.
So, cherished listeners and viewers as well.
Right. I don't know whether you followed the conversation to some extent, but just walk us through what the state of affairs is with your candidate, Kwabena Owusu Eduomi, on the ground. What can you share with us? Reception, the campaign ahead of the by-election.
Okay, so election is scheduled to take place on the 30th of April, which is in a week's time. And the ground, I can assure you, is very fertile. The grounds are very fertile. The atmosphere is very charged. The people of Ejoso are solidly united behind Honorable Kwabena Owusu Eduomi. And I can assure everybody that we are going to emerge victors of, by-election. We've heard... Hello?
I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yes, and so that's the state of affairs for that's how far the preparations for now.
Let me ask you, based on what exactly is Governor Owusu-Ediome, what wave is he riding? Why does he think he can be MP again? In the studio, Haruna Mohammed, Deputy General Secretary of the MPP, has said that, listen, the 2 times he won, okay, he won on the ticket of the MPP, and that the ticket of the MPP itself comes with certain clout that he will not have this time round. So what is it that he's riding on that makes him think he's going to beat Kwabena Boateng, who represents the MPP?
Okay, so Mr. Owusu-Ediome is well known across the constituency. As a matter of fact, even the people of Ajuase who called on him for his comeback. And we are convinced that on 30th of April, they are going to vote massively for him. We are focused. And we will not be distracted by the conversation, by a commentary that the MPP was made in who he is, and that but for MPP, we wouldn't have had anything to campaign on. We are focused, and we know we are going to win the election. We are not going to be distracted by this commentary. We'll have a talk, we'll sit and have a conversation with them after the election. But for now, we want to focus on campaigning.
Let me ask you though, some have said that you're just doing a hatchet job for the NDC, that you are being influenced, sponsored by the NDC. That's why the NDC is not contesting, but they are using you and your candidate to achieve their ends. How true is that?
Oh, that is very funny. That's very funny. I don't know what is inspiring that kind of argument. That the NDC is behind Kwabena. He served the party for 12 years as member of parliament for the Ajuase constituency, and I don't know when he came into the realization that he has been a stooge of the NDC. You see, it is election, and it is campaign time, and so people can say all sorts of manner of things. But we, as I said earlier, we are very much focused on canvassing for food, and will not be distracted by some of these things.
Let me ask you, based on the reception you've got, are you confident of winning the by-election? What margins are you looking at? What percentage of the votes?
We're not looking at anything less than 80%.
You're not getting what?
We're not looking at anything less than 80%.
Wow. That is very optimistic, isn't it?
Sure. Ajuase is going to make a bold statement on 30th of April.
So you mean
is going to make a bold statement. You see, Ajuase has already decided. This decision was taken long ago. And 30th, it is only going to be manifested on the 30th of April. What the advice I would want to give to party, the MPP leadership, is that they should relax. Owusu-Ediome is one of their own. And they should be very careful with some of the commentaries that they are making now, because it will come back to them after the election.
Do you think what happened in Fomena could happen again?
Exactly. It is happening in Ajuase. That I can assure you. I have an extreme confidence that Ajuase are going to vote for Honorable Kwabena Owusu-Ediome.
Well, thank you very much for joining the conversation, for enriching the conversation. That is Nana Osei-Bonsu. He is aide to Kwabena Owusu-Ediome. We'll be bringing in others into the conversation as well to find out what other dynamics there are. But let me come into the studio first to Mustafa Gbande. Haruna Mohammed has suggested that, listen, you are not contesting because you know you're on the ground. I mean, what are you? You can't even rise. And actually, when you look at the percentages, the last time an NDC candidate, contested, you're looking at the 2020 results. It was woeful for the NDC. In fact, George Kwame Huze got 17.17% of the votes, a paltry 14,164. While Dr. John Kuma, may his soul rest in peace, secured 68,326 of the votes, accounting for 82.83%. It's obvious that you don't have a following in Ajuase. So why the pretense?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me de-associate myself and other political, practitioners who are not on this discussion from the fact that politicians make all other statements and they go, they make away with it. One, when particularly where citizens of this country like yourselves, who are not in the sphere of any political party, you may have your affiliation, but practically you are independent, you are a floating voter, people are looking for political parties to now begin to merge so that we can have a one-path nationalistic development agenda. The statements by the Minister of Roads, learning from the President himself, defeat the purpose of that public conversation, that development should not be partisan. In fact, the President said, even in his predecessor's constituency, that I'm not developing the place because you don't vote for me. He reiterated same when the dam, the spillage occurred in the Volta region, affecting several thousands of people, displacing them. The President went there and said, you don't vote for me. I'm not here because you vote for me. And so, Akosombo is one of the close trainees of the President. So it just demonstrates the mentality of the President, the mentality of the MPP, which their Deputy General Secretary just endorsed, but we don't work like that. Number two, Ajuase is an MPP stronghold. One would expect that on any day, without contradictions of disenchantment and apathy, NPP should win an Ajuase seat. As it stands now, within their same home, until last week or so, Eduame was a standing member of the MPP. In fact, a former appointee of government, the same government in power. In fact, I'm not too sure whether he has resigned from your political party yet, because he hasn't resigned. He's still a member of the MPP.
Well, if he's going independent, their constitution makes it clear automatically, even without any action, automatically he's not a member.
That's what I'm saying, that until the last few weeks, he was a member in good standing of the MPP.
Your point is?
My point is that you don't need the NDC to influence high-ranking, good-standing members of the MPP to go and contest independent candidate. Number three, did we also influence Alan Kwadwo Kyerematen's political party to go and contest in that election? Of course, they will be contesting. I have made it very clear that the reason why the NDC will not participate is because of the timing. The timing is just a period of 7 to...
The other reality is that you would have lost anyway.
The other reality is that we would have made a statement.
You would have lost anyway.
Well, we may have lost, but I know that if we contested this election, we would win. Because
you would win?
Because you see,
you see, Mustafa, that is what I do not
tell you today.
If you knew you would win and you have the numbers you do in Parliament, and that would give you an election, an advantage going into election 2024, I can't understand why you would tell me you would win and you would not go for this.
The hardship in Ghana today, the people of Ajuase are not an exception. In 2016, if you took 10,000 cities, you're going to buy a lot more bags.
The hardship you speak of, precisely why you should have been contending.
No. So wait, let me make my point. I'm saying that the hardship in this government, that today, in 2016, a bag of cement was 40 cities. Today, as we speak, a bag of cement is 100 cities and counting. The people in Ajuase who build are faced with this difficulty. The people in Accra who build are faced with this difficulty. So the difficulty is all over the place. Are you saying that because they're an MPP stronghold, they are not facing the unprecedented hardship? That the people of Ajuase do not detest the level of corruption in this government? That when they have said, we have done development, only to wait, by election, then you have a road minister permanently stationed in the constituency. You can see, shamefully, a parliamentary candidate's car with posters following a construction machine. I mean, clearly, this is a government that haven't done anything there. So until the by-election, you wouldn't see the seriousness of government constructing roads. And the people of Ajuase have been affected. The number of vehicles that have spoiled because of bad roads in Ajuase, would they go and compensate everybody? Probably the number of people who have died because of bad roads, would they compensate them? Were we waiting for John Kuma to die only for us to move a whole minister and his ministry to become construction engineers?
You realize, Mustafa Bande, you're still not answering the question about why you are not contesting.
The reason we will not. You want me to tell you everything that we want to do to win the election?
I see. Okay. Let me bring in Dr. John Osai Kwapong. Having listened to the different angles of the conversation, we've listened to Francis Buay and his regrettable comments. We've listened to Haruna Mohammed in the studio justifying those comments and giving the political reasons for them. You've listened to the NDC's Mustafa Bande, who says they are not contesting for reasons that do not wash with me, but those are his reasons. You've heard from Nana Osei-Bonsu, the aide to Kobna Owusu Eduome. What do you make of the picture we are seeing in Ajuase, and what then are your expectations ahead of the by-election on the 30th? Hello, Dr. Osai Kwapong, you would have to unmute. Hello, Doc. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Dr. Osai Kwapong?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I couldn't hear you. So, did you get the question?
Yes. Yes, I got the question.
All right. Please go ahead.
All right. So then, I quickly took during the other submissions. I quickly took a look at the results. Previous results in the Ajuase.
Right.
And then I went back to look at the 2020 primary, in which the late Honorable John Kuma won and defeated the incumbent. I want to know, I'm still curious as to why he, as an incumbent, he lost the 2020 primary, and if that has any impact on his prospects in 2024, going back for a seat, not that he lost even in the general election, but he lost to the late John Kuma, in the primary. That for me would help me gauge what the voters, and yes, maybe 2020 is not 2024, but what was it that was going through the minds of, well, then again, that was also delegates, right? This is, the overall, the entire constituency. But again, I wonder what was going on in Ajuase in 2022 that led to the defeat of the, incumbent in the primary, and how that shapes or does not shape his prospects, going into this election, as an independent. But for me, as I mentioned previously, to see some key figures like the Honorable Buay, the National Youth Organizer, some of these very faces and voices of the NPP going into the constituency to campaign hard and vigorously for Mr. Boateng is an indication that they do expect a tough race. One of the things that, for me, some of these elections or some of these by-elections or even some of the primaries have taught us is that regardless of who the main party people want to back, that voters have shown us, whether it's the party delegates or whether it's the voters in the constituency, have shown us that by and large they would still vote for the candidates that they want to vote for. And I just hope that it's also one of the angles that all those campaigning for a given candidate are keeping that in perspective, that eventually people would still vote for who they want to vote for.
Doc, thank you for those thoughts. Now let's focus on another crucial angle to all of these discussions we're having. There is Alan Kwejo Tremating and his Afa Franto movement for change. Now the Alliance for Revolutionary Change, because it's brought on board some 9 groupings, and he is hoping to make a dent, an impact as far as election 2024 is concerned. But interestingly, in Adenta, we have a situation there where a stalwart of the MPP, or at least someone who has been in the fray, who defected to Alan Chemating's movement, is now defecting back to the MPP and carrying supposedly thousands of voters. My colleague Sweetie Abochi was there yesterday and came through with this report, after which we'll delve into the issue.
It has become evidently clear that we made a mistake. And I'll repeat, it has become evidently clear that we made a mistake that we humbly admit and ready to work to ensure that its dire effect is reversed or averted. Since the 7th February 2024 speech by His Excellency the flag bearer of the MPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, we have been asking ourselves questions that borders on the future of this country and the very Ghana that we young people want. It has become unarguably clear that amongst all the political leaders, Dr. Bawumia has so far been the one who has clearly articulated the Ghana story. Where we have come from, where we have, what we have to achieve. In order for us to realize the dream of seeing the Ghana we want or seeing Ghana grow, we are left with no other choice than to rally behind. You know how difficult it is when you go and you are coming back. Some people will not be happy, even though some people will also be happy. They've encouraged us in a good manner, and they're expecting us to be confident in anything we are doing and just always think clearly and also always think twice about every decision we want to make. I'm saying on authority that nobody has bribed us and nobody can bribe us. I don't know what me as a businessman, and I don't know who can tell me in this country that they've held my hand to any length. You can't bribe me. We are doing fine. We are perfect where we are. But the time comes, you need to rethink your decision because it's all about the future of this country.
So you heard that Alfred Abebio Kumi with the MPP. Then he decided to go along with Alan Kwejo Chemating. And now he is saying, we've seen a few things and we have thought through the matter and we are coming back into the fold. Are you happy? I mean, these are some members coming back into your party. Those are votes, more votes that you have secured.
Every party's constitution is what governs the political parties. And every party looks at numbers. It is numbers that wins elections.
True.
So definitely, if people are coming into your party, you have to be happy that if they have taken a decision in the past that they have seen that, no, it was a wrong decision, and they have taken another decision to go back to their roots. I believe that it is something that is very welcoming. I've heard them talk about having re-engagement with leadership of the party at the constituency level and other leadership of the party.
But a quick one, lest I forget. You know, your party's constitution is clear. Once they defected, they ceased being members of the MPP, yes. Right? So now what is the process?
The same party's constitution gives you the window to write to the party requesting a comeback. So if they have said that they have had engagement with the leadership of the party in respect of this particular direction, I mean that they have triggered another aspect of the party's constitution to get back to where they rightfully belong.
So can we say currently, on the back of that presser and everything, that they have been reinstated as members of the MPP?
I can't indicate this perfectly because I have not been engaged in this particular process, but the party works...
But you know what the constitution says?
Yeah, the party works in different structures, from the polling station to electoral area to constituency to regional and then to national. So these persons might have engaged the constituency. I've heard them because I was on your one of your media stations in multimedia, where they were called, they indicated the engagements that they have done within the party leadership. And I believe that once that one is also triggered, it's a valid point within the statutes of the party's constitution, of which they have to be given an amnesty or be re-engaged in terms of their members.
So, in other words, Moyo Mawawa too, you're welcoming them back into the MPP?
Definitely those leadership at that particular angle, if it be it the constitution.
No, I mean you're happy, right?
Yeah, but I haven't put, I expect numbers.
Okay, all right. Let me bring in Courage Nobe. He is Deputy Director of Communications with the Movement for Change, now together with the other entities, the Alliance for Revolutionary Change. Courage, good morning.
Good morning, Ben.
It's good to have you join the conversation. Here you are, you had some support. It appears some of your support base is breaking away. He's popularly known as Adenta Kumi, Alfred Abibio Kumi. He says the decision to come along with Alan Chemating was not a good one, and based on what they see, they are reverting to the membership of the MPP. How do you feel about that?
Thank you very much, Ben. I think I'll begin with this quote from our first president, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, who says, "Revolutions are brought about by men, men who think as men of action and act as men of thought." So when we began this in September 2023, we're clear in our minds that we need certain caliber of people, particularly men of conviction, to be able to drive this home. In the excitement of the moment, we knew some would join our ranks who may not have the cojones or the stealth necessary to go the full haul. So we've been expecting this.
You were expecting defections. You were expecting it.
So we are expecting that a few of the people who do not have the mettle to go the full haul will fall off. Because whereas we agree that politics is about numbers, weaklings don't add much to it. And they're actually a disadvantage. It's a disadvantage to have weaklings in your fold. So if by the grace of God...
So you're referring to Alfred Abibio Kumi as a weakling?
I'm stating a position on all that is happening. That the men who would see this revolution come to fruition, like the likes of Dr. Abu Sakara, the likes of Duke Sasu, the likes of Bishop Dr. Samuel Ninoy Mensah, and a host of others.
The likes of ODK.
Yes, thousands spread across the country who have seen what we are trying to do to move this country from poverty to prosperity, supporting a candidate who has a solid track record of performance both in private and public sector, who has the most important characteristic of the president who can build a nation, integrity on his side, whose character is without blemish. That is what we are about. Thousands of young people, see what we are trying to do, and they've come on board, and a lot more people continue to engage, some with their own political entity. So that is what we are building, and that is what we know. In such a move, trying to unseat an establishment that has taken center stage of Ghana's politics, the entire Fourth Republic, for 32 years. It is not something that you can do with weaklings. And so we knew that when the heat gets on and the task begins to look as daunting as we know it is, some who don't have the capacity will fall off for convenience. And so some of these things, for us, I think it's a gain for the movement, to have some of these.
You think the departure of these numbers, Alfred Kumi together with his cohort, it's a gain for the movement? In other words, is this good riddance?
Absolute good riddance. And it is not any number. you know, Alfred is supposed to be part of our communicators. You know, find out the last time he spoke for or represented this movement everywhere or anywhere. You know, we had been aware, I mean, long before that there were some attempts to literally bribe back some of our people into the fold of the NPP, and we'll be monitoring it closely.
Did you say bribe? Did you say bribe?
Oh, yes.
There have been attempts from the MPP end to bribe some of your members to get them back into the MPP.
Yes.
I see. And based on what is your evidence, though?
We've been monitoring that development closely, you know, for close to 3 months now. You know, so that is the extent to which this does not surprise us at all.
So your suspicion is that these people have been influenced?
How does it sound, you know, to you, the kind of reason that is being adduced for this? I have heard elsewhere that one of the reasons why Mr. Kumi said he's left is because on his birthday, Alan Chemate did not call him to wish him happy birthday. Certainly, you cannot have a revolution with people of such mindset.
But you don't know that for a fact. You say you have heard. Let's be fair to the other person. You don't know that for a fact.
Because in his attempt to get some of the people to follow him, when he called on the ask him why, he had to give reason. And what he doesn't know is that as many people as he was calling, they were calling and informing us of his action. So he called me, he said, ABC and D, what is happening? He said, don't worry, the name count. So when you interview him, you know, there were very interesting things that some of our people told him. Asked him to report on it. Even they're supposed, so when he says 6,000 people have elected to follow him, ask him to name 30. He should give you just 30 names. Because we have a robust database of our volunteers. We know everybody, who they are, where they are, and what they are doing for us. So if he says 6,000 of our volunteers have followed him, he should name 30, not 1,000, not 100, just 30 on your show.
So you doubt the numbers he's putting out, the 6,000 and all of that. You say you're not challenging him to name even 100. He should name 30.
30, it is a joke.
Okay, all right. Just clarify this for me, though. The last time Dr. Abu Sakara Foster came here, he said something to the effect that, you know, the ARC, or at least the movement, was going to have some representation in the Ajuase situation. What's the status of that? I just want clarity on that.
No, I mean, as a serious movement, we analyze every situation and decide to have a strategic engagement on it. At this point, I think it will be premature to state any details. It's just that it is a development that we are monitoring closely.
Are you hoping to field a candidate?
We are not fielding a candidate, that I can tell you for sure. But it's a development that we continue to monitor.
Thank you, Courage Nobi, for joining the conversation. He is Deputy Director of Communications, Movement for Change. All right, so let's wind down on this conversation, gentlemen. Interesting dynamics from different angles. But for you, you've made it clear that the NDC is not fielding a candidate in Ajuase. But what are your expectations?
Okay, so just a little bit about Movement for Change and its cluster of other interest groups and how deflections are occurring. I believe that the MPP is acting like any other superpower that would crash in a breakaway. I mean, it happens in political environment, and so it's not strange for our brothers to want to do that. The NDC was faced with NDP. You remember, Nana Kunadu's party when we were in power. I mean, so these things will continue to happen. If you listen to the gentleman who supposedly have joined the broken away with Alan Kojo to form his new political party, or a member of the Alan Chimantin's party who is now coming back. Clearly, there were meetings with MPP leadership. Clearly, he is a business person as opposed to a political activist. And we all know that fundamental characteristics of business people is remaining to be business. Now, the movement for change has now grown from just a breakaway political party to a conglomerate of other political parties coming together to join. If you look at somebody like Abu Sakara, he's run before for presidential elections. If you put him in terms of credibility and integrity, if you put Abu Sakara and you put Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, I would go for Abu Sakara. I mean, if you look at the MPP in terms of scheme, you will always know and realize and agree that Alan Kojo Chimantin is senior to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in terms of political experience, in terms of pedigree of performance. We all know that. But for money, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will not be able to even contest Alan Kojo Chimantin in any election any day, except that he is supported by the president. Everything Bawumia is doing, President Akufo-Addo is behind the shadows. He is the one remoting the political ambition of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's political ambition now is an extension of Akufo-Addo's presidential ambition.
Okay, I need to bring in someone else. So quickly, now, just summarize.
Now, so having said so,
I mean, we've concluded on the key points.
Having said so, the NDC will not frame a candidate, possibly, as I've said.
Right.
But it is important that I remark that the MPP should stay our political party from the conversation of Ajuase, because we are not there. Why are they scared? It's an easy election. Clearly, they are struggling. They are struggling because it's a very difficult election for them. If they claim that the statistics will work, why are they not sleeping to say that, oh, it's our stronghold, so they will vote for us?
Thank you. I'll come to you. I'll give you your fair share. But let me also bring in, I'll come to you, Haruna. Let's also bring in Hansen Date. He joins the conversation via Zoom. Why are we having a conversation with Hansen Date, who says he is the Diaspora Youth Organizer of the MPP? Hey. That is who he is. And he says he has defected to the NDC, okay, because the MPP has lost its values. And he joins the conversation. Hansen, good morning.
Yeah, fine morning, sir.
It's interesting having you. Up until now, I've never had a conversation with you. So where exactly are you based?
Currently, I'm based in Barcelona, Spain.
In Barcelona, Spain. Okay, right. And how did you become the MPP's Diaspora Youth Organizer? Was it through voting? How did you become that?
Yeah, it's through voting, the normal process.
I see. So the MPP caucus in Spain, in Barcelona, or which?
In Spain, in Diaspora, and in Ghana, they are aware of it. They know.
I see. Process. I just want you to situate. I just wanted you to situate it from that angle so that we can know exactly what clout you carry, who you are, and what you represent. And you're saying that you've defected to the NDC. Why?
Because even if you have just said it, I said the MPP has lost its values. And, you know, everybody have a choice of joining a party. I joined this party since 1996. And looking at the things at this particular moment, I've seen a lot of changes. I've seen a lot of different ideologies, which was not part of our founders' ideology. I'll call it a foreign ideology. And these foreign ideologies, I don't buy it. So this makes me to take such decision.
What are these foreign ideologies?
Well, the main ideology of MPP is to fight against corruption. But currently, the foreign one is to promote corruption under Nana Akufo-Addo government. Because if you look at the establishment of a special prosecutor, you will witness with me that it is not meaningful to do that because we are not seeing any impact of this institution. It's like a scam. We are just wasting money on those institutions, you know. And then fighting against corruption has become obvious plain that it's not a sin or it's not anything. We all knew that before Nana Addo came into power. Everybody knew him that he hates corruption. He doesn't like it. So we were 100% sure that he will surely fight against corruption, but you witness of it. You are in Ghana, you know how Ghana is moving now. Even currently, if you send goods through the port, there are a lot of taxes called COVID tax. But let me ask you a question. Even how many COVID cases Ghana reported? And even the whole world, which country is now talking about COVID? Why still Ghana we are still paying a COVID taxes at the port? Bills, light bills, electricity, and other issues. So in fact, if you look at the way my president, Nana Akufo-Addo, when he assumed into office, the way he talked, Ghana beyond aid, the way he preached, you see, now he's no longer saying that. You understand? And the party, there's a disunity in the party now.
So these are the reasons. These are the reasons for which you are defecting. Are you defecting on your own? Are you coming with a group of people? Is it just you, Hansen?
Oh, it's not only me. There are a lot of people. I'm coming with a lot of people.
I see. About how many people are we looking at?
Oh, currently not less than 100.
Not less than 100. But
here,
are you people? Are you?
And beside that, here, through my deflection in Ghana, back home Ghana, a lot of people have changed their mind.
I see.
To go to Sudan West, yes, of course.
A quick one. Will you be coming to vote in the 2024 elections? I don't know about, I mean, we have mechanisms, but sometimes they don't necessarily. Will you come to Ghana to vote, or do you have any plans of voting?
Yes, of course.
So you will come to Ghana and vote in election 2024?
Yes, of course, if God permit.
I see. Just hold for me. I don't need any further engagement, but I'm coming into the studio and maybe they may say something you may need to react to. That's why I want you to hold for me. Haruna, do you know this gentleman, Hansen Date?
I don't know him.
You don't know him?
I was trying to go through the Diaspora executive list, and it looks like it's not on my phone currently. I don't know him, and I need to verify whether actually he's even a youth organizer of our party in Spain.
Diaspora Youth Organizer.
Yes, I need to verify that. But I must say that maybe he has lost touch with the values of the New Patriotic Party. None of the values of the New Patriotic Party has been lost. One of the values is competition. And the New Patriotic Party has always encouraged competition. We went through the polling stations, went through the electoral area, went through constituency, went through the regional elections, went through national, went through parliamentary, went through the presidential. We encourage competition. The MPP believe in property-owning democracy, where we encourage and support businesses to stand on their own.
I know where you're going with this. I'm just trying to draw your attention to something he said. He spoke about the values in terms of fighting corruption. Do you still believe in the fight against corruption?
I'm giving you all the values.
Right.
I'm narrating the values.
No, just stick to that one. Do you still believe in fighting against corruption?
Fighting against corruption is a policy direction of the party, but not a core value. That is what I'm telling you. So he doesn't know.
That's why there's corruption.
These are the values. The values are a bigger picture where you are able to draw up activities in terms of fighting corruption, in terms of developing the capacities of the people, in terms of spreading support to every citizen of Ghana.
Let's cap off the conversation.
Final thoughts of the values of the party.
All right.
And my final thoughts here are that the MPP is ready for election 2024.
Right.
And we are going to make sure that everything that humanly possible that is hinging on the rights of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, that we are able to do to make sure we get the votes of the people of Ghana. My brother was talking about hardship. If you ask the entry point of a teacher in 2016, which was about 12.1, level 12.1, the person was taking somewhere 799. The person could only buy 26 bags of cement. The person could only buy 42 gallons of diesel or fuel. Today, the entry point of that same level is 3,087.75 Ghana cedis. The person can buy 44 bags of cement. The person can buy 49 gallons of fuel. So this tells you that, yes, we are not going to stand at the same place. We have not provided everything that the people of Ghana need. But we have demonstrated that when given the opportunity, the length of time, we'll be able to make sure that the citizen of Ghana get the needed support that he needs to get. We are going to make sure.
I think the point is made. Thank you, Haruna. Just a quick one, though.
Yeah,
Mustafa, do you know this gentleman, Hansen Date? I'll be asking him shortly just what he thinks about it.
No, but we welcome him. Just that I'll be quick to add that we are still in touch with our values as a political party. We welcome him. But in our party, you have to go through the rules. He has to join a branch, apply to join a branch, and a branch will have to admit him as a...
The way you are eagerly, like immediately, you are recruiting the gentleman.
Of course, I'm recruiting, but I must say that we oppose the system. Our principles work. So there are things that you need to do. You have to join a party. The rules are complete.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mustafa. Hansen, your party member here, he's Deputy General Secretary. He says he doesn't know you, that he's checked his list and you don't, on the pink sheets, there's no evidence that you exist.
Yeah, no, the issue is there is a branch here in Spain. So after contacting back home, they said I have to join the branch here, and this branch have to contact the back home of the head office. So just recently, I spoke with them, and then they accepted my letter, and they have my letter.
Yeah, thank you.
Who has your letter?
So he have to. Is what the current chairman of NDC here in Barcelona is having my letter.
So the defection is complete.
It's complete. He called home, and then they said he have to keep the letter. So I think he can verify that in a moment from now.
I see, but in the MPP's books, have you ever been on the books of the MPP?
What?
The NPP. You say you are a Diaspora youth organizer, or you have been. Yeah. Have you ever been on the books of the MPP as such?
Yes. Even if he checked
for how long? For how long?
This last election, 2000, just ended the election, the presidential election. You could see even my name. You could see my details. You could see my picture. If you say no, I can even send it after this conversation. You can go back to the director of MPP International Affairs, and ask him and verify this. So this tells me that he doesn't even have a link with the International Affairs, or he doesn't know much about the MPP diaspora.
All right.
I must tell you that.
But he did though say that he wasn't in the know. It didn't say categorically that. I mean, per the information you have.
I was looking for the album to check on him.
All right.
You asked me personally whether I know him. I don't know him personally.
So thanks for the clarity. That's to be fair to him.
The guy cannot take the corruption again in this government. He can't.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're grateful. Our time is up.
A president who could not even answer whether he took corruption. He was corrupt, whether as a human being. Because he was. You are talking.
So those who joined us for this all-important conversation, we'll see how things go in Ejiso come the 30th. Those who joined the conversation, we had... Gentlemen, please. We had Nana Osei-Bonsu aid Kobena Owusu Ediome. He is aid to Nana Osei-Bonsu, who is aid to Kobena Owusu Ediome. Then there's Alfred Kumi, leader of the 50+1 movement, who says he has defected to the MPP. Courage Nobi is Deputy Director of Communications for the Alliance for Change, which is now the Alliance for Revolutionary Change, or the Movement for Change, which is now the Alliance for Revolutionary Change. Hansen Date joined the conversation, Diaspora youth organizer of the MPP, who has now defected. Haruna Mohammed in the studio, Deputy General Secretary of the MPP, and of course, Mustafa Gbande on the other end, Deputy General Secretary of the NDC. Gentlemen, thank you once more for joining. Stay with us. There's still a lot more coming your way right here on the AM Show. We'll be right back.
Bafo, Senior Minister Yao Osafo Maf. What a solid team.
This is an unaware government.
It is your essential guide to the pulse of Ghana's democracy. Election Brief offers you a front row seat to the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and comprehensive coverage.
What does this mean? We therefore project it is almost statistically impossible for President John Dramani Mahama to achieve 50% plus one. Our projection is that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will win the 2016 presidential election.
The champion, undefeated.
During this campaign season, our experienced team of reporters will bring you exclusive insights, breaking news, and unbiased reporting from every corner of Ghana.
The people have met him with excitement and they keep chanting Savior to imply that they believe that he holds the key to turning the economic fortunes of the country.
As Vice President, I am like a driver's mate. But by the grace of God, if you make me the president, I will be in the driver's seat with constitutional.
We dive deep into the strategies, the promises, and the people shaping the future of our country. Election Brief isn't just about the headlines. It is about the voices of the people.
This is an election. These people came to us that they are going to maintain everyone. And here lies the case. We have the videos, evidence. And now they've taken our names out. Look at the number of people here. And you expect us to let the election go on. Never.
Join the conversation and have your say. Your voice matters in shaping Ghana's future. Catch the Election Brief every weekday from 2 to 2:30 p.m. only on JoyNews. JoyNews, your election headquarters.
Thanks for joining us on Focus on Africa. I'm Waihiga Mwaura.
This is a covert operation on the hunt to catch a criminal.
We've been here for nearly a week and this camp seems to grow every day.
The nightmare of hyperinflation has haunted Zimbabwe for over 20 years now.
Why is racism seemingly such a hard nut to crack for La Liga?
I think they are the first to say that they have not done enough.
Now to a new bill that could change the lives of African students in the United Kingdom, but not for the better. Well, joining me now in studio is Anita Nkonge, the BBC's youth reporter. I imagine there have been quite some reactions to that announcement by the UK government.
Yes, a whole bunch of mixed reactions.
For months, I've been investigating a form of blackmail that has become so prevalent in Nigeria that it's got its own name: Keto.
How widespread would you say this blackmail phenomenon known as Keto is in Nigeria?
Every week they get about 20 to 30 reports of cases of people saying that they either were close to be blackmailed.
The BBC's Umaru Fofana is in Freetown.
Hardly would anybody have predicted that in our lifetime we would see it lying down like this.
Climate change is here.
and still, it is here. We have to change our ways, or it is going to teach us a lot of lessons.
The Ajuase Living Water Expedition is a research expedition and also a swim to draw attention to the influx of textiles to Ghana, specifically second-hand clothing waste.
What can the citizens themselves do to protect themselves?
So look at how you can empower the health sector, education and agriculture and the water sector.
It is not that Spain is a racist country, but that they acknowledge that there is a problem of education that must be dealt with.
The BBC's Nyasha Michelle has been talking to the British actress and finding out more about the show.
What would you say to those who are saying it's pushing a particular Afrocentrism narrative?
Why, if there's a possibility that she might have been of biracial heritage, she can't be played by an actress of biracial heritage?
From me and the rest of the Focus on Africa team, it's goodbye.
You're still watching the AM show, from the defections to welcoming defected parties to other parties. Let's now focus our attention to something more musical and entertaining. I'm talking about the Harmonious Chorale GH. I don't know if you've been following, but I've listened to them a couple of times, and if they serenade you, you feel like the angels themselves are singing for you. In the studio with me this morning is Amanda Ifua to tell us all about the Varick experience.
Hello.
Good morning, Amanda.
Good morning. You look very lovely.
Oh, thank you. You look good yourself.
Thank you so much.
And in about 10 minutes when we conclude this conversation, I'm hoping you can serenade me before you go.
Well, you know, when the discussion we had downstairs, I said I usually don't sing on Tuesdays.
Just like I'm only married on Mondays. Okay, we can make it work. Anyway,
thank you for having us.
It's good to have you in the studio.
So
what's the latest on your plate? I know you have some calendar activities.
Yes.
So what's happening
we
with
do.
the Harmonious Chorale?
You know, one thing about Harmonious Chorale, for the past 17 years, we have dedicated our time, our skill, and everything to remaining relevant in the music scene on the African continent and in Ghana and in the whole world as a whole. So every year we have certain calendar events marked for the whole year. We have about 3 major events marked on the calendars for the whole year. And this year's is no exception. We are starting the year big with the Festival of Praise and Worship, which is one of the major calendar events on our calendar.
And you're calling that the Varick experience. Is that in any way connected to James Varick Ama, the founder of...
You are too smart, yes.
Tell me about it.
So the Festival of Praise and Worship itself is a major event on its own with the choir. But this year marks 40 years of James's life on this earth. I mean, his contribution to music and everything, he's one of the most prolific composers that we have here in our country. And he turns 40 this coming Saturday. So we are using the opportunity, the Festival of Praise and Worship 6 opportunity to celebrate him. We've dubbed it the Varick experience because when you come to the venue on Sunday, you're going to listen to just his music. All the choirs, all the artists that are coming are going to sing his music throughout the concerts on Sunday.
Does he have that much songs?
He's written a lot of songs. I mean, he's very young, but he's been blessed in all ways music, and he's composed a lot of songs. Some of the songs we sing that we don't even know that he composed them. Yes, you'll be surprised to hear a lot of them when you come to the event.
And you said it's the Festival of Praise and Worship 6.
Yes.
Is that the 6th edition or the 6th year?
This is the 6th edition. We have done it a couple of years. The first time was when we're celebrating our mother, Reverend Dr. Joyce Ayi, when she turned 70, about 8 years back. That was the first edition. So we've done a couple of them, and this is the 6th edition.
They say life starts at 40. I hope someone can serenade.
Well,
right. So what's happening, where, and when?
So on the 28th of April 2024 at the Accra International Conference Center, the Harmonious Chorale is presenting the Festival of Praise and Worship 6, dubbed the Varic Experience.
Okay.
So
what time?
It's at 5 p.m.
Okay.
on the dot. Not even 01. I mean, one thing about Harmonious Chorale, we stick to our time, 5 p.m. sharp, we are done. We're collaborating with a lot of other choirs here in Ghana. We're having the Akosombo choir, they are from Winneba, and we are also collaborating with the Evergreen Winneba Youth Choir. We've invited Kofi Owusu-Pepra. Ife Grace is on the bill as well. Neo Kind and Virtue Music, they are on the bill. And Lodina the Soprano is on the bill as well for the night. And
Did
then
you say Kofi Owusu-Pepra?
Yes.
I heard Kofi Owusu-Pepra.
He's on the bill. Lodina the Soprano is on the bill. And then Team Eternity Ghana is on the bill as well.
Okay.
So it's going to be fireworks back and back, celebrating the goodness of God for 40 years for the founder and executive director's life. And then also a way of joining with Ghanaians to corporately give thanks to God for the first quarter of a very fast year. It's been a very, very eventful and fast year. So
time flies when you're having fun or
I
doing
know,
something
right?
meaningful.
I know, right?
I'm glad you also think it's fast. It means
It's
you're
going
doing
very
something.
fast,
Yeah.
yes. And it's been very eventful. A lot of things have been happening, but look at God keeping us through it all.
You also mentioned that there's some 17 years anniversary in there somewhere.
Well, this year, the choir turns 17.
Okay.
Yes, we've been in existence since 2007 when the group was launched. So, I mean, we've been keeping it going. We've been pushing the agenda of choral music here in Ghana and outside there as well for 17 years.
Congratulations in
Thank
advance.
you very much.
So, our tickets for sale is entry free?
No.
Okay.
I mean, arts music is relatively expensive here in Ghana.
Okay.
So we are selling tickets. Regular tickets go for 100 cedis.
Okay.
And then the VIP goes for 200 cedis.
Okay.
As far as our VIP is really VIP. So we've already put out a communique there on what you stand to get when you buy our VIP tickets. But every member of the Harmonious Chorale has tickets for sale.
Okay.
But then if you need tickets, you can call 0276 389 747. 0276 389 747 or 0245 875249. Or in these days of digitalization, you can go online and dial *713 *33 *000 hash.
Please take that again.
*713 *33 *000 hash.
Okay.
And purchase a ticket for yourself and your loved ones.
Now, let's pretend today is not Tuesday and wrap it up with just a bridge of one of Varic's songs. Just one. To build up some sort of excitement for those who want to purchase a ticket. What are they coming to see? Just show us something.
Let me just make sure my pasta is not watching.
Let's get into it.
But Diana Minfanda Yehoah Asi Wani Yemamida. That song was composed by James Varicoma. Yes.
Thank you.
As Papa Biamati, Oye, all those are compositions of our founder and executive director, who we are very proud of, by the way.
Thank you so much, Amanda.
Thank you so much.
I feel like it's Monday all over again. Amanda Efua-Brakwa is part of the PR team for the Harmonious Chorale GH, and come 28th of April at 5 p.m. at the Accra International Conference Center. You want to be there for the Varic Experience, songs that elevate you to angelic status. There's still more coming up on the AM show. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you very much. All right, we'll be right back.
By the end of the 4 years of my term in office as president, Accra will be the cleanest city in Africa.
Our rivers are choked. Our streets are hoarding it. Our landfills bursting. Our trash bags overflowing. And even the air we breathe carries it. Filth, it is everywhere.
Normally, there is a container here where they put the boiler inside. But right now, they haven't brought the container back.
The Filth exhibition, a JoyNews series, presents the alarming state of waste management, sanitation, and refuse left in our communities, presenting a compelling and urgent need for action.
September 2023, the management of the VRA opened the spillways of the Akosombo Dam. Millions of gallons of water rushed out, destroying everything on its path. Then the blame game began.
From VRA all the way to the very top, they owe us explanations.
The forecast gave the indication that we are not supposed to expect too much water into the reservoir. But in August, the situation changed.
Our forecast did not change.
After the floods, 36,000 people remain displaced, reeling under the heavy weight of neglect.
Some of the ladies, they are in their menses, and how they will bath, change themselves, nothing. They can't do anything, so maybe they'll be in one part. As I'm talking to you now, me myself, I'm also a victim.
After the floods, JoyNews returns to speak to the affected people to understand their pain and to understand why an engineering decision should cause such havoc.
I'm very much annoyed with VRA, and we are not hearing anything from them.
They have to come to our aid and support us and give us compensation.
After the floods, a JoyNews hotline documentary coming soon.
In this age of reality shows, you want to stay updated with what's happening, what's interesting, and who is doing what. It's time now for us to talk about I'm in Love with Buay. Now, a little background. I think I was about 16 or 17 years old when I first heard about this I'm in Love with Buay, and I thought I was so confused why a lot of women lined up to select one man. And so many years later, this is the second season. In the studio with me now for this conversation is Joe Parker, the Buay II, and Nee Shed, the coordinator for the show or the program I'm in Love with Buay. Gentlemen, welcome to the studio.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
You are the coordinator.
Yes, please.
Why has it taken so long to come up with a second season? Only because I'm familiar with the show.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, then lucky you.
Ah.
So that means anybody who's not familiar with the show is I wouldn't say not lucky, but the opposite of what I just said.
Go ahead.
Okay, it has taken quite a long because, you know, anytime you want to come up with something very huge, it needs a lot of preparation. Right now, we have people on board who comes out with something which is not well matured, like it hasn't taken the time to grow. Okay. And you realize that in the course of it, it collapses. And by the grace of God, we have a backbone like Mommy Hannah and Reverend Purity and Greg. You know, we have people, Auntie Nadia, and people who are holding this thing, and which by the grace of God, it can never collapse.
Right.
Yeah.
So just let's get into the details. How many women are participating in this competition to get the attention of Buay #2 before I come to Buay?
Okay, actually, initially we wanted to give 5 or 6 women, but our king is so strong that 5 to 6 women can't actually handle him. And he's so handsome that he has to, the women has to go through the process of struggling emotionally, rationally, just to make sure that they win the heart of this beautiful king.
I have my own reservations about all that you've said, but
Okay.
Buay #2, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How did you become Buay #2?
Okay.
I thought the first one was because the man was actually called Buay, right?
No.
Or it was just the name of the show?
Yeah, that's
so
the
how
name
did
of
you
the show.
how did you become
So,
Buay?
sorry, any of our king is Buay. So he's Buay II.
That's fine.
Sure.
So Buay II.
Yes, please.
How did you become Buay II?
Okay, I became Buay II after a very vigorous audition process. And here I am, lucky to bear the name Buay the second.
Okay.
Yeah.
But how would you describe yourself to someone who doesn't know? Who's Joe Parker?
Okay, so Joe Parker is a young, dynamic, calm individual. You know, I'm a journalist, a trained journalist for that matter. Yes, I am 100% Ghanaian. A lot of people think, sorry, a lot of people think I'm not Ghanaian, but I'm 100% Ghanaian.
Okay.
I am an Anglo from Kliko in the Volta region. Masavogba.
That's right. Okay. All right. So, what do you look out for in women, and why did you choose to do the show, to be the king, caught in the attention of so many women, so that they can win your heart? Okay. So, personally, I believe that a king shouldn't have a designated place, or no king has been given a specific place to find his or his queen. So anywhere or how far the search can take him to find his queen, there are no limits. Okay.
He has to go ahead.
Is this fun for you?
Of course, I envisage a lot of fun going into the show. You know, it's something that's going to catch a lot of attention.
Right.
Once Joy Prime is on board and then everyone is going to watch, it's going to be a lot of fun, attention. You know, we are going to learn a lot as well. People are going to learn a lot, and it's going to be an opportunity for people to also, you know, progress.
Have you seen the ladies?
Yes, I've had the opportunity. Yes.
You have an eye out for one already?
Everyone has a chance. Everyone has an opportunity to be the queen.
Okay. Yes. Mr. Coordinator of I'm in Love with Buay, what should we expect on the second season of the show?
Okay. The first one went amazingly well, and the second one is actually going to be the best of it. In fact, we are the only reality show, in fact, the reality show that feeds people emotionally, rationally, and spiritually. We are going to give you everything, you know, everything which makes someone, how do I say, dope when it comes to relationship. We are going to give everything to you, and we are promising our audible audience that whatever they are expecting are going to be served.
So, Humomi, what is the criteria for eviction? Because out of these 13 women, you'll be dropping them along the line as the episodes progress, right?
Sure.
What's the criteria for eviction?
Personally, everybody has the chance of winning, like he said, but then 30% will have to do with us, but 70% is with the audience, because we respect the views of our audience so well, and it's going to be through vote and anything which is admitted to winning.
Okay. So what else do you win aside the king? What's the winning prize?
We have a lot of things. We have a lot of packages which we don't really want them to know. Mostly people, we don't want people's attention to go to the materialistic stuffs, because this is something we don't want to take for fun. You have to win the king, and it has to work well. It shouldn't be about you winning the king, then you know, we have people who will come just because... Are
you saying that at the end of the show, you're expecting whoever the lucky lady is to actually marry the man?
I wouldn't say we wouldn't force you into it, but that is our anticipation, and we are not going to force you into it. Okay. But our anticipation is that whatever we are doing here shouldn't be out of fun. Because Mommy Hannah is a very busy woman, Reverend Purity is a very busy woman. In fact, everybody on board are very busy, and we wouldn't just come on board just to get a woman for a king.
So it's not just show business?
No.
Joe Parker, is this not show business for you, or you're actually looking for love?
this I wouldn't say, if we say it's out of show business, it will be a lie.
Okay, I want to hear from Joe Parker. Okay. Joe Parker, is this show business, or are you looking for love?
It's not show business.
Okay.
Okay, so as the name of the show is I'm in Love with Buay. Buay is here.
Okay.
Fight for his love. Let's see who wins.
All right. Any final words before we wrap this up?
Okay, my final words. We'd love to give a big shout out to Joy Prime. They have been the biggest platform and the biggest support for this, and other social media partners. We'd like to thank all the board, Mommy Hannah, Reverend Purity, and our king. We'd like to thank him also. At least he's been a very amazing person, very humble. We'd like to thank all the 13 maidens, and then we wish them the best of luck. And we thank you, beautiful, too, and the board.
Thank you.
Sure.
Buay the second.
Hello, sweetie.
Final words. Aside, I don't want final words to be Buay is here, I'm the king, earn me.
Okay. So yes, we are very grateful to Joy Prime for giving us this amazing platform. Okay. And we want to assure our viewers that Buay, I'm in Love with Buay Season 2 is going to be one of the best reality shows that has ever happened. So they should keep their taps locked. and then we'll give them the best.
All right. So look forward to the show. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to give a big shout out to my wife. She's
Okay.
been the inspiration, because working with the theme, sometimes I have to come home very late, yet she understands everything. And a big shout out to my wife, she's Sandra.
Congratulations, Sandra. Your husband is giving you a big shout out. But that's how we're wrapping up on this belt of the conversation. I'm in love with Buay TV show, reality show, where 13 women compete for the love and attention of the King Buay II. Stay tuned. There's still a lot more coming your way.
Human being has the right to a livable world, and to secure that livable world, all the rich nations and all the international financial organizations must transform the standard of doing business.
And it's always a good time. Any time is a good time to talk about prostate issues.
One thing I want to say is this, that thankfully I got prostate cancer and survived it.
If you have prostate cancer, that means it's a death sentence. It's not so.
I don't think all the prostate people go through the symptoms. You know, there are symptoms that are sort of like red flags. I didn't really go through any symptoms per se, you know. Okay. I just remember having frequent urination.
I mean, it's a man thing, and they say men have ego, we are alphas and all of that. So all of a sudden, boss, you know, they feel boss.
Masturbation.
The boys are watching you.
And
say what?
Frequent sex is not a risk factor for developing a prostate cancer.
Welcome back on the AM show. We tell you about the United Nations Development Program and, of course, the Innovate for Clean Agricultural Technologies. That is InfoCAT. And we're hosting in the studio to expand on that, give us all the nitty-gritty. Dr. Ferdinand Tonye, he is a research fellow with the United Nations University and the INRA. Doc, thank you for joining the conversation.
Thank you for having me.
So this is rather, you say innovate for clean agricultural technologies. It's innovative and there's a whole lot to it. I know there are different angles to the conversation, including sustainable energy, innovation in agriculture, among others. But let's take them apart, starting with why this initiative in the first place.
Okay, good morning to all who are watching, and greetings from the United Nations University Institute for Natural Resources in Africa. We've headquarters based in Accra, University of Ghana campus. So this initiative is an initiative that is within one of our core mandate, looking at managing natural resources in Africa, doing research, and then providing policy direction to, or suggesting policy to policymakers to be able to change some things that could help the continent. So Innovate for Clean Agricultural Technologies is an initiative that have identified some gap when it comes to innovation in Africa. A lot of young people have very great ideas, but they are not able to have funds to be able to implement those ideas. So from our previous research, we realized that there is funds limiting a lot of innovation in Africa. And then we've also realized that agriculture is mostly more of whole and tool, cutlass kind of sector.
So it's not mechanized?
Yeah, it's not.
Still using basic tools?
Basic tools. And for us to be able to come out of that and empower the agriculture sector, there must be a mechanization. And then we can't say we want to start from just at the high top. We need to start from the smallest ever machines that you can think of. So this initiative is looking at providing funding for innovators, young innovators, and our focus is also on the young women innovators, to empower them with funds so that they can be able to develop a technology or an idea they have and be able to pilot it in communities, in agriculture communities, and then to help women to be able to maximize their production and then improve the economic livelihood. So,
and now that you're talking about women, at least as far as the smallholder farmers are concerned, they form the majority.
Sure.
Smallholder farmers, a little here, a little cassava, a little maize, plantain, 80%. And of that number, the majority are women.
Yes.
Is that why you're targeting women in this?
Very, very much. And then we've also, from our previous research, we've also identified that women, when it comes to this green technology space, few women are found there. A lot of businesses are owned by men, and but they are huge when it comes to the agriculture sector. So as we talk about energy transition or green revolution, we cannot leave the women behind. We need to empower them. So that is why this initiative is looking at young people, young innovators, but with more focus on women. It doesn't mean that men cannot benefit from this program, but we'll be giving privilege to women to come up with their innovation to solve problems that a lot of women find in the various agricultural value chains.
So interesting dynamics. We've spoken about women in agriculture. And what other findings did you come up with that maybe you'd like to share with us before we move on?
Great. So one of the findings we've also come across is a lot of young innovators have ideas, not specifically maybe gone through the normal education system, gone to university, done engineering or whatever, but they have very nice ideas in their small corner. So they need that mentorship. They need to be helped to fine-tune the ideas. So with this program, when an innovator is shortlisted for his nice ideas, he wants to develop a technology, what we do is that we partner you, or you form a team with an expert from the universities and the research institutions, and they will help.
Universities where? In Ghana? In that country?
In Ghana.
Okay.
In that country. The project is being done in 3 countries. We are doing it in Senegal, and we are also doing it in Cote d'Ivoire and in Ghana.
Right.
So in these countries, we will be paired with experts who will help you fine-tune your technology. You'll be taken through a lot of training, and then after that, the expert will be part of your group to be given a challenge from the farmers, the women farmers. This is the challenge. We harvest granite, and we spend a lot of hours to pluck the pods, when you could use a machine in just 30 minutes to do that. But they spend many days. So we present you with the challenge, and when you sit with the women and then come out with a technology that will be able to solve that. But that technology must be green. What I mean by green, it must be powered by renewable energy source.
Okay.
And a technology that will not depend on, in quote, dirty fuels like diesel, petrol. No, we are looking at going into the green revolution, looking at a technology that will be a standalone technology that you don't wait, you don't receive bills from ECG or any power selling company.
Okay, so mechanization to do more. So you're targeting sustainable agriculture through mechanization. You're also looking at sustainable energy.
Yes.
How are you going about that?
All right. So currently we've engaged a lot of stakeholders. We've engaged entrepreneurs, policymakers. We have a partnership with the Ministry of Agri. They are women. They have a division called Women in Agri.
Yeah.
So they are on board. And then we're currently going to roll out a call for innovation, which will be up by next week. All innovators, all interested parties should be looking out for that. And the call will come out, and then we'll shortlist. We do a vetting, we'll go through a vetting process. We shortlist some number of innovators, take them through another training for them to go back, come and then present their technologies again. When you are shortlisted, we are doing 10 for Ghana.
That is after the fine-tuning?
No, they just, they need to get the understanding of what we are looking for, these innovations we are looking at. So after you have been shortlisted, you are taken through some 2 days training.
Okay.
And then you come and pitch. So the few shortlisted, about 20, 30, they come and pitch because we are picking only 10 for Ghana. So you pitch, and when you are lucky and your technology comes up, 10 of them will be funded. You can have some funding for up to $7,400 to pilot the technology, design and pilot it. And then those 10 who get the opportunity to receive that money each would pilot it, and we do research, technical appraisal of the technology. Is it working? Are people liking the technology? If there's something you need to fine-tune, we support you to go and fine-tune it. And the best technology in each country will be given some seed money to expand his business, to be able to expand business and do great business and employ more people and then provide service to the agriculture sector. So that final person is receiving some money close to $37,000 US.
Oh, I
so
see.
That's a good money.
So that means the ultimate beneficiary would have got 7,400 initially for the piloting and all of that.
That's right.
And then an extra 37,000 plus.
When you win the best in each country.
Yeah, I see. Right before you go, just very briefly. So what else must someone like this know? How do people get involved? Very quickly, and then we can wrap.
Great. So as I mentioned, you can be checking for the adverts on the www.justice.africa.
www.justice.
Justice spelled JUSTIS.
Okay, Justice.
Yes.
JUSTIS.
Africa.
Africa.
Yes,
okay.
you can. The call will be, it's even up there, but the main form will be out by next week. And then you can also look for UNU, INRA.
Okay.
United Nations University Institute for Natural Resource in Africa. On various social media platforms. Facebook, you can look for us on even on our website, and this course will be out there for you to try. So all innovators who have great ideas, this is a big opportunity for you to fine-tune and pilot your ideas and win a good money to expand your business.
Thank you, Doc, for coming through and for these opportunities for young people, for women, and for those in agriculture. And that has been my conversation with Dr. Ferdinand Tonye. He's a research fellow at the United Nations University. And we'll be capping off the conversation, everything we've been doing today shortly on the AM show. We're bringing you our photo of the day. You want to stay for that as we wrap.
Welcome to the end of today's edition of the AM Show, but you know why we are here. It's because of this photo you can see on your screens by the colored Mensa, and he captions it, "Don't worry, be happy, child beggars captured at first light." Benjamin, how does this make you feel?
Happy and sad. Happy that they are smiling, and I see a lot of them sad because these street urchins have no business being there and selling anything, but it's because of the failures of our system. But it's good to see them smiling. You know, children have this, they don't see life as, take it as seriously as we adults do. And sometimes you see them smiling, laughing through situations that are not laughable, but they are innocent souls. Let me just put it that way.
This is a little song I wrote. You want to sing it from
note to note, but don't worry.
Hey.
Bobby McFerrin is not in the building, but we wish you happiness.
We
like
wish
I said,
you light.
Oh yes, I was about. Yes, we wish you light wherever you find yourself. We wish you the best of the day. My name is Benjamin Akakwa, and
I'm Sweetie Abochi. Thank you so much for watching. We're back again tomorrow from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. It's bye for now.
September 2023, the management of the VRA opened the spillways of the Akosombo Dam. Millions of gallons of water rushed out, destroying everything on its path. Then the blame game began.
From VRA all the way to the very top, they owe us explanations.
The forecast gave the indication that we are not supposed to expect too much water into the reservoir. But in August, the situation changed.
Our forecast did not change.
After the floods, 36,000 people remain displaced, reeling under the heavy weight of neglect.
Some of the ladies, they are in their menses, and how they will bath, change themselves, nothing. They can't do anything, so maybe they'll be in one part. As I'm talking to you now, me myself, I'm also a victim.
After the floods, JoyNews returns to speak to the affected people to understand their pain and to understand why an engineering decision should cause such havoc.
I'm very much annoyed with VRA, and we are not hearing anything from them.
They have to come to our aid and support us and give us compensation.
After the floods, a JoyNews hotline documentary coming soon.
For the Jubilee House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It is time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching.
We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there is one name you can trust for your election coverage. JoyNews, your elections headquarters.
Our team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines.
The election headquarters for an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
It's always a good time. Any time is a good time to talk about prostate issues.
One thing I want to say is this, that thankfully I got prostate cancer and survived it.
If you have prostate cancer, that means it's a death sentence. it's not so.
I don't think
things were not so
all the prostate people go through the symptoms. You know, there are symptoms that are sort of like red flags. I didn't really go through any symptoms per se, you know.
Okay.
I just remember having frequent urination.
I mean, it's a man thing, and they say men have ego, we are alphas and all of that. So all of a sudden, boss, you know, they feel boss.
Masturbation
The boys are watching.
and frequent sex is not a risk factor for developing a prostate cancer.
Thanks for joining us on Focus on Africa. I'm Waihiga Mwaura.
This is a covert operation on the hunt to catch a criminal.
We've been here for nearly a week and this camp seems to grow every day.
The nightmare of hyperinflation has haunted Zimbabwe for over 20 years now.
Why is racism seemingly such a hard nut to crack for La Liga?
I think they are the first to say that they have not done enough.
Now to a new bill that could change the lives of African students in the United Kingdom, but not for the better. Well, joining me now in studio is Anita Nkonge, the BBC's youth reporter. I imagine there have been quite some reactions to that announcement by the UK government?
Yes, a whole bunch of mixed reactions.
For months, I've been investigating a form of blackmail that has become so prevalent in Nigeria that it's got its own name: keto.
How widespread would you say this blackmail phenomenon known as keto is in Nigeria?
Every week they get about 20 to 30 reports of cases of people saying that they either were close to be blackmailed.
The BBC's Umaru Fofana is in Freetown.
Hardly would anybody have predicted that in our lifetime we would see it lying down like this.
Climate change is here, and it's telling us it is here. We have to change our ways, or it is going to teach us a lot of lessons.
The Ajuase Living Water Expedition is a research expedition and also a swim to draw attention to the influx of textiles to Ghana, specifically second-hand clothing waste.
What can the citizens themselves do to protect themselves?
So look at how you can empower the health sector, education and agriculture and the water sector.
It is not that Spain is a racist country, but that they acknowledge that there is a problem of education that must be dealt with.
The BBC's Nyasha Michelle has been talking to the British actress and finding out more about the show.
What would you say to those who are saying it's pushing a particular Afrocentrism narrative?
Why, if there's a possibility that she might have been of biracial heritage, she can't be played by an actress of biracial heritage?
From me and the rest of the Focus on Africa team, it's goodbye.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to JoyNews. That's we're coming to you live from our studios in Kokomlimle. Coming up this morning, prepare for more blackouts as minority spokesperson on Parliament's Mines and Energy Committee reveals Gridco will be shedding at least 500 megawatts for the entire week.
That this week, Gridco has written to the ministry to inform them they will be shedding load of 500 megawatts every day. And yet, government officials have instructed ECT not to issue the load shedding timetable.
More as he claims the power distributors are under instruction not to provide a timetable despite the certainty of outages. Ghana Health Service urges the Ghanaian public to return to mask wearing and other COVID-19 protocols as it confirms what it says are sporadic new cases of the infection, especially in the capital, Accra. Details as the service advises Ghanaians who test positive for COVID-19 to isolate for up to 7 days. Plus, apologize to the people of Ajuase. So that's the call from Imani President Franklin Kujo to Roads Minister Senso Buay, who warns constituents against voting for any other candidate rather than the NPP's Kwabena Boateng.
What the road minister is communicating is not fair, and it appears to me even secondary school politics have actually evolved than even this. This politics of might is stronger, and that the fact that I'm in power, that means people who are closer to me must be able to lobby me to get projects. It's unfortunate.
Do stay for details. Residents of the Upper West region have added their voice, urging government to come out with a timetable to enable them plan their daily activities. Business persons offering secretarial services, students and workers say the frequent unplanned power cuts are affecting the activities, with students bearing the most brunt as they are unable to study for their exams. JoyNews' Upper West region correspondent Rafiq Salam reports.
Unplanned power outages and punishing high temperatures, making lives uncomfortable for residents of the Upper West region. For several months, businesses have been suffering as a result of the former, making residents struggle for survival.
Residents of the Wallo community, by extension the Upper West region, are really smart the issue of power outages, otherwise known as Dumso, but locally it's known as Akosombo. People who are into businesses, organizations, officers are really smartened from it. They are saying that it is not really helping them. Some few minutes ago, there were these two generators that were really making loud noises right here. So we are currently here to talk to the people who are managing these businesses and see how things are panning out.
Standby generators are often used, especially by few people, to run their businesses during the power outages. Others who cannot afford the services of a standby generator feel the pinch and pain and sit down like Egyptian mummies seeking for help. Lutfia Yahya is the manageress of Ludness Ventures. They are offering secretarial services, sale of stationaries and other office equipment.
The first effect of the light outs mostly is it spoils a lot of our machines. That's the first effect. And then sometimes when it's like that and the machine shut off without you following the normal procedure to shut it down, when you want to on it again, there's a code that will come that gives you a lot of problems. You rather will incur a cost of changing part of it or something. And then secondly, when the light went out off like that, we are forced to put on the generator. That is additional cost that we add to our business. But we still cannot increase the charges because cost of living is already high. When the light went off like that, the computer sometimes we just want to off it, then it can off on again. So it means that you have to call in a mechanic or send it to a mechanic to work on it for you. So that is another additional cost you are always incur. These are costs you don't even plan for. But they have come. What can you do? Because you can't shut off the place or close down the business. You have to incur. So at the end of the day, we are running at a loss. We are not actually making profit.
Adjacent Lutenance Ventures is the name Ventures who are also offering same service. Though the owner of the name Ventures refused to speak to us, the loud noise from an electric generator is evident enough of the inconveniences she goes through. Kenneth Ali Ongwadi is a health practitioner residing at the extreme end of the Wakabanya enclave. He painted a mental picture of the struggle they go through with the unplanned outages.
Very, very, very horrible situation. Unexpected light off at night, in the daytime, anytime the light can go off. Otherwise, you don't have, if you plan to do anything, you can be affected negatively because the light will go off and then you get disrupted. And it has since been so for a very long time now. The heat is so much, I'm highly affected. My children who want to study and go and write exams, their studies are disrupted. So they can't prepare very well for the next examination or the examination day. So before we realize, everything is off and everybody is in disarray. The heat alone will not allow you to sleep. It's very horrible. And in Upper West here, this is the heat period of Upper West.
Whilst Kenneth Ali wants the government to come out with a timetable for the power outages, Lutfi Yaya, however, wants the government to do the needful by attending to the needs of the power companies.
They should be honest with us and give us a timetable and prepare us so that we mobilize ourselves and organize that and get to know that at this hour of the day or this period of the time or this period we shall be having light off.
You owe them, you are all the time, you are lying. So they intentionally will put this light off, telling you that it's a fault. Meanwhile, it's not a fault. It's intentionally. Let's come out and face reality.
Students of the Simon Diodon Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies, SDDU-based, are also not left out in the power outage conundrum. The situation is even worse during the examination week, forcing them to use unconventional ways to study.
My hostel, we are about 7 inside. And imagine if lights up, how we feel the condition there. We are all crowded and no light. Some of us are using electrical gadgets to cook. We can't cook. We go through a lot through the doom. So
some students got bitten by snakes and other dangerous reptiles as a result.
If the movement of one place to another, especially from this place to campus, there is no even street light here, and also we are girls. The girls now, we fear. We are scared, so because of that now, we always come and hang around this place, sit, so waiting for the light to come back. We just sit and refresh ourselves and waiting until the lights come before we get to our hostel because it's always warm inside.
When you start to learn, then the light is out, doom so you get back inside and then it will come back, so you have to come down again and then go to class. You go to class and then boom, the light is out again. So because of that, people just say, oh, then it's okay, I'm not learning, let me sleep, let me do this, let me do something else, let me come out and sit. And now too, because of the weather, the snakes and reptiles are always coming out, so if you don't take care, you can get bitten. The last time one lady got bitten while sitting outside because of doomso. If she was inside, this thing wouldn't have happened.
So what the people in the Upper West region are now talking about is that at least they want a timetable so that they can be able to plan their lives. So they are calling on the government to come to their aid, let them have a timetable for these lights out in the Upper West region so that their businesses, their children's school studies will not be truncated. Reporting for JoyNews, Rafik Salam. Wow.
Well, prepare for more blackouts. That's the warning from the minority spokesperson on Parliament's Mines and Energy Committee as he reveals the country's power distributors will be shedding at least 500 megawatts each for the whole of this week. John Jenapo, who spoke to JoyNews last night, said in spite of the certainty of the supply shortfalls, the power distributors have been given strict instructions not to share a load shedding timetable. Listen to his instructions with Evans Mensah on Newsnight.
Is it not curious that this week, BIDCO has written to the ministry to inform them they will be shedding load of 500 megawatts every day, and yet government officials have instructed ECG not to issue the load shedding timetable?
You know this how? Because I haven't seen any evidence to this effect.
I'm speaking to you on fact. Check with GRIDCO whether they are not shedding 500 megawatts this week on a daily basis.
The allegation that they've been directed not to publish.
We met them.
The Mines and Energy Committee of Parliament has announced 8 resolutions directed at all the players in the sector after its meeting with them. According to Chairman of the committee, Samuel Akosombo, the committee is asking President Akufo-Addo to direct Finance Minister Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam to do everything possible to raise money to purchase fuel to power the thermal plants after it was observed that the current intermittent power supply has been caused by a lack of fuel because there's simply no money. Samuel Akosombo again.
To a very reasonable extent, the issues were clear to us and the problems too were obvious. And I didn't see anybody trying to say that, oh, you overruled in terms of what you are trying to accept as a problem that is confronting in this. So it was a congregation of the key players in the supply chain. And that was a very comprehensive engagement, and it became clear to us. So we tabled about, let me count, we tabled about, I think, 8 observations and sent to the president, the stakeholders themselves, to the speaker, and then the majority leader and the minority leader, for them to understand what is going on. And then we expect that action will be taken on some of these matters to bring us to normalcy. Okay. Bear in mind that for good measure, close to over 7 years now, we have had power. So I have always said that why should we say that the closing chapter of the president, I mean, we should come to this kind of situation. So he is acutely aware of some of the challenges that is affecting the sector now, and he owes it to his name to remedy it. We said that the president should secure the synergy among the critical players in the power value chain, especially the Minister for Finance, the Minister for Energy, the Managing Director of the Electricity Company of Ghana, the Chief Executive of the Volta River Authority, and the Chief Executive of GRIDCO. We're very, very much concerned about it. One issue that cropped up was, as Riley said, fuel. You know, so we said the Minister for Finance use every financial activity to make available to the generator, namely TAPCO, TICO, TT, T1PP, TT2PP, Ameri, and the rest of them, same power and the rest of them. But if these are thermal setups and critically, without the availability of fuel, they will not be able to generate what you expect. And it's a money issue, and it should be found because the cost to the economy of having power outages sometimes is incalculable. So the money should be found to ensure that fuel is secure for these markets, and then we can be assured of a very consistent power generation.
Samuel Akosombo says the committee resolved that the players in the power sector must adhere to the cash waterfall mechanism and ensure it works.
We're very concerned about the cash waterfall mechanism, which is that, according to the players, the safest arrangement, ECG should rake in the money, and the money should be applied so that those who are generating the power will also have adequate money to continue, so that the circle of business will not be curtailed. We are 100% aware of some of the challenges that ECB is going through, but nevertheless, it is imperative that cash waterfall mechanism should work. And if there are anything that the government should do so that ECG should stand on its feet about some of this. But we are also told that if and when they comply fully with the cash waterfall mechanism, they might suffer operational challenge. But the regulator said, well, that could not be something of concern to us. You should go by it. So let's look at what will make ECG comatose without probably they putting their hand in the cash waterfall mechanism. And let's see whether there will be a way to resolve this. We are also very much concerned that, ECG had a climb of revenue from about 69.7 million out, in 2021, and it went up to about 10 billion out in 2023, which is to say that they are determined to plug in the loopholes in terms of the generation returns. That if you have about 27% of what you generate being losses, I don't see how any serious undertaking can post profits if 27% of what is supposed to be your revenue goes down the drain. And if it means serious recapitalization of the nation's major electricity distributor, you should do so. So, in short, these are some of the matters we pried into, and then we also profit the views of the committee. And then the president has it. The generators of power, everybody in the value chain is aware of what is tabulated. And we pray that very soon we shouldn't go through the crisis we find ourselves.
Aquatia is chairman of the Mines and Energy Committee of Parliament. Well, I've been joined by energy expert lawyer Kwame Jantua for more on this. Mr. Jantua, I'm grateful for your time. What exactly is the situation, from your monitoring? Because we seem to be getting different accounts with regards to our power situation.
Well, good morning, Aisha, but are we talking directly at this particular comment that was made by Honorable Jinapo, or generally what is happening? Because we all know what is happening. It's nothing new. Look, if Mr. Aquatia says that we have had 7 years of sustained power, what went wrong? Why can they not tell us what went wrong? And if the situation is financing, why can't they bring us all together to the point and tell us it's a financing issue? Because it's more than financing. It's a cocktail of financing, debt, equipment, maintenance, cash waterfall, and fuel and personal interest. They are all part and parcel of the cocktail we are talking about. And so at this point, that gridco, according to the Honorable Jinapo, that they have been given instructions not to indicate what's really happening to us, doesn't help anybody. We are all part and parcel of enjoying electricity, and electricity isn't a privilege, it's a right because we pay for it. So if at the beginning they started advising us, telling us exactly what was happening, today it would be easy for them because they can come and say, look guys, we have to share 500 load at this time, at this time, at this time. It's difficult now to say because we didn't start from the beginning. And if it's going to get worse, at least tell us it's going to get worse. I was listening to a news item on Joy. One doctor was saying his equipment that he uses for oxygen, it has been destroyed. He bought it for $8,000. So you can see the magnitude of what is happening. And you do not want to tell us that it's doomsday. At least if people know it's doomsday, they know how to plan. I go to market, I won't buy too much food because I know if I buy too much food, when lights go off, it's going to spoil. They manage what they have. So really, I don't understand the situation where we don't want to open up and be transparent about this particular issue. Rather, we tell the Minister of Finance, please find money, find money, find money. How much money are we talking about? How much? What is it going to take to get Dumso back? And I keep saying to myself, look, We gave you the country to look after, your management to look after, to make sure that it is being run well. If you feel you got to a point to do it, get out of the soup. Get out of it, because we cannot continue this way. At least give us a time this will end. And if it's in perpetuity, then we know it's in perpetuity. So we plan.
Mr. Janto, at least you know that this is a cocktail of money, financial debts, fueling issues, personal interests, and all of that. Is this something that will get out of soon, or we should just brace ourselves?
The operative word there amongst this cocktail is finance. That is the operative word. You need finance to be able to buy feedstock. You need finance because gas is a challenge. Apart from that, the other side of the question that makes it even more difficult is the personal interest bit that is in there. And we need to address, look, I was expecting the president, when he commissioned the K1 in Kumasi, I was expecting him as an opportunity to tell to Ghanaians, yes, we appreciate the patience you've had for us. However, these are the challenges, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And these challenges, we are trying our possible best, at least for one of the challenges, to get finance in so that we can sort some of these things out. When we had the discussion on Joy Prime the other day, the gentleman from the chamber of generators, what did he say? He said they've paid some, but the majority of it hasn't been paid. So there's a debt issue there. And for me, I believe that at this point, we have crossed that stage of it being a party item. It is a national item where we all need to sit and find a solution once and for all. Because when MPEC coming into power in 2017, they didn't expect to meet Dumso. Look at some of the things they said before they came in. And this one is suffering, and that one is suffering, and this one is suffering. All because there was Dumso there. It was a capacity problem. And at the time, to some degree, it was sorted because more equipment was brought in to handle the capacity issue. So if that is if that was happened there, yours too has come. Yours is a financial issue. Let the people of Ghana know. That's why they put you there.
Mr. Janswa, one of the measures the finance minister indicated this weekend that they are introducing is for ECG to have one account for revenue generation. Is that the solution?
Well, how can that be the solution when you don't have money? How can that be the solution when you don't have money? How can that be the solution when government owes ECG? How can it be the solution? The crux of the matter is money. We need the finance. Once the money comes in, then when you are now working cash waterfall, you've put things in place to work cash waterfall, then yes, you go for the one account and you monitor that account to make sure that the money there is equitably spread between all the tier 1 and tier 2 operators. But at the current moment, you open the account, where is the money in the account? I expect the finance minister, Dr. Amin, coming back from America, he will come back and tell us, okay, Ghana, we've identified X amount of money, which we can use to start doing something on this. So give us the next months to be able to solve this thing at certain point. Look, we found $250 million to do African Games. No African country contributed to the African Games, but we found the load. Let's go and find another 250 million, where we got that from, to sort the challenges out. Because at least African Games, it didn't affect everybody in Ghana. It's not everybody in Ghana who went to African Games, but everybody in Ghana is reeling under this energy crisis.
I'm grateful for your time.
It's challenging, Aisha. It's challenging for everybody.
We live to see how this ends. It does actually look like we have to brace ourselves for more. I'm grateful for your time, Kwame Jantwa. He's an energy expert, throwing more light on the challenges we're having with our power in the country. Let's get on to some other issues. And the Ghana Health Service is urging the Ghanaian public to return to mask wearing and other COVID-19 protocols as it confirms what it says are sporadic new cases of the infection, especially in the capital, Accra. Though the Ghana Health Service says such new cases are not strange, it wants the public to observe the COVID-19 protocols such as mask wearing, social distancing, and isolation if they test positive for the virus. Dr. Franklin Asiedu-Bekwei is Director of Public Health, who has been sharing that information with us. I've been joined in the studio by Head of Health Desk here at JoyNews, Fred Smith. Fred, what's the situation at our hospitals currently with regards to new infections?
Well, in the hospitals, we don't have anyone in severe or critical condition from COVID, mainly maybe because a lot of us have taken the COVID-19 vaccine and therefore are not suffering from the severity of it. We also know some persons have not taken the vaccine, and such persons will have a difficult time dealing with COVID once they get it. So the advice is for those who haven't taken the vaccine to go for it now. As it stands, Aisha, we don't know the numbers yet because the latest information from the Ghana Health Service dashboard, as we can see on the screen, is showing that as at the 7th of April, we had 21 active cases in our system now. No severe or critical condition reported in there. However, things have changed since that time, and it is possible that we have a lot more cases that has not been reported or updated on the dashboard yet. They've also been looking at the positivity rates based on the surveillance they've conducted by the Ghana Health Service, and they looked at routine surveillance. They had 12.4% of positivity rate in that area, and then they looked at enhanced contact tracing as well, which produced 8.8% positivity rate. We had 0.9% positivity rate for those traveling into Ghana, and that brings us to a total of 6.8% positivity rate among the Ghanaian population. And from that information, majority of those cases are in the Greater Accra region. And there's actually a map on the dashboard that shows the areas with the most cases. And down there, you can see Greater Accra with the deepest part. The lightest part will be the Savannah region with the least of cases, as you see there.
Northeast, I think.
Yes.
Savannah and Northeast.
Northeast. In fact, the regions up north have recorded the least cases compared to those down south.
Down with the
Ashanti region, Greater Accra, Eastern, Volta. OT is also doing quite well, but Volta, Eastern, Ashanti, Central, and Western regions, and you can understand why. Lots of business activities take place here. And so it explains why we have that situation. I'll point to you where the majority of cases are. It's in Greater Accra region. The new sporadic cases that the Ghana Health Service is telling us about, it's in the Greater Accra region, and the breakdown is Kole Klote. That should be in the Osu area. Lots of cases there now. Ajuase West, the airport area, we have lots of cases there as well. Ajuase East, I believe that should be Kokomlemle and areas around that. We also have significant cases there. Then Shai Osu Doku. Outside of this area, we have the Eastern region, New Job in South, Ho, Sanerigu in the Northern region, and we have Savannah region, Central Gonja. All of them recording cases, except that Greater Accra is leading. So in terms of the areas where we've had significant vaccinations, again, Greater Accra region is recording a lot of vaccinations. Then we have areas around it where we saw majority of cases, lots of people going to vaccinate. In total, 28 million, I beg your pardon, 515,000 have vaccinated. They've taken the vaccine. But the Ghana Health Service is saying if you've taken a vaccine, which is more than a year ago, you need to take a booster jab
Okay.
or you need to repeat the vaccine so that your immune system is stronger to deal with it. The understanding is that people have had multiple infections from COVID and may have developed or acquired immunity as a result of that, but that cannot be a certainty. So to be sure, you need to take the vaccine and then observe the protocols.
Okay, and so the advice from the Ghana Health Service is for us to take the protocols, the COVID-19. What are the protocols again?
So the mask wearing is number one. Protect yourself against others and yourself from the other persons.
Like social distancing?
Yes, so if you have COVID and you're wearing the mask, you are not going to spread it. If others have and you're wearing the mask, you're not going to contract it. So first barrier is the mask.
Okay.
Then social distancing. If you're a bit far, as we are now, 2 meters, it's fine.
Okay.
You will not get the particles as I speak to you.
Have we gotten to the point where we should avoid large crowds?
Well, the advice is not for us to do that, but I mean, once you're wearing your mask, it should be fine to go.
For now.
For now, yeah. Wherever you have to. It's not such a big deal like we had at the beginning of the outbreak, and so you can still wear your mask and
go about your normal activities.
Yeah.
Right. First Smith is head of health desk here at JoyNews. Thank you for bringing us that update. Now, the Member of Parliament for Swami, Osechi Mensah-Bonsu, has been explaining why the construction of the 4-tier Swami interchange project in the Ashanti region has been delayed. The project suffered several delays after appearing in the national budget 3 times until President Akufo-Addo in October 2022 cut short for construction to begin. But Mr. Mensah-Bonsu, who has been lobbying for the project, says Ghana needs to a clean bill of health from the International Monetary Fund before accessing funds for the project.
Interchange project, being constructed in 2 phases within 30 months, will comprise 5 overpasses at Krofrum, Abrepo, Anumanye and Magazine New Road, as well as Abusiankruwa junctions. The completion of the project will ease the burden on the travelling public as sections of the Kumasi Ring Road will be widened and the Officer Road upgraded into a 3-lane dual carriageway. An additional 15-kilometer stretch of local roads would be developed as well. In 2022, Parliament passed a loan agreement totaling 156 million euros between the Government of Ghana and the Dutch Bank. But despite Parliament's approval, funds were not readily made available to the contractors from the funding sources. MP for Swami, Osechi Mensah-Bonsu, says he's looking forward for the project he lobbied for. He has been explaining why the project has suffered delays despite Parliament approving a loan deal.
Maybe the one facility that I've been lobbying for all this while, the Swami interchange, which has not yet materialized. We've started, and then we're hit by the aftermath of the COVID, then our engagement with the IMF, slowing down what ought to have been done. We now need a clean bill of health from the IMF to enable us to be able to assess the facility. It's a bilateral thing that Ghana did. That loan, Parliament has approved of it. Assessing it now has become difficult because of our engagement with the IMF. We hope to God that we'll be able to come out clean pretty soon in order that it will come. So I do know that it will come off. Now we've taken some monies from some other facilities to begin the project. We've seen what is going on. Yes. But if we had the full complement of the original facility, we are going much higher than we are at now.
At least 4 constituencies, Bantama, Otafo, Swami and Menchia South, would benefit from the Swami interchange. In bowing out of Parliament after 28 years, Mr. Osechi Mensah-Bonsu says the project would complete his achievements for Swami.
I've not disappointed myself. In the process, I've served Swami effectively and efficiently to the best of my ability. I've served Kumasi, I've served Ashanti, I've served Ghana. In terms of facilities, in terms of projects, because you use the word project, I think the one outstanding will be that. And you see, people even forget that the location of the interchange is not within Swami constituency alone.
Yes.
There are 4 contiguous constituencies. You have Bantama,
yes,
which ends at the interchange, at the Swami roundabout. We have Malaysia, which ends at the interchange. We have Tafu, which ends at the interchange. But because I've been a loud voice on these matters, right, nobody is talking about, and because of the name Swami, roundabout, now Swami, interchange, people seem to think that, oh, it is within the belly of Swami. So it should be the effort of Chairman Zabunsu. Nobody is talking about Asenso as a member of parliament. Nobody is talking about Dr. Martin Prempe, even though all of us, my constituency ends at the roundabout, his constituency begins at the roundabout. And now Vincent, all of us, we coalesce at the roundabout. But I don't regret what I've done, having spoken loudly to it, and now, by the grace of God, it's on stream.
The Swami Interchange project is the first ever 4-tier interchange in the Ashanti region. From Kumasi, for JoyNews, Interrogating reporting.
Imani Africa President Franklin Kujo has called on Roads Minister Francis Asenso Buay to apologize to the people of Ejiso. The Roads Minister, during the party's campaign in Ejiso, warned the constituency risk any further road construction in the area if they vote against the MPP's Kwabena Boateng. The party's candidate faces stern competition from the 5 other candidates, including 3-time former MP Kwabena Usui. Listen to what Asenso Buay told constituents on the campaign trail.
As we speak, government has a candidate on the ground. If you vote an independent candidate, how does he come to me to lobby for roads?
That's another party, MP. Now, Parliament, lobby for roads. What to me? Ain't happening.
Just last week, former MPP Member of Parliament for the area, Kwabena Usui, filed nominations to contest the election as an independent candidate. The Ashanti Regional Chairman of the NPP, Bernard Njubwe, popularly known as Chairman Wontumi, at a press conference, accused the NDC of pushing the former MP to go independent, promising to investigate the matter.
Honorable, Ajay, Osajay was the MP. Then he was a minister. Then you came to overthrow him. Then you also become deputy minister. Then John Kuma also came to overthrow you. So now why you don't want to follow the party? You know, is it NDC people who are pushing you? Is it NDC people? We are going to go deep to it. MPP have helped you. So if MPP have helped you, you cannot be disloyal to this party who has helped you. If we ask you what do you have, as what the MPP have helped you or done for a Joso constituency, this is what you can boast for. So if you don't allow Kwabena Boateng to go, so how can your turn also will come? When it will be your turn. You see, so we are a political party, we are a very strong party. Even when John Kuma is there, John Kuma beat him. You know, so Honorable Kwabena Boateng is going to beat him. They call him lawyer go, lawyer come. You know, lawyer go, lawyer come. This is what we are going to do. And at the moment, development is what the Joso people need. And I'm going to support you to make sure all their needs and their wants, we try to do as much as we can.
Well, Imani President Franklin Kujo has condemned the comment, calling on the minister to apologize.
I mean, if people decide that they want a particular candidate, does it mean that they will have to go to hell because they do not agree with the party in power? I think what the road minister is communicating is not fair. And it appears to me even secondary school politics have actually evolved than even this. This politics of might is stronger, and that the fact that I'm in power, that means people who are closer to me must be able to lobby me to get projects. It's unfortunate. That is not the way to go at all. And I'm a bit disappointed in my own good friend Akosombo for saying that. I think he should apologize to the people of Ajuase.
You have Franklin Kujo on that one. Now, Railways Development Minister John Peter Amewo has hit hard at former President John Mahama for asserting that the Railway Ministry did not do proper test runs on the newly acquired trains before setting it in motion, responding to the recent accident on the Tama and Pakadan railway line involving the newly imported trains. John Peter Amewo described Mr. Mahama's comments as inaccurate, adding test runs were conducted by professionals on the trains before getting them on the railway. He spoke on PM Express last night.
I totally disagree with His Excellency John Mahama. I don't blame him. This is not his field. Those guys who did this test run are experts. There are 16 engineers that were brought from Poland. This is 304, I was told, tests that they've conducted worldwide this year. And so I don't know His Excellency John Mahama where he's coming from with this understanding that no inspection has been done. As I clearly explained to you, they put in the system for inspection. A rail track was put ahead. Earlier on in the morning, they went around the whole line to see that there was no obstacle. 30 minutes this time before the takeoff of this DMU, the rail track, the maintenance track, was put ahead. So what is he saying when he said inspection?
This is what he says. How can you conduct a test run on the new railway line without a track inspection? How long had the vehicle been on the track before the test run? If I were president, I'll be asking some serious questions. The second question he asked...
Can I answer that question?
Yes.
I don't think he understood the question himself, his accent. Did he try to find out whether inspection was done as a former president? Did he make an effort before coming out with this? Sometimes some of us just refuse to talk because some of this statements being made by people at higher authority. If I'm a former president, I would never say this type of thing. Did he try? He knows me well. He could just find out from me from the office. Oh, my minister, my boy. Then we'll tell him the truth. He has not established that fact. And as a president, have an intention of coming to lead Ghanaians. And you come out with this sort of statement. I don't know. Surprisingly, this type of... I don't know how to describe it, but His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, this is below the belt. I am sorry, I give you all the kind of respect, but I expect you to find out first. This is below the belt.
Development Minister is, however, hinting the newly acquired trains will focus more on freight transportation rather than passenger services. The minister explains passenger services on trains typically does not generate profits, reason why they will focus more on freight transport to be able to raise some revenue. Peter Amewo again.
Yeah, services on train lines are not, it's not a profitable venture. But what it does is that it has a multiplier effect in terms of its impact on the economy. Workers are sent quicker to their point of destinations. They're able to move to work and do things quickly and return. So diminishing on the intensity of traffic density, the route in terms of the lifespan will be projected. So these are some of the things that you don't see physically. But if you factored it into the gains, then you realize that, it's worth doing it. But you don't really get a return in terms of profit. We did some analysis, for instance, by using, I think, a maximum of about 200 people, running a day for, and it's not much. We're making quite close to about think about 500,000, 536,000 a month, but the cost is in excess. The cost is about 700,000. So it means there's still a viability.
Because if you look at it,
yeah.
I mean, you have to maintain it.
You have to maintain,
right?
You know?
And you're not making enough money.
No.
How do you maintain it?
Yeah.
How do you run this sustainably?
And that is why all over the world, governments get involved in the operation of a passenger train in terms of services, by closing that viability gap. Because this one, we're going to buy fuel,
Absolutely.
Run on this. We're going to buy fuel. We're going to employ workers. And we have built at least about 8 stations on the line. We're going to put people there.
So guaranteed it will run at a loss?
Definitely, there's not going to be, it's not a profitable venture as I stated it, based on the studies that we've conducted. You're not going to make one city, for passengers. But when you start running the freight, the expectation is that gain from the freight will cover this viability gap that we're seeing in the passenger run.
We're still live on JoyNews Deck. Let's take a break. When we return, there's business.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
You worked hard for your money, and DSTV gives you a lot more to enjoy for a lot less than you think. So rather than fast food just for you, how about entertainment for the whole family? Instead of date night with your bae, how about countless nights for you, bae, and the kids? And don't settle for a few hours with your homies. Settle in with over 720 hours of the best entertainment on the continent.
Triple drum roll.
We've got everything, including movies, series, sport, kids,
Totally awesome.
and local shows.
I'm here.
Watch on the go with DSTV Stream and control your entire account with the My DSTV app. Enjoy incredible extras like crystal clear HD, box office, and catch up. And with so many different package options, there's something to suit every pocket. DSTV, a lot more to enjoy for a lot less than you think.
Hi, welcome to Business. My name is Darryl Kwao. Some stakeholders supporting startups and small businesses are asking for startups and small businesses to be supported and provided practical advice to finance the operations. This, they say, will help businesses navigate the current challenges that compel startups to collapse in a short period. Here's more in this report.
Even though finance is key to starting a business, research has shown that supporting entrepreneurs with the right advice and coaching can help young SMEs grow. Speaking to the media at the launch of the 2024 Africa Street MBA project, founder of Done by Us and executive director of Africa Street MBA, Ken Wellington, underscored the need to provide guidance to small businesses.
Research has said that the key to startup failure is lack of funds, right? I think about the fourth factor has to do with lack of business knowledge. That is where we are tackling. And the fact that, you know, there are types of entrepreneurs. There's the necessity entrepreneur that starts a business out of necessity. Then there is also the opportunity entrepreneur that starts a business based on an opportunity that they've discovered that will bring value. So when we engage the youth, we try and help them to start right, you know, by increasing their knowledge, and through KGL Foundation by also giving them grants as well, so that they can you know, go through that startup phase. And like I said, it's a community, so it's not a one-off thing. They have our consultants on speed dial. They reach us anytime they're having issues, and we guide them along the way. So for 2024, all those that will come in contact with Africa Street MBA throughout the year, whether we are in their community or we've wrapped up activities in their community, would be able to and still connect with the team to provide them with more resources.
On his part, programs manager at KGL, Samuel Anoba Sape, said it is important to connect young entrepreneurs to constant finance and grow their businesses.
There are a lot of young people with brilliant ideas in Ghana, but unfortunately, because they're not economically empowered and they don't have resources, they are unable to start, you know, their businesses. And so for us at KGL Foundation, we believe in investing in young people. One of the key things we always say is empowering communities and changing lives. And so that is the motivation behind our partnership with Done by Us on the African Street MBA project, basically to empower young people and give people opportunity to improve their lifestyles.
Now, as part of Star Assurance Limited's corporate social responsibility and 39th anniversary celebration, the company has extended its support to the Kaneshi Lorry Station. According to Chief Financial Officer Justice Franco Fair, the company is bent on engaging drivers to ensure road safety and reduce accidents. He spoke to Joy Business at the Star Clean Day event at the Kaneshi Lorry Station in Accra.
The event was to demonstrate the solid partnership the company has had with its stakeholders over the years. Justice Ofei mentioned that the company will deepen its relationship with other key stakeholders.
We are celebrating our 39th anniversary. We are celebrating 39 years of solid partnership, 39 years of innovation, 39 years of creating delightful experiences, both for our clients and all our stakeholders. So we are engaging with our stakeholders and then trying to share our 39 years success with them. And this is something we've been doing every year. So we have come to the Kaneshi Lorry Park here because we have a lot of cars plying various routes. So we have come to engage with them, to engage in cleanup. Cleanup is good because we need to ensure that we have healthy lives before we can even undertake our various business ventures. So we came to help them do cleanup. Beyond that, we need to sustain the cleanup. So we are leaving with them some dustbins so they can sustain the clean environment that they are living in here. We are also leaving them with dusters and air fresheners. The lorries or the cars are supposed to be the offices of the various drivers. So you need to keep your office clean so that whoever comes as a guest into your office will also keep your office clean for you.
And that's it for this segment. The news returns after this.
And as I wrap up the bulletin on Joy News Desk, my name is Aisha Ibrahim. See you again at 12. Analysis and comprehensive coverage.
What does this mean? We therefore project it is almost statistically impossible for President John Dramani Mahama to achieve 50% plus one. Our project.
Tonight, let's have a conversation about reviving Ghana Railways. I'm going to have a conversation with the sector minister, but I'm pretty sure you've noticed that over the last few days, we've been talking about that train in the background there, as you see on your screens. It came from Poland, and we were testing it, and it ran into an accident. That has generated a fair bit of controversy and some talkability also. I even noticed that our international media outlets have reported it. BBC in particular took interest in that. There's a reason for that, by the way, because we haven't seen this sort of train on our tracks in a long time. Some even argue that never have we seen that before. So when we invest so much in that, only for us to see that accident, then people get to talk about it. But there's a bigger picture that we'll focus on tonight. And the reason why I say that is that there is a master plan that is governing this entire process. And that is a very important point to observe indeed. It was originally done in 2013 and then revised in 2020. So the rail lines you see is not just one that was plucked out of the blue. It is part of a bigger plan. And that's a point I want to make. Because when we sit for a conversation, we want to delve into that. Of course, the controversy around the accident and everything else, we'll get into that. Just to clear where we are in repairs, etc., and who's going to bear the cost. We'll clear all that. But the original plan was a big one. And as you see on your screens there, if we look at the master plan, some 4,000 plus kilometers of railway, if you look at the master plan, it says is what we're going to do over the last 33 years. This government's job was to do its bit. And you've seen that controversy that the NDC have also thrown into the conversation. So who started this? And how much investment did they procure before they left power? Sami Jimfi had written about this, and we'll get to clear that up also, because this is important. Why? Because we are in an election year, and records are important. We'll clear that for you. But 21.5 billion is what it's going to cost us to implement the entire master plan. So this is a lot of money. If you look at it, however, the MPP manifesto also had a focus on railway. And they then decided to create a whole ministry for this because they wanted to make it a priority and invest in it. When we sit down to talk, we'll look at, did they really keep the promise when it comes to the investments in the particular sector over the years? But we looked at the 12 kilometers of existing railway line that we know has been rehabilitated. Again, part of the focus between 2017 and 2022. That is work that has happened. You'll also look at the 12 modern trains that we now know have been brought in. I talked about that earlier from Poland. You see it in the background there. That is again part of a vision that we're told and sold to us in their manifesto. If you look at the 2016 manifesto and the 2020 manifesto, you see it in both plans that were sold to us. And this is the Tema to Impakadan railway line, some 97 kilometers of railway line there. The NDC time, they had decided to do just over 80 kilometers, but would have terminated at the Akosombo port. And they raised issues about that. They raised issues about this one that has been implemented by the MPP going all the way to Impakadan, where they claim there is no port. And so they asked the question, if there's no port at the termination point, how do you bring goods back and forth? Okay, we'll clear that up when we sit for a conversation. And then the train was to be tested during the test, we saw what happened, and the Railways Ministry has released the videos of the actual collision with this particular train from Poland that has led to the conversations about who is picking up the bill as far as the repairs are concerned. But more importantly is investment that have been made in there. If you look at it, tracking it, some 267 million was the last allocation that we know of in the budget in 2024, and that is a 57% decrease from 2023. And many may look at it and say it's a reflection of the economy right now. And so a lot of ministries are getting a cut in your budget. But I find this document that we also got a very interesting one because it gives you the breakdown. And I'll show you a picture of the vision to have that cross the Volta Lake that the ministry has been using as part of getting us to appreciate the work that they've done. So some $447 million is what it's going to cost us to do this 97 kilometers that we've been talking about. It alone came from the Exim Bank of India that's already been secured. The government extended that from, according to the NDC, from the previous administration. Again, we'll clear that when we sit for a conversation. But the status is 98.6% complete right now. And so when are we going to have full delivery? So you can join that ride. It was supposed to be completed in December 2023. And then I see this picture behind me there. It's a very beautiful picture of the railway line going across the Volta Lake. And this, from what I understand, it's some 300 meters across the Volta Lake. And it is 100% complete right now. And this will be quite an experience indeed, just to do that particular drive. But there are a few questions that we need to ask. And if you look at the pictures that I'll be showing you when we sit down for a conversation, you see the infrastructure that has been built, the quality of the railway lines, and the funding that has been secured for it. And then we'll also get to look at, okay, so with what we've seen so far, who is picking up the bill for the repairs, but how do you sustain it and make it economically viable? That's my conversation with the sector minister, John Peter Amewu, who is my guest in the studio. You don't want to go anywhere. That's him right there. And when I return from the break, we'll get to have the conversation and get the answers for you, answers to questions you've been asking over the last few days. Stay with us.
This is Connect Africa with me, Blessed Sugan. Welcome to our program. We have updates on the elections taking place in Sierra Leone.
There had been some attack around the opposition's office, and this was because they prematurely announced results, which both parties technically did.
And what is the cost of political unrest in the West Africa sub-region?
The preponderance of illicit activities resulting from easy access to small arms is causing a lot of havoc across the region.
5 countries. How are you going to work with them?
It is one of the few cases where we have the countries themselves agreeing to do it and calling on ECOWAS to act on their behalf.
There is a DNA testing, the process of DNA of 17 students who were banned beyond recognition. So at the moment, there is some uncertainty. Some of the parents think, hey, is my kid part of those that were banned beyond recognition, the 17?
Every human being has the right to a livable world. And to secure that livable world, all the rich nations and all the international financial organizations must transform the standard of doing business.
And thank you for staying with us here on PM Express. My guest, as I said earlier, is the Minister for Railways Development. He is John Peter Amewu. Mr. Amewu, thanks for your time. You're on PM Express. Great to have you. It's been quite a while.
Yeah.
I'm happy that you can join us to talk about this matter that many are talking about, get some clarity for them. And as you know, PM Express is always brought to you by Syntax Tanks. It is strong, it is tough. Alomobitas experience greatness in every moment. Ghana AIDS Commission. Pepsodent, every smile matters as well. And no matter your water needs, Syntax Tank has it all. Syntax Tanks is first introduced a double-layer tank, and now you can have as many layers as you want. Syntax Tanks is first introduced you to the white inner layer tanks in Ghana. We now introduce you to the customer specs order, which lets you order any color and size of preference. Syntax Tanks gives you the longest warranty, 7 years, which no other tank gives you in Ghana. Why don't you pick your phone and call them? They are on 0244 335-168 or shop online at syntaxgh.com. A strong, a tough. And I always recommend Pepsodent for you because they have the pro-fluoride and microcalcium ingredients, sealing tiny and invisible holes in your teeth. It prevents cavities, keeps your teeth strong and mouth healthy. Pepsodent Cavity comes in 175G all the way down to 12G sachets. So you can always get what you can afford at any time. Pepsodent, every smile matters. Mr. Amewu, so let's start with where we are following that accident. Has the train now been fixed?
Thank you, Evans. The train is brought back to the maintenance yard in Tema. The Poland engineers have assessed the extent of damage, and plans are far advanced to fix the train. Technically, the train is very sound. The electronic system and the mechanical systems, with special regard to the engine, is untouched. I mean, it's very, very solid. Nothing wrong about the train. The front that we saw, the fenders at the front, they are slightly damaged, which will need to be replaced. So what the engineers did is to take inventory of those items and order them back from Poland to Ghana. Yeah.
Who's going to bear the cost?
As at the time of the incident, we have not taken ownership of the train. There was no transfer of ownership, which means that the supplier was still responsible for the train. We get ownership when government make a full payment. You know, we have not yet made a full payment through the LC. The LC went through Bank of Ghana for payment to be made. You know, so we haven't taken full control of the plane as owners of the plane. The contract agreement specification regarding and vis-a-vis leading to the transfer of ownership states specifically that until full payment is made and until the test run has been conducted and certified by a third party and handed over to the ministry for on transfer to any of the agencies. So we have not taken a full delivery in terms of ownership of the train. The company in question, which for now we say is the owner, the VOAB, they supplied the train, had made an arrangement for insurance. And my understanding is that an insurance company had insured the train. So, of course, it's left to the company to push in or trigger that clause for payment of the necessary insurance.
So Ghana is not going to bear the cost of
it? Not at all. Not at all. Ghana government is not bearing any cost, neither the ministry or any of its agencies.
And do we know how long this is going to take?
Maybe 2-3 weeks. I mean, yeah. The train is running. I mean, but we have to change that, you know, fenders, as I mentioned earlier. So maximum, I think 3 weeks, we should be able to get the items back into Ghana. Easily can be airlifted, you know, to speed up the process.
I'm sure you saw the question that was asked about the test run that we did. Did we inspect the track?
Yeah, normally there are boxes to tick during this process of test run. And this is the 306 inspection and test run being conducted by these Polish engineers. They said this was about 306 for this year alone across the whole world. and they've never experienced this. So they have a system to follow. So there was, of course, the first was to send a rail track, which went ahead about 30 minutes. Earlier on, early in the morning, they did an inspection across the whole line. And when they were able to set off 30 minutes, because the line, it's a new line, they put in the rail track. We have a rail track that is used for maintenance. That goes 30 minutes ahead of the train. So yes, the inspection has been done, and the necessary measures have been put in place before the commencement and the departure of the train from kilometer 0. So that's exactly what happened.
So the inspection that day showed that there was nothing on the track that was inhibiting the passage of the train?
Precisely, because they give a clearance that the line is free, and so the train and the rail track 30 minutes this time, because the train ran faster than the rail track, So they give an indication that the line is free, and it follows up. And you also saw that after the incident, the rail track had to move from Mpakadan, from kilometer 97 towards the scene, to push the other items out of the road. So those necessary precautions were taken, and this I expect the engineers, they've done this several times. It's not the first day that they're doing it in Ghana. So all those precautions were put in place.
And I'm sure that they've been briefed, I believe, thoroughly about what happened.
Precisely.
The braking system, though, I believe that the train would have a system that sort of alerts it as it proceeds a few meters ahead what the situation is. But also the braking system would allow it to sort of brake. What was the briefing that you received in terms of that system?
What I was told is that it was in a curve, and the minimum allowable distance for application of this braking system, I understand, is about 1 kilometer, So they've gone through the curve, and to where this particular vehicle was parked, of course, less than 100 kilometers. So on seeing the track, on the rail, there was an attempt. You can see, if you see the video, the operator actually made an attempt to, put in the braking system, which was done, but it was very close. You saw the distance. And so that runs into the track. So yes, of course, they tried to apply the brake, but it was very close to it. And you realize that the train comes to a halt, after the incident.
Okay. Does it have a radar system?
We don't have a radar system on this train to detect any obstacles on the line. What we have is a signaling. What the signaling does is to communicate between two trains, oncoming vehicles, and the other one, going in opposite direction. So we have that signaling system, on the line. But we don't have a radar to determine that there's an obstacle on the line. That we don't have. There are cameras that we have, but these cameras are also located only at the stations. We have about 8 beautiful stations constructed along this line. So the cameras are positioned along the stations. So it is extremely difficult for a train to move at kilometer 0, get to kilometer 20, and detect that there's an obstacle in kilometer 84, for example. That it's not installed on this train. We don't have that system.
Is it a function that we should have?
A radar system. I think it's something that we would do, because this a new train that we have brought in, and if you look at the infrastructure that have been built in Tema, it's modern. Because the train can be shut down from the control center in Tema. We have built a very beautiful control where the train can be shut down if it detects that there's an oncoming train coming in the same direction. They can stop it instantaneously. That can happen. So, but what we don't have is the radar system that I've just spoke about. Yeah.
And do we know how much it's going to cost for the repairs?
Of this train, I have no idea, but I understand it's not quite extensive. Yeah.
And just clarify, I talked about 12 trains. This is one of 2.
This particular one, this is what we call the diesel multiple unit. So you see the 2 sides, they can move in both directions. And so there are 2 coming in. This is the first one. The second one, it's coming by July. The other one we have, which arrangement has also been made, I think the necessary document has still a Ministry of Finance. It's what we call the locomotives. The locals are for freight. But what we have here specifically, and what you saw on the screen, this one is for passengers only. So this is just for passengers. The freight is what we are about to bring. And I think they are about 12 in numbers or so. That's the locomotives. Yeah.
So the total of 3 of this is what you're hoping to have?
This, the DMU, one is here, the other one is coming. Two.
So 2.
For passengers, only 2.
Okay.
It has a capacity of about 200 people.
And what's the cost of this?
The 2 understand that the value of the LC is about $15 million. So,
$15 million.
Yeah, so one may be approximately about 7.5. There have been some fluctuations, I was told. We total to about 1.5 million in addition. So total to that, we're looking at about $16 million or 16.5, if I'm right.
Finally, let me ask you on this matter. What do you make of the criticism that has been leveled against yourself? In fact, the former president, John Dramani Mahama, did a tweet on it, in which he raised the subject of the tract inspection, for example, questioning why the rail was tested at a time when there wasn't proper testing done. There's been some criticism of the way this whole thing was handled. Do you accept that the engineers, the authorities that supervise this, failed us in the way that they ran this test?
I totally disagree with His Excellency John Mahama. I don't blame him. This is not his field. Those guys who did this test run are experts. There are 16 engineers that were brought from Poland. This is 304, I was told, tests that they've conducted worldwide this year. And so I don't know His Excellency John Mahama where he's coming from with this understanding that no inspection has been done. As I clearly explained to you, they put in the system for inspection. A rail track was put ahead. Earlier on in the morning, they went around the whole line to see that there was no obstacle. 30 minutes this time before the takeoff of this DMU, the rail track, the maintenance track, was put ahead. So what is he saying when he said inspection?
This is what he says. How can you conduct a test run on the new railway line without the track inspection? How long had the vehicle been on the track before the test run? If I were president, I'll be asking some serious questions. The second question he asked...
Can I answer that question?
Yes.
I don't think he understood the question himself, his accent. Did he try to find out whether inspection was done as a former president? Did he make an effort before coming out with this? Sometimes some of us just refuse to talk because some of this statements being made by people at higher authority. If I'm a former president, I would never say this type of thing. Did he try? He knows me well. He could just find out from me from the office. Oh, my minister, my boy. Then we'll tell him the truth. He has not established that fact, and as a president have an intention of coming to lead Ghanaians, and you come out with this sort of statement. I don't know. Surprisingly, this type of I don't know how to describe it. But His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, this is below the belt. I am sorry. I give you all the kind of respect, but I expect you to find out first. This is below the belt. A former president, you are not even an engineer. These are 16 qualified engineers brought down from Poland. The inspection and the test run is not conducted by Ghana government.
This wasn't done by your ministry?
No. I told you that the contract specifications specify the time of transfer of ownership. So the train is not our train. We have not taken delivery 100% ownership of the train.
But the track is yours?
The track is ours. We own the track.
So that's the point he's making, that if you own the track, then the inspection of the track will be your responsibility?
Yes, of course, and that has been done. What does it mean by inspection of track? Tell me, how is the track going to be inspected?
But he raises a second question linked to the fair.
No, but I want to understand what he meant by the inspection of the track.
Well, he asked the question, how can you conduct a test run
without... on a new rail line
without a track inspection?
So what is track inspection, John Mahama? The track inspection, what does it mean? It simply means that somebody or a maintenance vehicle goes along the track to see if there's any obstacle. That is how I understood it in our manual terms, because we don't have a radar system to be able to detect the track inspection through a radar system where you can be in a control room and see the whole line. We don't have that. So this manual track inspection that His Excellency is talking about was conducted. So I don't really know what...
When was it conducted?
The same day. And I'm telling you that engineers informed me that the rail track was 30 minutes ahead of the train. And so when the incident happened, where did the rail track come from? It comes from kilometer 97 back to the scene, kilometer 76 or so, to do the recovery, because they were ahead, about 30 minutes difference. You see, it is just a coincidence or an accident that I cannot explain. According to the gentleman, he came by, dropped his block or whatever, and in an attempt to go back, he decided to go over. I don't know what motive it is. I don't know. He's the best person to judge himself, but I'm saying that...
Some have suggested sabotage. You believe that?
Well, I mean, I'm not in a position to justify that. But where I can state clearly that the motive of just parking along the rail, it's very uncultured. I mean, it cannot be accepted in any modern civilization. That is where my problem is.
You said motive. You're questioning the motive.
Yes, that is what I'm questioning.
As in, you're questioning whether this was done deliberately.
Yeah, the intention, whether it's deliberate, but the intention, what prompted him to do that? He was saying that because I cannot go back through the underpass, I've decided to go over this. That thinking alone in itself is wrong. It's completely wrong. As good citizens of this country, we shouldn't do that. Okay, and that is why people could read any ill motive into it.
But the second question that John Mama has, how long had the vehicle been on the track before the test run?
Well,
it's a valid question.
It's a valid question, and that is why all that I can answer that question is that according to my briefing and what I've gotten from the engineers, the rail track was about 30 minutes ahead of the DMU. Okay, so if you wanted to know how long, it would be extremely difficult, because what it meant is that the rail track had passed before
the vehicle crossed and parked there.
And if you hear the guy said he was running back to the track. So it was done within a short period, because he was coming back when he heard that the accident had occurred. So it's within that, maybe a minimum of 30 minutes.
But isn't 30 minutes too much time?
The DMU moves at a speed of almost about 120, 150 kilometers per hour. I mean, but because of this test run, I understand they were going about 60 and 80. The rail track is a very slow-moving track. The last time on board, it was about 2 or 3 weeks ago when I had to go to Mpaka Dam for inspection. And so if that rail track is moving about 40, 60 kilometers, and this is doing about 90 kilometers, I don't think the time interval of 30 minutes is too long enough. I think it's okay to accommodate any unforeseen contingencies that may occur during that period.
Let's talk about the big picture. And there are a few questions around the big picture. This is part of a master plan.
Precisely.
That, from what we now know, revised in 2020, that you're implementing. How does it fit into the big picture? And what is the big picture?
The big picture is to revamp the railway sector in Ghana. You recollect that after a decade of underfunding in the industry, His Excellency President Kufuor, at that time, formed what we call the Ministerial of Port, Railways and Harbour. The intention then was to put some level of focus on the railway sector. Because you agree with me, Evans, that the railway sector had totally been run down over this period by successive government until His Excellency John Ajekum Kufuor come out with these innovations of forming this ministry, which was then a new ministry. Then they went ahead to decouple the role of a regulator from an operator. Either two, we have the Ghana Railway Company Limited operating. Then they come out with this Act 2008, 779, if I quite remember, that craft the Ghana Railway Development Authority as a regulator to be responsible for development and regulating the railway system. Now, either two, there were no specific plans about the railway industry. So what His Excellency did at that time was to get this company called Dal Hassan, if I quite Dal, yeah, DAL, at that time to conduct a feasibility studies in 2007, 2008 about the Tema Mpakadan. That time it was Tema Akosombo. So when I listen to people like, what's the name?
Sami Jemfi?
What?
Is it Sami Jemfi?
Well, I don't, the communicator of the...
Yes, yes.
It's not Sami Jemfi. Okay,
officer.
all right, well, I don't know. So when I listen to him saying that this was their baby, it's time that we stop misleading Ghanaians.
But isn't this their baby?
It cannot be their baby. I'm telling you that His Excellency John Ajekun Kufuor brought this framework. And the feasibility studies was done. You cannot rule out the NDC that they do not do anything on that line. Of course, they play their role. Government is an ongoing, concern. Okay? So after His Excellency John Ajekun Kufuor did these feasibility studies about this line, in 2008, when the feasibility studies was completed, the NDC came in. You cannot go and constitute a contract procurement process without any feasibility studies. Which feasibility study did they do? Did they conduct the NDC? So they went and took what President Kufuor did and built upon it. So yes, it's true, they came in based on President Kufuor's feasibility studies, formulate their policies, make the necessary procurement. Okay? But then the procurement the NDC did was to construct a rail line from Tema to Akosombo. When His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo came into power, he looked at it and he said, I am going to put more attention on railway. Then he came and put in the Ministry of Railway Development. They look at the NDC's contract and their procurement processes and said, well, this cannot go to Akosombo because of the dam. The engineers, therefore, made, other pronouncement that if the line is constructed through Akosombo, the integrity of the dam, it's likely to be compromised. Then the minister...
engineers told you that in 2017?
Yes, of course, when the then minister, my very good friend, Joe Gatti. So he came and reviewed the whole process. I said, well, then we need to go through... But
these same engineers advised the NDC administration and told them to terminate it at Akosombo Port.
Well, but when we took over, my predecessor took over, the understanding was that it would not be very viable to bring this train breaking through those rocks to the Akosombo.
But it's viable. Yeah. It's economically viable.
Economically, number one, and also safety issues of the dam, because the safety of the dam was then a concern. And also economically, I mean, there is no need to just to end it at Akosombo. It doesn't make any sense. Because government agenda of the master plan is to send railway line to every regional capital. His Excellency President Akufo-Addo insists on that there must be a branch line to every region. So when I listen to Sami Jemfi, for instance, saying that a railway to nowhere, he's not respecting the people from Volta region. And I don't blame him.
But why do you say that? Because if it was...
No, he was because the railway was going through Volta region. He was going to my region. His Excellency Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo insisted on.
But their plan would have terminated Akosombo, which is part of the region.
Akosombo is not part of Volta region. Akosombo is in Eastern region. And for him to come out saying he doesn't understand why the railway line should go through Volta region is an insult to we the people of Volta region. I am telling you, with that line now entering Volta region, it's going to be shorter for people to move from Ho, alight it somewhere, and then take a train and come to Accra because of the traffic density within the Shama belt. So Sami Jemfi should be extremely careful when he makes such comments. But how, it's not healthy for Ghanaians.
But however, they secured the $398 million from the Exim Bank for this project. True or false?
It's true.
So this is a government that clearly had handed you an already cooked food.
No.
You simply
loan securement process is not a conclusive index of a construction beginning.
But
the XTS project we know.
Securing the funds
is
it's 90% of
No, it's not.
Without funds, you have no project.
No. Securing the funds is part, but it's not a critical
It is a primary most critical.
I am telling you, the XTS funds has been secure. Do we have the project? Have you seen the project being done? XTS project that we know. So it is not the securing of the funds.
But in this case,
I'm coming.
Considering how the railway sector, you say, had been neglected, right? for a government, for so long, you just made a point, for a government to not only make it a priority, taking the baton from John Kufuor, but go the extra mile to secure 398, and I believe it's unprecedented.
Of course, but at that time...
But you have to acknowledge
that. When I made my statement, I said government is an going concern. I give them the credit for whatever they're doing or whatever they've done. They start from President Kufuor, isn't it? They built on it. Yeah. His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo came and done marvelously well upon what they have also done. But let me make this point very clear. The 333 or so that they...
338 million.
Yes, that they secure was not for the project we're doing. The project we're doing now is Tema Mpakana, which has the first ever rail bridge of this kind in the sub-region, 300 meters.
You mean their plan didn't include
it? It didn't include the rail bridge that we
But it was going to Akosombo, terminating there. You definitely would have...
Never. It's not in their contract.
It didn't counter the lake at all.
They were going to go behind, and that's why the engineer says that. Because they were going to go through that, outcrop of hill that we have. And that's why they said the integrity of the dam cannot be guaranteed if they have to go there. And when we looked at the document, my predecessor looked at the document. He said, of course, nobody, because they asked that, well, if you think that is safe, go in. And Jogate then could not, accept that status, and therefore came back to cabinet to ask for a review of the document. So cabinet approval was therefore granted again. Okay, so we have a new cabinet approval, a new parliamentary approval for this particular project. It was not the NDC parliamentary and cabinet approval that we welcomed.
But with
I quite remember, I was then the Minister of Energy. Jogate was outraged. He came to Parliament cabinet to seek that approval from His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
But is the same.
That was when Nana insisted that the rail must go through every regional capital. So it was a completely new cabinet and parliamentary approval for this. And you can see that their original contract was in the total length of about
84 kilometers.
This is 98 kilometers, almost 100 kilometers.
Yes.
So it's two different contracts.
But same
and the
source.
source of the loan,
same source.
Precisely.
Same source.
Same source.
Yes.
There's nothing wrong about it.
In fact, you added some 48 million to the original figure.
Precisely.
To extend it, obviously.
To extend it because of
to the 97 kilometers
and also
that you were doing.
the rail bridge, the beautiful rail bridge that you saw.
Yeah. So you got a different cabinet approval, but you use the MPP source of funding, NDC source of funding.
Yes, the same source of funding. Yeah.
So you definitely must significantly credit them for the work that they've done.
I'm not trying to discredit what they've done, but I'm trying
and the significance of what they did and left behind.
Yes, but I'm trying to discredit what the gentleman said. What did you say his name?
Sami Jemfi?
Yes, what he said. That's what I'm trying to discredit. That what he said is a complete rundown on people from Volta region, that the line goes to nowhere. We in Volta region are not living.
But substantively, his point was that it was going to be terminating at the Akosombo port.
Precisely.
That would place focus on goods, freight, etc., moving to and from.
Yeah.
We are talking about the economic viability of this track.
Yeah.
You're investing 398 million on the project. And if you have a port there, then allows you to obviously do the transportation of these goods and it becomes economically viable. But as it stands now with yours, the Mpakadan termination has no port there. So you're then only going to be transporting passengers.
Yeah. Look at
how does that make that investment economically viable? That's his point about
there is current
a track to nowhere.
Yeah, I understand what he's coming from, but because of ignorance. The Tema Mpakadan, the last kilometer of this project, has a terminal which runs down as a port. They're going to use it as a port.
Where?
Okay. At Mpakadan. We can show you the pictures, maybe if you have the pictures. Okay, so it is not anything different from what he is talking about.
So you're building a port, or the port is already there?
The port is going to be built there. Okay. Yeah, there are all plans to build a port there. Nobody was just taking the line to that end. Otherwise, why would you send a trail line to an end of another section close to a river? For what? The intention was to put a port there. And all the feasibility studies, everything has been done. by that company, TMI, if I'm quite right, to put out a port, just a small port to enable goods to be discharged, offload, and put it back on the barge. So that is in the program. So you cannot say, therefore, that the railway line is leading to anywhere. The intention of this government is to phase out this project. The first one is what we're saying, which is the passenger freight, which is very key and very important for it. Then from the passenger, we move on to the freight. And the freights, that's the one coming out with the locomotives, those who run based on the port arrangement. So it is a rail line with very viable understanding in terms of gain and investment on this.
The port is about to be built.
Yes.
You haven't started yet.
TMI, a company called TMI, it's going to be.
It's a separate contract.
It's a separate contract.
It's not part
of... But it's working with the Ministry of Transport. That is not directly under my ministry. It's working.
So this is not part of the 400 million plus you secured from the Exim Bank?
No, this is not part. But what we have done there, I think you should have a time to visit there. We have created the platform for a very big platform. If you go there, you even think like it's already a port. Very beautiful. When we're doing the commission, I'll invite you to come and look at it.
But it's definitely... Do we know how much this port is going to cost us to build?
I'll have to speak to my colleague minister from Transport.
Okay.
They are handling that project.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as we speak right now, it hasn't begun.
It hasn't been built. Yeah.
The locomotive trains that you wanted to buy, has that been factored into the amount of money that you're using, the 400 million plus?
No, it's a separate.
It's separate. So you have to source for additional funding. For that.
Yes, additional funding for that. And I think that had gone through cabinet. It's already at finance, and they're waiting for finance approval. It's been procured by some Chinese company. Yeah.
Okay. So the locomotive trains that will then transport the goods.
They'll go by goods. Freights.
Will freight.
Yeah.
Have already been approved by Parliament. The purchase has been approved by Parliament.
Did it go to... I know cabinet...
Sorry. I meant cabinet.
Yes,
I meant cabinet.
But I'm not quite sure of parliamentary approval.
What I meant was cabinet. Cabinet's already approved.
Yes.
Okay, and it's gone to the finance ministry.
Yes.
What about the construction of the port?
The construction of the port, as I stated earlier, is a discussion between my colleague Minister of Transport and the TLMI, one of the...
Has cabinet considered it already?
Yes, I think it came to cabinet.
Yes. Are there any timelines you know?
No, I have no idea about a timeline.
But the locomotives also, do you have a timeline for delivery?
The locomotives, because of the, you are aware, the financial difficulties that we got involved in, I think that delay the approval from the Ministry of Finance. But they've gone very far.
So let me ask you about the financial viability then of this investment that we currently have. What makes it financially viable?
Train is a social service. All over the world, passenger services in trains are not good investment in terms of return on investment. It's always been subsidized by government. All the trains that you see running on passenger basis, it's very, very difficult to get quite a good return on your investment if you have to rely only on passengers. And that is why most of the stations or the lines comes along with the freight, which is the locomotives. That gives a drive,
That's where you make the money.
That's why you make the money. So the viability gap is being covered by the application of the freight. On the Western line, as we're seeing happening now, the understanding is that when we start the haulage of bauxite, that will cover for, the freight that will come along the line, currently being constructed by Amandi. So passenger services on train lines are not, it's not a profitable venture. But what it does is that it has a multiplier effect in terms of its impact on the economy. Workers are sent quicker to their point of destinations. They're able to move to work and do things quickly and return. So diminishing on the intensity of traffic density, the route in terms of the lifespan will be projected. So these are some of the things that you don't see physically. But if you factored it into the gains, then you realize that, it's worth doing it. But you don't really get a return in terms of profit. We did some analysis, for instance, by using, I think, a maximum of about 200 people, running a day for, and it's not much. We're making quite close to about think about 500,000, 536,000 a month, but the cost is in excess. The cost is about 700,000. So it means there's still a viability.
Because if you look at it, I mean, you have to maintain it.
You have to maintain,
right?
You know?
And you're not making enough money.
No.
How do you maintain it? How do you run this sustainably?
And that is why all over the world, governments get involved in the operation of passenger train in terms of services, by closing that viability gap. Because this one, we're going to buy fuel,
Absolutely.
We're going to buy fuel, we're going to employ workers. And we have built at least about 8 stations on the line. We're going to put people there.
So guaranteed it will run at a loss?
Definitely, there's not going to be, it's not a profitable venture as I stated it, based on the studies that we've conducted. You're not going to make one city, for passengers. But when you start running the freight, the expectation is that gain from the freight will cover this viability gap that we're seeing in the passenger round.
That is the NDC's point to you, that their focus was build the port and let it terminate there, because you need to sustain it, it needs to pay for itself. And so the focus was build it and build the port.
That is exactly what we're doing. So I don't understand
except that the argument to you,
there is a port.
The argument to you is that you've built the passenger transportation means, which obviously will run out of laws, and then you're going to incur these losses, and the challenge will become taking care of itself.
The laws that you're talking about is a physical laws that you see. I'm telling you about the multiplier effect in terms of the economic consequences in running a passenger train.
Wouldn't you have been better to build the port and then launch both together? Because then that way you make money to take care of...
Of course, you have built the lines. You spend a lot of money building the lines. You don't want to wait for another 4 or 5 years to finish the port before you put the lines on to run it. Passengers need to be cut from one end to another. The lines are there, the train is there. You couldn't decide to wait for a longer period till you finish the port.
If I put it to you that part of it is a political consideration, what would you say to that? That this was done purely, obviously, an election year, this can be a good vote-winning mechanism.
If it's a good winning mechanism, what's wrong with it? Everybody in every country runs on politics. I am a politician. I'm here to govern the people and work in accordance with their dictates. And so if I'm doing something and it's political, what is wrong about it? Yes, it's for politics. And the people are happy. If you don't work on politics, where would you get people, how do you get this developed? Today, for the first time in the history of this country, the NDC, especially in where I come from, they're trying to do things that I do. Hitherto it's never been done. Would they say because it's politics? Yes. And that is why any environment that generates an element of competition always leads to growth. So yes, it's politics, and it's helping us.
The only challenge there is the conversation we just had. Yes, it's politics, but is it one that would in the long term and serve the big picture of financial viability, for example?
The big picture.
Yes, it's more politics than delivering on the financial viability.
The big picture for a train running through a Volta region, through Buay and other places to Accra, is to move the people quicker to their various...
Even if it's not self-sustaining?
Even if it's not self-sustaining, I'm telling you the multiplier effect of undertaking that activity. That is what we are looking at.
But then you run the risk of it struggling.
No, not necessarily.
And possibly shutting
down.
Not
necessarily. When there is a jump in economic growth as a result of some economic activities, that is why it says that government can make money as a result of that jump and subsidize. This is not the first time government will subsidize. Look, we still run a train from Accra to Tema. We run in, Takrady. I mean, they are all not profitable, but we keep on doing it because it's a service to the people. Passenger freight, it's a service. You must look at it as service. Just like government goes to construct road. Government is not constructing road from Accra to Buay to make money. That is not the intention. Government is constructing the road from Buay to Accra to expand the economy. So it is the economic expansion and the multiplier effect that we're looking at. And that is what pays for the investment.
You remember that now the government is actually in the budget reintroducing tolls under the PPP arrangement because they realized that you need the money to maintain
of course, some money, but that money cannot even.
So that's the question to you then.
That money cannot. It's not. I mean, it's just
maintaining the rail track, and it's far more expensive here because you are buying the fuel, maintaining the rail track, you're employing people. You need to sustain that to control the benefits.
The advantage is that the rail track or the train, the lines, it can last for over 50 years. Look, most of the roads that we build, what's the lifespan of this road? The lines that have been built by our colonial masters, we are still seeing them working. So the economic impact for a long time period, if you spread that investment evenly over the lifespan of the investment, in the lifespan of the rail line, you realize that it's profitable.
It pays for itself.
It pays for itself over that long time. Look, the consequences of the traffic density from Afariwa through Afienya down to Akosombo, it's unbelievable. You cannot just imagine how people go through that traffic on a daily basis. You spend no less than 3 hours within that short distance. Okay? With this, the train can make less than an hour.
To Pakadan?
Yes, of course. Less than an hour to Pakadan.
And there are stops along the road?
There are stops along. It can make less than an hour. And could you just imagine the economic significance and the impact that will, carry across? That is what we are looking at. We are looking at the bigger picture. So for my good friend coming out to say it is not profitable, nobody runs, passenger train to make any return on investment. You looked at it in the long run. You look at it, from a different perspective. The implications of undertaking that investment, the savings you are making in destroying your roads, those are the areas that you have to look at.
Let's talk about the rest of the lines, because from what I understand, this is part of the railway line going to Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso, yeah.
Yes. So will this be as far as you go, or there's plans to extend this further?
This railway terminates at precisely Burkina Faso. It goes through the Akpafu, the iron ore in Akpafu in the Oti region, Sheni iron ore in the northern part, before going through Tamale to branch to Tamale to Burkina. So this is the first of its kind that we have this cross boundary discussions between two countries in terms of this line. So I quite remember the then president, the democratic president of Burkina Faso, constantly visited
before the military intervention.
Before the military takeover, constantly with His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo to discuss this joint venture. So this was going to be a novel. What also triggers the slow rate of the process of the military takeover, which is number one, and also number two, it's becoming extremely difficult for those who were undertaking the project because they were going to run it on BOT basis. And this was going to be done solely because the Burkinabes were looking at freight. Okay? Only. They were looking at freight. And the investor was...
Because they're landlocked, right?
They're a landlocked country, so it's shorter to move their goods.
But that would be profitable.
Yes. But there was still some viability gap. So the designers of the track, team engineering, they came back. We had to shorten the line by, I think, quite close to about additional 60 to 70 kilometers, to make the line, the shorter it is, the less the cost, and the more profitable it becomes. So that was also done. And it was arranged that same time that we have this military takeover. So the discussion is ongoing. It has been well designed, and it terminates at Burkina Faso.
As we wrap up, what do you hope to be remembered by as the railways minister? What do you think your legacy?
As a railway minister?
Yes. You've been there for so long.
We've done a lot.
You have an election year, so whatever happens after December 7, your job will terminate.
Yeah.
Even if your government wins, it terminates by constitutional mandate.
You're right.
What's your legacy? What do you think your legacy will be?
What you're seeing now, the DMU, the new lines. If you go to Western region, we're doing about 78 kilometers of rail, that Amandi. We have done, the Manso Kojo-Krom section, which is also about 22 kilometers. And then Amandi is doing the 78 kilometers to Huni Valley, Manso Huni Valley. Very beautiful, one. The Temampakadan that you've seen, the bringing in of these new trains, the coming in of the the locomotives, we put in plans. And we've done a lot. We tried to revise the master plan. Several feasibility studies have been done. We've done the ECOWAS line, which moves from Togo to Ivory Coast. There's supposed to be one.
So you've laid the tracks?
No, we've done the feasibility studies on that. Okay. We've done the central spine, a lot of work has been done. We've been quite quiet for some time, but at the right time, we will bring them out for you to see.
Well, you're talking now. Yeah. But your primary legacy, I believe, will be this Temanton Pakadan one.
Precisely, and then many more. The one Amanda is doing, it's not 100% completed, but very beautiful one.
And that links which cities?
That moves from Manso Huni Valley to the Bauxite area.
So that's freight?
Yes, that's going to be freight, yeah. It's going to be free.
That will pay for itself, I believe.
Definitely free to pay, especially the ones on the bauxite.
Build, operate, and transfer?
Yes, supposed to be built, operate, and transfer. Government has done certain section. We're discussing with some South African company in collaboration with Talo DB to do BOT, some form of construction management services for us. Discussions have gone very far. We're waiting for sign off in terms of the closure or the financial closure. When that happens, that whole section, will also be completed.
What about the Sky Train? What happened to it? I haven't heard you mention it as part of the things.
The Sky Train.
Have we abandoned it?
I think for now, it doesn't look that's something we can do very shortly. So discussions are quite slow on it. But the discussion mainly is being championed by Ministerial Finance. So I will get back to my colleague minister.
Would you say it's abandoned now? The focus is elsewhere. It's not
priority. Progress is extremely slow. Progress is extremely slow. Yeah.
And finally, you did a miracle in 2020. Won a seat in Hohoi when everybody said it was impossible. You did the impossible.
No, people believe it's possible. Well, Safo was one of the...
You won it, so now we know it's possible.
It was for 3 days.
You believe you will retain it?
Of course, it's already been retained.
I see.
Yes. You see, it's easy for anybody to go to Kumasi, NDC, to win seat in MPP strong areas. The mentality and the concept of Ghanaians is far beyond, I am a tiglinyi, or I am an elephant, or I am an umbrella, or whatever it is. Ghanaians are thinking very, very fast, especially my people from Buay. They understand politics. They understand what politics mean in terms of development. Okay? And so for me, I always tell people that when the NDC come and tell them, oh, the seat is ours, we will take it back. I laugh at them. Because it's not possible. As for Buay, I don't know, unless I said I don't want to contest.
Okay.
But the problem again is that I don't want to stay for so long. Maybe somebody should also have come one time.
How many terms?
Oh, maybe I'll do my second term. I mean, this seat, I've already won the seat. I mean, it's clear. I want to do this and then see. Maybe, yeah.
That's Jean-Pierre Meu, and grateful that you joined us.
Thank you so much, Ivan.
Thanks for coming.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Thank you. Yeah.
Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Yeah.
For the Jubilee House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It is time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching. We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there is one name you can trust for your election coverage. JoyNews, your election headquarters. Our team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines. The election headquarters,
for an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to JoyNews. Today we're coming to you live from our studios in Kokomlemle. We're on DTT because we're free to on DSTV channel 421 and GoTV channel 125. Coming up this afternoon, prepare for more blackouts as minority spokesperson on Parliament's Mines and Energy Committee reveals Gridco will be shedding at least 500 megawatts for the entire week. More as energy experts demand government comes clean on the current power situation. Also, this afternoon, Workers' Union of the ECG in the Ashanti region banned 4 general managers from all Regional Security Council meetings until Ashanti Regional Minister apologizes for what they describe as unlawful arrest of the Ashanti West General Manager. We'll hear from the ECG Workers' Union. Plus, Ghana Health Service urges the Ghanaian public to return to mask wearing and other COVID-19 protocols as it confirms what it says are sporadic new cases of the infection, especially in the capital, Accra. Details as the service advises Ghanaians who test positive for COVID-19 to isolate up for 7 days. We're also live on Facebook, YouTube, Instagrams, and X Spaces at JoyNews on TV. My personal handle is at Denana Aisha. Please do stay for details. Residents of the Upper West region have added their voice, urging the government to come out with a timetable to enable them plan their daily activities. Business persons offering secretarial services, students and workers say the frequent unplanned power cuts are affecting the activities, with students bearing the most brunt as they are unable to study for the exams. JoyNews' Upper West regional correspondent Rafik Salam has more.
Unplanned power outages and punishing high temperatures, making lives uncomfortable for residents of the Upper West region. For several months, businesses have been suffering as a result of the former, making residents struggle for survival.
Residents of the Walo community, by extension the Upper West region, are really seeing the issue of power outages, otherwise known as Dumso, but locally here it's known as Aquatia. People who are into businesses, organizations, officers are really smarting from it. They are saying that it is not really helping them. Some few minutes ago, there were these two generators that were really making loud noises right here. So we are currently here to talk to the people who are managing these businesses and see how things are panning out.
Standby generators are often used, especially by few people, to run their businesses during the power outages. Others who cannot afford the services of a standby generator feel the pinch and pain and sit down like Egyptian mummies seeking for help. Lutfia Yahya is the manageress of Luden's Ventures. They are offering secretarial services, sale of stationaries, and other office equipment.
The first effect of the light outs mostly is it spoils a lot of our machines. That's the first effect. And then sometimes when it's like that and the machine shut off without you following the normal procedure to shut it down, when you want to on it again, there's a code that will come that gives you a lot of problems. You rather will incur a cost of changing part of it or something. And then secondly, when the light went out off like that, we are forced to put on the generator. That is additional cost that we add to our business. But we still cannot increase the charges because cost of living is already high. When the light went off like that, the computer sometimes we just want to off it, then it comes off on again. So it means that you have to call in a mechanic or send it to a mechanic to work on it for you. So that is another additional cost you are always incur. These are costs you don't even plan for. But they have come. What can you do? Because you can't shut off the place or close down the business. You have to incur. So at the end of the day, we are running at a loss. We are not actually making profit.
Ajuase Luden's Ventures is the name Ventures who are also offering same service. Though the owner of the name Ventures refused to speak to us, the loud noise from an electric generator is evident enough of the inconveniences she goes through. Kenneth Ali Unwadi is a health practitioner residing at the extreme end of the Wakabanya enclave. He painted a mental picture of the struggle they go through with the unplanned outages.
Very, very, very horrible situation. Unexpected light off at night, in the daytime, anytime the light can go off. Otherwise, you don't have, if you plan to do anything, you can be affected negatively because the light will go off and then you get disrupted. It has since been so for a very long time now. The heat is so much, I'm highly affected. My children who want to study and go and write exams, their studies are disrupted. So they can't prepare very well for the next examination or the examination day. So before you realize, everything is off and everybody is in disarray. The heat alone will not allow you to sleep. It's very horrible. And in Upper West here, this is the heat period of Upper West.
Whilst Kenneth Ali wants the government to come out with a timetable for the power outages, Lutfia Yahya, however, wants the government to do the needful by attending to the needs of the power companies.
They should be honest with us and give us a timetable. and prepare us so that we mobilize ourselves and organize that and get to know that at this hour of the day or this period of the time or this period we shall be having light off.
You owe them, you are all the time, you are lying. So they intentionally will put this light off, telling you that it's a fault. Meanwhile, it's not a fault. It's intentionally. Let's come out and face reality.
Students of the Simon Diodon Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies, SDDU-based, are also not left out in the power outage conundrum. The situation is even worse during the examination week, forcing them to use unconventional ways to study.
My hostel, we are about 7 inside, and imagine if lights up, how we feel the condition there. We are all crowded and no light. Some of us are using electrical gadgets to cook. We can't cook. We go through a lot through the doom. So
some students got bitten by snakes and other dangerous reptiles as a result.
If the movement of one place to another, especially from this place to campus, there is no even street light here, and also we are girls. The girls now, we fear. We are scared, so because of that now, we always come and hang around this place, sit, so waiting for the light to come back. We just sit and refresh ourselves and waiting until the lights come before we get to our hostel, because it's always warm inside.
When you start to learn, then the light is out, doom, so you get back inside and then it will come back. So you have to come down again and then go to class. You go to class and then boom, the light is out again. So because of that, people just say, oh, then it's okay, I'm not learning. Let me sleep, let me do this, let me do something else. Let me come out and sit. And now too, because of the weather, the snakes and reptiles are always coming out. So if you don't take care, you can get bitten. The last time one lady got bitten while sitting outside because of doomso. If she was inside, this thing wouldn't have happened.
So what the people in the Upper West region are now talking about is that at least they want a timetable so that they can be able to plan their lives. So they are calling on the government to come to their aid, let them have a timetable for these lights out in the Upper West region so that their businesses, their children's school studies will not be truncated. Reporting for JoyNews, Rafik Salam. Wow.
Well, energy expert Kwame Jantua says the power situation is much more than the government is telling us. He says it's a cocktail of financing the debts and also fueling the power generators, plus personal interests issues, among other things. His outburst comes as ranking on the Mines and Energy Committee of Parliament, John Jinapa, warns Ghanaians must prepare for more blackouts, revealing the country's power distributors will be shedding at least 500 megawatts each day for the whole of this week, adding, in spite of the certainty of the supply shortfalls, the power distributors have been given strict instructions not to share a load shedding timetable. Listen to his interaction with Evans Mensah on Newsnight.
Is it not curious that this week DICO has written to the ministry to inform them they will be shedding load of 500 megawatts every day, and yet government officials have instructed ECT not to issue the load shedding timetable?
You know this how? Because I haven't seen any evidence to this effect.
I'm speaking to you on fact. Check with GRIDCO whether they are not shedding 500 megawatts this week on a daily basis.
The allegation that they've been directed not to publish.
We met them.
Meanwhile, Chairman of the Mines and Energy Committee of Parliament, Atachian, says 8 resolutions have been directed at all players in the sector after its meeting with them. He says the committee is asking President Akufo-Addo to direct Finance Minister Dr. Amin Adams to do everything possible to raise money to purchase fuel to power the thermal plants after it was observed that the current intermittent power supply has been caused by a lack of fuel because there's simply no money.
To a very reasonable extent, the issues were clear to us and the problems too were obvious. And I didn't see anybody trying to say that, oh, you overruled in terms of what you are trying to accept as a problem that is confronting the nation. So it was a congregation of the key players in the supply chain. And that was a very comprehensive engagement, and it became clear to us. So we tabled about, let me count, we tabled about I think 8 observations and sent to the president, the stakeholders themselves, to the speaker, and then the majority leader and the minority leader, for them to understand what is going on. And then we expect that action will be taken on some of these matters to bring us to normalcy. Okay. Bear in mind that for good measure, close to over 7 years now, we have had power. So I have always said that why should we say that the closing chapter of the president, I mean, we should come to this kind of situation. So he is acutely aware of some of the challenges that is affecting the sector now, and he owes it to his name to remedy it. We said that the president should secure the synergy among the critical players in the power value chain, especially the Minister for Finance, the Minister for Energy, the Managing Director of the Electricity Company of Ghana, the Chief Executive of the Volta River Authority, and the Chief Executive of Gridco. We're very, very much concerned about it. One issue that cropped up was, as Riley said, fuel. You know, so we said the Minister for Finance should use every financial activity to make available to the generator, namely TAPCO, TICO, TT, T1PP, TT2PP, Ameri, and the rest of them, same power and the rest of them. That if these are thermal setups, and critically, without the availability of fuel, they will not be able to generate what to expect. And it's a money issue, and it should be found.
Well, Kwame Jantua says the earlier the government comes clean on the power situation, the better.
Why can't they bring us all together to the point and tell us it's a financing issue? Because it's more than financing. It's a cocktail of financing, debt, equipment, maintenance, cash waterfall, and fuel and personal interest. They are all part and parcel of the cocktail we are talking about. And so at this point, that Gridco, according to the Honorable Jinapo, that they have been given instructions not to indicate the operative word there amongst this cocktail is finance. That is the operative word. You need finance to be able to buy feedstock. You need finance because gas is a challenge. Apart from that, the other side of the question that makes it even more difficult is the personal interest bit that is in there. And we need to address, look, I was expecting the president, when he commissioned the Ameri K1 in Kumasi, I was expecting him as an opportunity to tell to Ghanaians, yes, we appreciate the patience you've had for us. However, these are the challenges, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And these challenges, we are trying our possible best, at least for one of the challenges, to get finance in so that we can sort some of these things out. When we had the discussion on Joy Prime the other day, the gentleman from the chamber of generators, what did he say? He said they've paid some, but the majority of it hasn't been paid. So there's a debt issue there.
Meanwhile, Workers' Union of the Electricity Company of Ghana in the Ashanti region has banned 4 general managers in the Ashanti region from all Regional Security Council meetings. General managers of Ashanti East, West, South, and Sub-Transmission are all automatic members of the RECSEG. But the National Executive Committee of the Senior and Junior Workers' Union of ECG, at an emergency meeting, resolved to restrain the managers from attending the Ashanti Regional Security Council meetings until chairman of the council, who doubles as Regional Minister Simon Osei-Mensah, officially apologizes to the General Manager of the Ashanti West for what they describe as unlawfully ordering his arrest. The workers described as unprofessional the conduct of the Ashanti Regional Minister in ordering the arrest of Michael Riafe because he failed to heed the orders of the minister to reconnect Kumasi Technical University after a team from the headquarters of the ECG had disconnected their power over unpaid bills. The workers have since last week demanded an unqualified apology from Mr. Osei-Mensah, who or face their wrath. In solidarity with their colleague, all workers of ECG across the country will from Wednesday wear red attire and hoist red flags in protest of its unlawful arrest. Both the senior and junior workers' unions of the power company are demanding an unqualified apology from the Ashanti Regional Minister and also the discontinuation of the case. Let's get on to the phone line and speak with Vice Chairman of the Senior Workers Union of ECG, of the National Senior Workers of ECG, Bismarck Adoma, over the issue. Grateful for your time. What's the background to the arrest of this Ashanti Regional manager of which you are throwing your weight behind?
What happened was the Kumasi Technical University was owing ECG, and our national task force came to Kumasi to disconnect. After the disconnection, the regional minister reported to the Ghana police, Ashanti region, for him to be arrested. He went there, he was writing a statement and asked to bail himself. That's the cause of our action.
But this university that was disconnected, were they giving prior notice?
They have owing us for a long time, and they were supposed to pay, and they were not paying.
Is there no other way to resolve this issue? How long do you intend to go with this?
What we have said is tomorrow we are going to wear the red and then hold the red throughout the country. Our national executive, that's the next met yesterday, and affirmed it, as you said, and we also instructed our 4 general managers in Ashanti region not to attend any meeting called by the regional minister until he did the apology, until he apologized to us.
How long do you want to continue with this?
Oh, we gave it by the close of day, the deadline. If you go ahead and do it by the close of today, everything will end today. But if you don't go ahead, the action will follow as when we decide what to do.
That means that if he doesn't apologize, you will be doing this for how long?
Tomorrow is the rest, and then the flag hosting, instructing our general manager not to attend any meeting. By the close of tomorrow, if we don't hear anything, the next will meet again and take the next line of action.
Have you had any engagement with the Ashanti Regional Minister for an amicable solution to this matter?
We have not had anything for him since we put our statement out.
You don't think that meeting him personally to talk about this would be a better solution to this matter?
Since we put our statement out, he has been on air defending what he did. So meaning he's not wanted to have it settled amicably.
So that means that if he doesn't apologize, this will continue until he apologizes. Is that what you're saying?
After tomorrow, the next will meet and take another decision what to do then.
Grateful for your time. Bismarck Adoma is National Vice Chairman of the ECG National Workers Union. Let's get on to other stories. The Ministry of Sanitation and the Ghana Education Service are partnering to educate students from various special schools across the country on menstrual health and hygiene. Under the Water, Sanitation and Hygiene Service, this initiative will be a significant intervention to increasing school attendance while reducing absenteeism among girls, especially during menstruation. This is also to reduce menstrual stigmatization among students with special needs. There's more in this report.
The onset of menstruation means a new phase for new vulnerabilities in the lives of adolescents. Yet many adolescent girls face stigma, harassment and social exclusion during menstruation. As part of efforts to curb the growing stigmatization among adolescent girls, the Ghana Education Service and the Ministry of Sanitation are reaching out to special schools. The support will include the provision of educational materials on menstruation for the differently abled, especially visually impaired students. Director in charge of School Health Program at the GES, Theresa Opon-Mensah, says heads of institutions and teachers are being trained on how to ensure inclusivity among differently abled adolescent girls.
We intend to support the girls in our schools, And that is why we are giving the teachers the requisite knowledge and skills for them to use the Braille to educate the children in the special schools on menstrual health and hygiene. We have produced materials on menstrual hygiene for years for the normal in quote schools, and we feel this is a time to also Braille those materials to continue with the education for the special children. And with the help of the Gamma project from the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, we have been able to produce these materials for use in the schools.
Programs Manager at the Ministry of Sanitation, Charlotte Ejimafo, highlighted the need for the project to take off.
We have realized that we have special girls who normally stay out of school because of access to infrastructure, because of educational materials that are not fit for purpose for them, and even stigmatization and discrimination against girls with special needs. So in Ghana, we have about 50 special schools, and 10 of them are visually impaired schools. And they use different materials to learn. So together with Ghana Education Service and the Ghana Sanitation and Water Project, which is supported by World Bank, we have been able to design materials that they will be able to, like the brailles for the visually impaired. We do audios and then flip chart, pictures. We use the tools that they understand for them to be able to have opportunity to learn about menstrual hygiene management, and then also to support a girl, a special girl, to be able to menstruate hygienically, privately, and then boost their confidence, and they'll be able to stay in school and then learn.
Materials for the menstrual health and hygiene education for visually impaired students will include Braille books, which will enhance their learning capabilities.
This is the book we have Braille for the visually impaired, and we are using for the menstrual hygiene training. This will help the visually impaired to also get full knowledge and information about the menstrual hygiene that is being taught. So it is no more abstract to them, it is very practical to them. So whatever you have for the sighted child, we have brailled it. So if you ask the child what is puberty, the child picks this book and he or she reads and gets the same information as the sighted person.
For JoyNews, Nana Boachida Kweyadom, Kumasi.
Let's stick with education because the National Union of Ghana Students is advocating for the urgent decapping of GETFund to facilitate development in the country's education sector. According to the president of the union, Daniel Oponchireme, the cap on the GETFund is hindering the progress of education, thus necessitating its immediate removal to prevent the risk of stagnation. He made the remarks at a national conference of the union in Accra.
Established in 2000, the GETFund aims to provide financial support to public institutions under the Ministry of Education for the development and maintenance of essential academic facilities and infrastructure nationwide. However, with the passage of the Capping and Realignment Act 947 of 2017, government expenditure and investment in the education sector are constrained under the earmarked funds. NUC's president, Daniel Oponchireme, insists that the fund must be urgently decapped.
One key thing we looked at was the uncapping of GETFund. We still find it worrying and quite disheartening why the main statutory funds that funds education in this country has been capped. If that happens, it puts the educational sector or the educational ministry in a very tight corner in getting the necessary resources to materialize the good visions and even the aspirations we want to see in the educational ecosystem. So we are still pushing vehemently for the uncapping of GETFund. The Student Loan Trust Fund is not able to fund a lot of our students. Why? Because we've not been able to uncap GETFund.
He also stressed the need to depoliticize education, particularly during this campaign season, as it could have adverse consequences for the country.
Politicization has been happening right from the word go. It's been happening. That's how come we are still pushing for the non-politicization, because it's really affecting a lot of things. Today we have this system coming in. Today another party comes and reduce it. Another party goes there to campaign, and already running systems, we go and then it's a whole lot of different things. And with the youth, we sit back and we feel very worried on how our future is being dwindled. The educational ecosystem of our country should not be politicized, especially when this country we are gradually developing, or we are gradually gravitating towards the stage we want to find our educational sector in. So we are still asking various political parties, both MPP, both NDC, that the educational system of our country should not be politicized.
In addition, Education Minister Dr. Yao Osei-Duchim emphasized the importance of embracing science, technology, engineering and mathematics, highlighting their potential to boost the country's economy.
So we talk about quality education, we talk about relevance of education system. I'll give an example of why you hear us talking about STEM, Just take the field of engineering. In Vietnam, with a population of 97 million, every year 100,000 engineers are graduated from their universities. As a result of that, companies like Samsung has established its largest manufacturing plant there. If you are using a Samsung phone, it may be coming from Vietnam. So STEM education has democratized or can democratize economic opportunity.
Students nationwide are urged to play their part in holding politicians accountable for interventions in education. Peace Vojogbe's report for JoyNews.
The Ghana Health Service is urging the Ghanaian public to return to mask wearing and other COVID-19 protocols as it confirms what it says are sporadic new cases of the infection, especially in the capital, Accra. Though the Ghana Health Service says such new cases are not strange, it wants the public to observe the COVID-19 protocols such as mask wearing, social distancing, and isolation if they test positive for the virus. Here's Head of Health Desk here at JoyNews, Fresh Smith, with a breakdown.
Well, in the hospitals, we don't have anyone in severe or critical condition from COVID, mainly maybe because a lot of us have taken the COVID-19 vaccine and therefore are not suffering from the severity of it. We also know some persons have not taken the vaccine, and such persons will have a difficult time dealing with COVID once they get it. So the advice is for those who haven't taken the vaccine to go for it now. As it stands, Aisha, we don't know the numbers yet because the latest information from the Ghana Health Service dashboard, as we can see on the screen, is showing that as at the 7th of April, we had 21 active cases in our system now. No severe or critical condition reported in there. However, things have changed since that time, and it is possible that we have a lot more cases that has not been reported or updated on the dashboard yet. They've also been looking at the positivity rates based on the surveillance they've conducted by the Ghana Health Service, and they looked at routine surveillance. They had 12.4% of positivity rate in that area, and then they looked at enhanced contact tracing as well, which produced 8.8% positivity rate. We had 0.9% positivity rate for those traveling into Ghana.
Home-based assessment study by an environmental NGO, Pure Earth Ghana, has revealed that about 93% of traditional eyeliners on the Ghanaian market all exceeded the Ghana Standard Authority threshold of lead in cosmetics. In a statement to mark World Earth Day, the NGO says some of the eyeliners are composed entirely of lead, posing a significant source of lead exposure to children. It also says the threat of lead exposure from the use of the metal cookware that is saying remains high, requiring collective efforts to tackle the lead and mercury pollution. Listen to Pure Earth's Country Director of Ghana, Reverend Dr. Esmond Wisdom Kwanzaa, addressing the problem.
The earth is all we have, and we must do everything we can to protect it. Pure Earth is joining the rest of the world to mark the International Earth Day with a call to action and also to celebrate the solutions thus far. Pure Earth is an international environmental organization dedicated to addressing toxic pollution and saving the planet. Pure Earth has been championing the cause of remediating toxic sites and also advocating for environmental regulations that will ensure the prevention of toxic pollution in general. The effect of toxic pollution on our health and on the planet are dire, and the consequences are very, very, very severe. And so there's a need for us to highlight this plight and how endangered our planet or our world is if nothing is done to address this. Over the last 25 years, Pure Earth has been partnering with government, communities, international organizations, the civil society groups, and funders to address the effects of mercury pollution and lead pollution in particular on children and pregnant women. And so this is an opportunity for us to say, look, there's a need for a concerted effort during this International Earth Day to raise awareness about the plight and to call on all to join Pure Earth in addressing and tackling the menace of toxic pollution in our world.
We're still live on JoyNews today. Let's take a break. When we return, we'll bring you the very latest from the world of business.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see Sintex. Sintex.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Sintex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Sintex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Sintex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Sintex is the answer. Sintex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Hi, welcome to Business. My name is Darryl Kwao. Inflation is expected to decline to 24.6% year-on-year this month from 25.8% recorded in March 2024. That's according to IC Securities. However, the month-on-month inflation will increase to 1.4%. Here's more in this report.
IC Securities also revised its end-of-year inflation to 16.9% plus or minus 1.0 percentage points. This is against its earlier forecast of 16.1% plus or minus 1.0 percentage points. According to the research firm, its estimations suggest that the 10.6% year-to-date depreciation of the cedi could elevate Ghana's annual inflation profile by between 80 basis points and 100 basis points at the end of 2024, as the foreign exchange pressures pass through higher transport fares, utility tariffs, and imported items. In the March 2024 CPI data, transport inflation witnessed the steepest rise in its share of headline inflation, climbing from the 11th most influential item to the 8th position. Despite the slightly elevated upside risk to inflation, the spike in March 2024 was largely expected on the back of unfavorable base effect. IC Securities maintained its expectation for a generally non-linear disinflation path in 2024 and view the March upsurge as a transitory bump on the disinflation journey.
Now, traders at the Santase market in the Ashanti regional capital, Kumasi, have raised issues with the stalled construction of a market center to facilitate economic activities in the area. Since a sword cutting ceremony in 2022, the new trading center now sits in weeds and has become a home for rodents, whilst its intended occupants wallow under poor marketing conditions. At a press briefing, the market women highlighted the adverse impact of the stalled project on their trading and well-being.
Sword cutting for the redevelopment of the Santase market was held on May 12, 2022, with an expected 24-month completion period. Barely 2 years after the start of the project, it stands neglected at the early stage of construction. The market has weeds grown all over, becoming a den for rodents and reptiles. Here is NDC's parliamentary candidate for Inshayaso, Faustina Derry Bayo.
Santase dry jar. It serves so many communities around. So you share any num TUC, functional bra, at pray. Some young na only a jar. Obia depending on Santase markets. No say you put jay wegu. Say you buy besija for frama ye maminum.
This is the only market here at Santase, and for the past 2 years, the contractor has abandoned this market project.
Ashanti region. Prince might be a Mudi Bambiano or Muye. A jacka cry, Sebio and Papa John Germany Mahama power. Young was to see ya, including all my tickets here. And you be a crowd on some markets. What's to see what a monotone, Emma Menum Equity Jawum. Not into a Santase market. Yabuja go 2 good years.
The market is the only major trading place serving the people of Santase, Fanchenebra, TUC, and Yinem and surrounding communities. The modern market is designed to be fitted with solar power, a 20-seater KVIP, a police station, a fire post, a pharmacy, crèche, among other facilities to make business activities thrive and boost the socio-economic development of the area. Some market women who spoke with Love Business expressed their displeasure over the current state of the market and the risk involved in trading at the temporary place given to them. We are suffering here at the market. It hasn't been easy. Security is also a challenge. Emmanuel Owusu's reports for JoyNews.
And that's it for this segment. Sports is coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
When I was young, I asked my mother the secret of hair vitality and health. She said, the right food, the right exercise, the right amount of sleep, and the right blood tonic. Nescafe Blood Tonic is effective for the treatment
Let's bring you sports here on JoyNews today. I am Muftaru Nabila Abla, the head coach of Dreams FC. Abdul Karim Zito says the performance put out by his boys in the CAF Confederation Cup semi-final first leg against Zamalek in Cairo surprised the Egyptians. According to him, the strategy that they used in approaching the game was the reason why they were able to secure a draw in the first leg of the semi-final.
Before you go into any game as a coach, you've got to ask yourself what you need in that game. And then when you come to compromise, you come to conclusion that this is what you want, then you have to prepare towards that objectives. So I think I'm very happy I told you, at least we are going in for a win. At least if you don't get a win, the draw will be better for us. That was the promise I gave to you. So we welcome it, and then we went there. I know you were at training. You saw how we were seriously working on that issue, because when you look at Zamalek, the combination of play is very fantastic, and so you got to plan how to stop them and then stop them. So I think we were lucky. We had our own game, and then so we are coming to work harder than what we did to face them.
On Sunday.
Yeah.
How difficult is it?
No, it will be very, very difficult because they were surprised. You know, sometimes I say there's positive and negative about all issues in the world. When you look at our position in the league, it will give you different impression about Dreams. So it was like, who are these boys, blah, blah. And you see us, small boys. So before they realize this is what they wanted and they could not get it, they have to push, fighting the referees and so forth. So I think we've all seen it before. We relied on information, but now we've seen it live. So we have to plan seriously how to face them and then we'll change the party anyway. I will not sit back because 1-0 is we all have the chances. But the advantage we are having is we are playing home.
Later tonight, there is a big London derby as Arsenal comes up against Chelsea. The manager of Arsenal, Mikel Arteta, believes that this is a game his boys must go out there and win to give them a chance of fighting for the Premier League title come the end of the season. Chelsea, they are reeling about the absence or the potential absence of star player Cole Palmer, and head coach Mauricio Pochettino wants the rest of the boys to rise to the occasion in the absence of the 20-year-old.
Huge improvements. I think they deserve to be in a much higher position in the league when you look at what they've done and what they produce in games. They have reached a final, they have reached a semi-final, they could have been through. So I think what Mauricio is doing is really impressive, and I'm sure that he's going to get them there. I have to play against him, he needs to play against me. It's huge clubs, it's a London derby, it's a massive game for us, and we have prepared the best possible way.
Today, no. We'll see tomorrow. We need to assess tomorrow morning. But today, no. Today, I don't believe that can be involved, but we need to assess him tomorrow, and then we will decide. But even if he will be good tomorrow, maybe he's not in a condition to play. I hope he's recover from this situation, and as soon as possible can be involved again with the team.
Is it possible to beat Arsenal without Cole Palmer?
Well, with and without, always we believe that we can win. The most important is the team. The most important is the collective. Of course, he's an important part of the team. He's doing fantastic for us. But I think that is Chelsea, and of course, plenty of players that can perform and to do the job also.
That's your sports for now. We do have more sports stories on myjoyonline.com. We appreciate your time.
Jubilee House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It is time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching.
We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there is one name you can trust for your election coverage. JoyNews, your elections headquarters.
Our team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines.
The election headquarters for an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
What was making headlines elsewhere. 5 people, including a 7-year-old girl, have died while trying to cross the channel in a small boat. The BBC witnessed people scrambling onto the boat as well as police efforts to stop them. The incident comes as the UK's Parliament passed the Prime Minister's flagship Rwanda bill after months of wrangling. Rishi Sunak says the bill will deter people smugglers from bringing migrants to the UK on small boats. The bill designates Rwanda a safe country, but the plan is fiercely criticized by opposition and rights groups. That is it for World News. Up next is Showbiz.
Good afternoon, welcome to the Showbiz segment with me, Jacqueline Ansuma Yeboah. Now, Ghanaians remain in shock following the sudden passing of renowned gospel musician Augustine Kofi Owusu-Anto, better known as Koda. Koda passed away in the early hours of Sunday. Even in his absence, Koda's legacy continues to resonate with his songs. Today, we take you through some of Koda's top iconic songs that marks his legacy.
Guide me, oh.
Since the news of his passing broke, heartfelt messages of condolence have been pouring in from all corners. Koda's legacy as a multifaceted musician and devout believer shines through in each of his songs. To honor the enduring legacy of Koda and profound impact he had on the Ghanaian music scene, here are some of his top songs that deserve a place on your playlist today. Nkwabodo, Bread of Life, stands as a testament to his ability to craft infectious melodies with profound spiritual significance, earning him the prestigious Record of the Year in Ghana in 2015.
Come to Jesus now, ready, Missy, Yesu ya ibade. Yesu ya
Hosea Hosanna, released in 2018, further showcases Koda's musical prowess, offering a powerful anthem of worship and praise.
Over Satan power.
SMP sparked public debate within the church community, highlighting Koda's willingness to address important issues through his music. Inspired by the reading of the Acts of the Apostles, the song serves as a call to churches to stay true to their divine calling.
But the one way to make to heaven, preach a man, you don't preach about it.
From renouncing old deeds to celebrating God's grace, Yape's song is imbued with sincerity and conviction.
Satan,
Eradier further demonstrates Koda's dedication to spreading the message of faith and allegiance to Christ. Finally, Guide Me stands as a testament to Koda's status as one of Ghana's foremost gospel musicians.
I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind away, but now I see. Guide me, oh.
Now, Koda's music continues to inspire and uplift, serving as a reminder of his passion for Christ and his unwavering commitment to sharing the gospel through his song. As we honor his enduring legacy, may his music continue to touch hearts and souls for generations to come. For Joy News, I am Jacqueline Ansama Yeboah.
Things are not the same anymore. Christos me,
Now, Ghanaian playwright Chief Moment has suggested ways of making theatre in Ghana more vibrant. The curator of the month's award theatrical project told Kwame Dazi on Joy FM Showbiz A to Z that one of the ways of elevating the art is by doing a lot of collaborations.
Maybe one of the things that we can do in our industry as we all now develop capital. When I say capital, I just don't mean financial capital, social capital, literary capital, all kinds of capital, is to pull those resources together. So one of the things I would actually even propose, at some point, in a year or two to come is for us to do a major theater festival. That's one of the strategies I was discussing with one professor of arts here. So imagine myself, George Quay, Latif, Uncle Buay, we all come together and say we're doing a major theater festival, right? So we're not only pulling resources together, we're also pulling audiences together, and all our machines are working to grow, because at the end of the day, one person will not be able to grow the industry on their own. So it's our collective effort.
Well, it's a wrap for the Showbiz segments with me, Jacqueline Ansama Yeboah. Over to you, Aisha.
Rather on a sad note, I think that the death of Koda, he's done some great songs. I've listened to a few of them, very nice. Oh, may his soul rest in peace. Thanks for bringing us Showbiz. That'll be it for the bulletin. My name is Aisha Ibrahim. Log on to myjournline.com for more of the news and updates of all the developing stories. My name is Aisha Ibrahim. Do enjoy the rest of our programs.
It's always a good time. Any time is a good time to talk about prostate issues.
One thing I want to say is this, that thankfully I got prostate cancer and survived it.
If you have prostate cancer, that means it's a death sentence. It's not so.
I don't think all the prostate people go through the symptoms. There are symptoms that are sort of like red flags. I didn't really go through any symptoms per se, Okay. I just remember having frequent urination.
I mean, it's a man thing, and they say men have ego, we are alphas and all of that. So all of a sudden, boss, they feel boss.
Masturbation.
The boys are watching you.
And frequent sex is not a risk factor for developing a prostate cancer.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the marketplace. Coming up, government gets International Monetary Fund's blessings to go ahead and recapitalize National Investment Bank despite an earlier pushback on this move. Also coming up, government expects some positive reactions from international rating agencies following progress made on debt restructuring.
Given the progress we have made on the performance of the economy, we expect that the outlook through the rating will be positive.
Also coming up, inflation to decline to 24.6% in April 2024. We'll have more from IC Securities. My name is Darryl Kwao. Thanks for being with us. Details coming up. Thanks for staying with us, everyone. First up, the government has secured the blessings of the International Monetary Fund to go ahead and recapitalize the National Investment Bank. This is what Joy Business has picked up from officials of the fund working with Ghana on restructuring of the financial sector. George Afi has more in this report.
Joy Business understands that this approval was secured when the IMF team visited Ghana earlier this month as part of the second program review. The decision on the National Investment Bank was part of a broad initiative under the IMF program, where the fund was looking at what can be done to firmly stabilize the financial sector, what measures should be taken to deal with other issues, including the second round impact of the recent financial sector cleanup on government's finances. The IMF officially wanted government to take what has been described as some decisive action on the financial institution, which included an objection to recapitalize the National Investment Bank. However, government was able to make a strong case for this financial intervention because of the role the bank plays in the economy. Joy Business understands that some support has already been advanced to the bank under this recapitalization move. However, some additional measures are being taken to ensure that this fresh level of capital support is able to put the bank on a strong footing whilst working to deal with some underlying issues facing the financial institution.
Well, to make sense of the latest developments, I'm joined on Zoom by Dr. Richmond Editorial, who is a banking consultant. Good afternoon to you, and thanks for joining us on the marketplace. So the IMF wanted a decisive action on the National Investment Bank. Now, our source is telling us that the IMF has given a go-ahead for the government to recapitalize the bank. Your thoughts on this latest development?
Thank you very much, Del, and good afternoon to your cherished viewers. As I've said all along, NIB is a strategic bank, and it requires that it has to be recapitalized. And it's only some good news that we've heard that the IMF has given its blessing for the NIB to be recapitalized. But NIB needs to undergo a lot of structural reforming. The first thing that if NIB, I think the IMF would ask, what is the type of corporate governance we have in place at NIB? If you look at NIB's history, since maybe I left there 20 years ago, NIB has been bedeviled with poor corporate governance practices, with ineffective board composition and board what have you. So I'm very happy that the IMF is now, I'm sure they will make it a conditionality to ensure that a good corporate governance system is put in place as they talk about the capitalization. It's a very, very important thing. There are two legs, capitalization and good corporate governance. If you don't have the good corporate governance, you can forget about which capital you could pump into it. And furthermore, I don't know the type of recapitalization the ministry and the IMF is talking about. I can tell you specifically that an outstanding debt contractors' debt is close to 2.1 billion. That one has to be refinanced if we're going to recapitalize it, so that we don't have a situation whereby a good money is thrown after bad money. So it's a very good beginning, but it is a long way to go if we really want to do the right thing. It is a long way to go, and I believe the Bank of Ghana, the Minister of Finance, and whoever is involved would have to take a critical look of the governance in the state institutions, including the banks, because there is nothing to write home about the corporate governance in the state institution. That is what I'll say.
So you're saying that the problem mainly to do with the NIB has much more to do with poor corporate governance. Is that it?
Yes, specifically from my experience, and don't forget I've worked there for a very long time, and I left the place about 20 years ago. Once upon a time, there was a fantastic corporate governance where the board was very up and doing, where the CEOs were tough, where management team knew what they were doing. Things could not get bad. Once upon a time, let me make a history of NIB. NIB was the first bank in Ghana to have structured letters of credit, cotton deal, $2.3 million. The first in the history of Ghana. No bank in Ghana has done the structured letters of credit for cotton deal. All these things have gone into drain. And I'm saying that as the IMF want to recapitalize it with Bank of Ghana, I urge them that they should strictly look at the corporate governance. Otherwise, no amount of money you put in, and you have a bad board, you have a weak internal control system, you have a poor management practices systems, you're going to have zero return. So I'm very happy that the IMF has given the blessings, but I sincerely believe that corporate governance is the root, is the mother of all troubles of NIB. And it must be looked at, not only the capital.
Okay, there have been suggestions that the NIB should rather be privatized. Do you agree? Do you support this?
Well, I said it some time ago on your program. And I said that after we have recapitalized it, and we find out that the strategic fit of NIB is not important or relevant. As you know, in 1963 and 1965, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah said that I needed to have ADB to look at agri, and I needed NIB to look at industry. Unfortunately, in 2003, we did what we call the universal banking concept, where they can become jack of all trade, but master of none. If we want to sell it, then are we selling it as a development bank, or we use the same universal banking concept? But after the capitalization and all things being well, ceteris paribus, I believe we should sell it on the market. We should give ourselves 2 years or 3 years and do it place it on the stock exchange and sell it. Because far too long, banks that are owned by state, especially in outside of the world, doesn't function properly at all. And my memory serves me right. In the whole world, if you go to India, the best performing banks are the state-owned banks, as against the foreign banks, which is completely the opposite in Ghana. Because in India, the corporate governance is religiously applied across all sectors of the industry, whether state, whether foreign, whether private. But unfortunately, in Ghana, the state ones are not properly governed. The governance is very weak because people are appointed there just to political gains, and they become politically captured. I mean, in governance, if you are politically captured, you cannot serve and bring a good result. But if after recapitalizing, we give ourselves 3 years to put things to order, I would recommend that, unless we want us to stay on the focus by which Dr. Kwame Nkrumah said, focus on industry, so that we train them more and more in the industry. Otherwise, if they will stay in the realms of universal bank, I totally agree with those who are saying that we should sell it so that we don't incur this physical issues that we are encountering at the moment.
Well, I guess the reason the government is bent on having NIB operational is because of what was supposed to be its core mandate of promoting industrialization. And so whilst we talk about whether or not NIB is living up to expectation and is relevant now, what could be the alternatives for government to achieve what was supposed to be the vision for the creation of that bank?
Yeah, the vision can easily be achieved because we are still unindustrialized. And I believe that if we can put the structures and the governance system very well, NIB can pursue the industrialization still. But if we want to play the game that we've been playing over the last 13, 14 years, I would urge that once they're able to recapitalize it and it becomes viable and profitable, I think the government have no option just to dispose of it so that we can reduce our physical side of the equation.
Okay, and my final question, we know that the IMF is not just concerned about the NIB, but the financial sector as a whole, and is calling for the need to restructure the financial sector. We are not getting news right now of what was the outcome of the meeting, the review they've had. But what advice would you give to the government going forward?
Thank you, Dar. One advice that I'll give to you, which is a paper that I've almost completed. The sector has been bedeviled with high non-performing assets. Recent record, the global record I have on non-performing, Ghana ranks 4th out of 73 countries all over the world. If you take Equatorial Guinea, Chad, and then Ukraine, which has 33 point something non-performing, Ghana ranks 24.6. And it has consistently passed on over the last 10 years. The non-performing average for the last 10 years, if you want to hear it, is 17.6%, which is far more exceedingly above the accepted level of 10%. Any country, literature has said, any country which has more than 10% of your non-performing asset, your total performing asset, you are in a crisis. So I'm sure IMF had seen the non-performing asset side of the equation. That's why they are telling the governor to make sure that a very good system is put in, the structures and system are put in place, including the enforcement of the IFRS 9, including the Bank of Ghana's own provisions, and also looking at the environment in which these banks operate. And I'm sure IMF had seen over the last 3-4 years things that has influenced these non-performing from 15%, as I speak to you, 24.6%. So I'm not surprised at all that IMF is talking about restructuring the banking sector, notably the banking sector, because it is not as resilient. The word people have been using, and I want to borrow them and choose my words carefully. Some people are calling the industry is resilient. It is never resilient because your non-performing average is 17.8% over the last 10 years. And no country, Nigeria is 4.2, Ivory Coast is 8.6, Togo is 6.7. We are the only one odd out, 24.89%, December 2023. So I'm not surprised. It shows that the IMF has done what we call diagnostic study, including asset review, asset quality review, and that is influencing the decision that we should tackle this headlong. Other than that, we can be having seismic risk or even financial banking failures. And if I want to add, if you listen to the governor, recently he said 10 banks need recapitalization. Why has it come there? Number one, the microeconomic environment for which the banks operate has not been conducive. Number two, the bank itself, specific factors about the banks, they have not also been able to improve their internal risk control system or internal credit control system. And the industry side, which I quote the president of the Ghana Bankers Association, who said, there are other industry issues that has affected the banking sector. Poor protracted cases, credit cases, weak judiciary and legal systems. All these things has dovetailed into the structure. That is why I am not surprised. I'm just happy that the IMF team is telling us to look at it, because I have looked at it and I have seen that if we don't tackle it headlong, we're going to have something bigger than what we have in 2018 and 2019.
And nobody wants that. Thank you so much, Dr. Richmond Ituaine, for joining us here on the marketplace. I appreciate your insights. Dr. Richmond Ituaine is a banking consultant, also has experience with the NIB, so a great person to speak to about the issues to do with the National Investment Bank. Now, government says it is expecting some positive reactions from the rating agencies in the coming weeks, making some significant progress on securing an agreement with bilateral creditors over debt restructuring as well as the commercial creditors. International ratings agencies recently cut Ghana's creditworthiness to junk status after the country announced a debt suspension and proposed debt restructuring. Speaking at a press conference in Washington, D.C., the Finance Minister, Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam, said these actions should influence the agency's verdict on the country.
The rating agencies are independent of us, but they do engage us. We talk to each other on policy issues. They also get data from us anytime they are going to review our economy. And during these spring meetings, I think we had engagement with one of them, Moody's. So there's transparency between us and them as far as the data they need from us, and then also the independence of the rating agencies to pronounce on our economy. And so we will continue to engage them and to provide them with the information that they need for the purpose of reviewing and rating our economy. And so we expect that, given the progress we have made on the performance of the economy, we expect that the outlook through the rating will be positive for Ghana.
Now, inflation is expected to decline to 24.6% year-on-year this month from 25.8% recorded in March 2024. That's according to IC Securities. However, month-on-month inflation will increase to 1.4%. Here's more in this report.
Securities also revised its end-of-year inflation to 16.9% plus or minus 1.0 percentage points. This is against its earlier forecast of 16.1% plus or minus 1.0 percentage points. According to the research firm, its estimations suggest that the 10.6% year-to-date depreciation of the cedi could elevate Ghana's annual inflation profile by between 80 basis points and 100 basis points at the end of 2024, as the foreign exchange pressures pass through higher transport fares, utility tariffs, and imported items. In the March 2024 CPI data, transport inflation witnessed the steepest rise in its share of headline inflation, climbing from the 11th most influential item to the 8th position. Despite the slightly elevated upside risk to inflation, the spike in March 2024 was largely expected on the back of unfavorable base effect. IC Securities maintained its expectation for a generally non-linear disinflation path in 2024 and view the March upsurge as a transitory bump on the disinflation journey.
All right, we're taking you next to the Ashanti region, where tempers flared at the Kwadaso Onion Market in Kumasi Monday when a joint security task force enforced the eviction of traders as directed by the Ashanti Regional Security Council. After a notice that met an initial resistance from the traders, hundreds of sheds were pulled down at the market under police military supervision. The Regional Security Council has cited threats to security and vehicular congestion as reasons for evicting the traders. Here's more.
Aggrieved traders at the Kwadaso Onion Market rushed to salvage their wares while excavators demolished their erected sheds. The traders watched in disarray as the trading space accommodating over 100 sheds were reduced to rubble. This is the main source of livelihood for our families. This is what we use to support them. Now that we are being evacuated, where are we supposed to go? They should be lenient with us. After his one-year mandatory service to the nation, Al-Hassan Azuri entered the onion trading business, which has since been his source of livelihood. He was awaiting the arrival of his trucks of onion from neighboring Niger to the market when the task force requested them to evacuate the market.
As I speak with you, I have 2 trucks of onion coming. So where do I offload these 2 full trucks of onion? Where do I offload them? I have brothers and I have potters in my shed because their main source of livelihood is to offload the onion. They'll offload it onto the pallet and transfer it onto the trucks. So at least in a way, it's going to affect their livelihood.
The Kwadaso market is renowned as one of the main onion trading hubs in Ghana, serving the Ashanti region and beyond. The Ashanti Regional Security Council, in a recent directive, ordered the traders to exit the market, citing vehicular congestion created by heavy trucks that occupy portions of the road close to the market. Attributing the death of a 45-year-old woman to the activities at the market, the council concluded activities at the market pose security threats. The traders who are not enthused by the move claim to have paid monies to some chiefs to secure the space.
We had in my list here, Nana Bantamahene has taken 500,000 Ghana cedis, 5 billion from us because of the land. Kwadaso Busepeni has taken 700 million from us, 70,000 Ghana cedis because of the land. Nana Pejahine has taken 900 million from us because of this land. Otunfo Surveyor has taken 1,620 million because of this land. That they just came to measure the land. They have taken 1,620 million, if not because they have taken us for fools.
The Ashanti Regional Security Council and the Kwadaso Municipal Assembly secured a place at Ajuase, a 20-minute drive from the old market, to aid the relocation. But the affected traders say the new market cannot contain them. Some traders are already adjusting to settle at the new market, although there are concerns.
They are not saying we are not going. And per the arrangements, if we even go right now, per the security implications, because if I go, I have a shed myself personally. If I go and I don't get a shed, at least it's likely to result in a conflict situation.
The demolition and relocation exercise continue as the task force is erecting a barricade to fend off traders from any possible invasion. Some regular patrons of the market admit activities of the traders cause congestion, while some spoke about how the relocation will burden them.
Now this is the main road from Kwadaso to Kejetia. Traffic is always heavy here. And look at the big trucks. In fact, it's always uncomfortable. At times, as the vehicles, as they are trying to climb the hill, now if it spoils, it means the vehicles will have to look for another place before they can. Because I'm happy that they are moving them from this place.
Them moving from here will really affect me. I do not even know where they are going to resettle now.
3 cities, 50 pesos.
Meanwhile, some traders have started trading along the shoulders of the road leading to the old market. For JoyNews, my name is Emmanuel Bright Kweku.
Well, from Kwadaso to Santasi, traders at the Santasi market in Kumasi have raised issues with the stalled construction of a market center to facilitate economic activities in the area. Since a sword cutting ceremony in 2022, the new trading center now sits in weeds and has become an abode for rodents, whilst its intended occupants wallow under poor marketing conditions. At a press briefing, the market women highlighted the adverse impact of the stalled construction on trade and well-being.
Sword cutting for the redevelopment of the Santasi market was held on May 12, 2022, with an expected 24-month completion period. Barely 2 years after the start of the project, it stands neglected at the early stage of construction. The market has weeds grown all over, becoming a den for rodents and reptiles. Here is NDC's parliamentary candidate for Inshayaso, Faustina Derry Bayo.
Santasi Dry it serves so many communities around. So you share any
TUC, functional bra, at pray. Some young now only a jack. Obia depending on Santase markets. Let's say say your baby for
This is the only market here at Santase, and for the past 2 years, the contractor has abandoned this market project.
Ashanti region, when put to my beer, Mudibambiano, Omu, a jacka cry. Sebio yen Papa John Dramani Mahama power. Ye who was here, including all my tickets here. Anya be a crowd on some markets. What's the see what a monotiao, Emma Menom Equity Drawum. Nadentina Santase market. Yabuja Yagu 2 good years.
The market is the only major trading place serving the people of Santase, Fanchenebra, TUC, and Yinim and surrounding communities. The modern market is designed to be fitted with solar power, a 20-seater KVIP, a police station, a fire post, a pharmacy, crèche, among other facilities to make business activities thrive and boost the socio-economic development of the area. Some market women who spoke with Love Business expressed their displeasure over the current state of the market and the risk involved in trading at the temporary place given to them. We are suffering here at the market. It hasn't been easy. Security is also a challenge. Emmanuel Owusu's reports for JoyNews.
All right, that's our program, but there's more news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. We are still heavy on the external debt restructuring. We've got a couple of stories there on the latest with our negotiations with our bilateral creditors. You can check it out, myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Darryl Kwao. Thanks for watching.
Spring flowers, pets, eggs, all seemingly harmless. But if you suffer from allergies, they can make life miserable. What are the causes? Why are more and more people developing them? How can they be prevented? Everything you need to know about allergies coming up on In Good Shape.
An allergy is basically just a small malfunction in an otherwise excellent immune system. Think of it like the police accidentally releasing the wrong wanted poster.
Professor Torsten Zuberbier is one of the world's leading experts in allergy research. The immune system of allergy sufferers is unusually sensitive to foreign substances, leading to symptoms such as runny noses, itchy eyes, skin rashes, and breathing issues. Triggers include pollen and dust mites that can lurk in mattresses. Animal fur can also trigger the body's allergic response. Here's what happens. The immune system detects something that's actually harmless, like cat fur, as a danger. It launches a series of responses to get rid of the threat and causes an overreaction. And that leads to the typical allergy symptoms. Tree pollens are some of the worst allergens. A birch tree, for example, can release about 22 billion pollen grains per season, a nightmare for allergy sufferers. Their immune system mistakes the pollen for a dangerous invader and overreacts, sending out a whole army of antibodies. They then trigger the release of histamine, which boosts blood flow to the area and causes inflammation. Histamine also docks to special receptors in the body and causes symptoms like itching, sneezing, and a rash. The World Health Organization says about 1.7 billion people worldwide suffer from allergic rhinitis and 300 million from asthma. The numbers have risen in recent decades.
In
Asia, in tropical regions, dust mites and mold are the main allergens. In Singapore, 60% of the population is now allergic to dust mites. The main one in northern regions is pollen from birch trees. In North America, it's ragweed ambrosia pollen. And in South America, it's dust mites or mold, or depending on the climate zone, grass pollen.
Climate change is one reason for the increasing number of people suffering from allergies. Northern regions are becoming warmer, extending the pollen season, and air pollution in urban areas is another factor.
To the immune system, certain substances, such as pollen, have become more irritating when they're coated with soot, for example. Our modern indoor lifestyle also exposes us to other pollutants that trigger an immune response. That's how dust mites can end up as targets for our immune system.
Children are especially prone to allergies. The tendency towards allergies can also be inherited. That's why many parents wonder what they can do to prevent them.
Smoking during pregnancy should be avoided. Infants shouldn't be exposed to cigarette smoke and should be introduced to solid foods early. In the past, the thinking was that certain foods should be avoided. We now know the opposite is true. Children should have as varied a diet as possible from the beginning.
What else can allergy sufferers do? City dwellers should only open their windows between 6 and 8 a.m. and then keep them shut. Take off and store dirty clothes in the bathroom. Take a shower and see a doctor. Affordable allergy medicines and treatments are widely available.
Unfortunately, allergies are often played down. I often hear someone say, "It's just sneezing and a runny nose, no big deal." But a child with an untreated rhinitis is 40% more likely to see their grades suffer. It affects performance, even for adults at work. There's no need to live with these symptoms. We have very good treatment options that have very few side effects.
Researchers have found that children from the countryside are less likely to suffer from allergies. That's because of their gut microbiome, which develops in the first year of life and acts like a protective shield. It appears that spending time on a farm, and especially in a cow barn, could play a role. Scientists are now figuring out how these findings can be used to help protect city kids too.
We have two ideas for how we might prevent asthma and allergies. First, drinking minimally processed cow's milk could help. And second, we're looking into developing a nose spray made with substances from farm environments, which could also offer protection.
But until that's widely available, there's plenty that parents in both rural and urban environments can do to reduce their child's risk of developing allergies. Pollen, animal fur, and dust mites are among the common allergens. But around 20,000 allergens have been identified to date, like fragrance substances in perfume and detergents. Foods such as apples and nuts, including anything that contains them. Proteins in milk and grains, And also insect venom. Bites and stings can cause very serious reactions. But there are other rare allergies. A paper allergy can cause rashes and breathing difficulties. Anyone with an alcohol allergy needs to avoid mouthwash and certain cleaning products. Sperm allergy symptoms include itching and a burning sensation. And then there's neurodermatitis, which is also called atopic eczema. It's a skin condition characterized by chronic itching or scaling. It often goes hand in hand with allergies, so it's important that it's properly treated.
An emergency doctor sent us here because it was so bad. His skin was completely infected and he had open, weeping wounds. It wasn't just separate patches, they all kind of merged. And he had open wounds on his face as well. We were admitted straight away and they first had to find out what was wrong. That's why the first stay lasted a good 3 weeks.
At this allergy center, doctors from different disciplines have been working together to help Ruben. His neurodermatitis, also called atopic eczema, was so severe that it affected his growth.
The treatment was so intense that we brought the dermatologists on board quite quickly.
This is a great example of the importance of interdisciplinary work. What was initially a skin problem ended up causing a long list of pediatric issues. His skin was affected, which led to itching and loss of sleep. And that led to low food intake and weight loss, symptoms of nutritional deficiency.
The problem with Ruben was that as soon as he ate anything, he started drooling. That's very common at that age. But when seriously inflamed skin comes into contact with saliva, it causes even more redness and itching. And so he didn't want to eat anything. And that, combined with poor sleep, was what led to his failure to thrive.
The doctors first tried giving him antibiotics, ointments, creams, and a special diet, but Ruben had to come back just a few weeks later.
I couldn't go shopping with him on my own or drive into town with him in the car. When he was sitting in the car seat in the back, he'd scratch his skin so badly that it was hard for me to concentrate on driving. And of course, it made his skin so much worse. In the end, we realized he needed to be treated with cortisone. And not just cortisone cream, which is a fairly common treatment for neurodermatitis. He needed systemic cortisone therapy, taken as liquid.
The problem was that Ruben would scratch the itchy areas until they bled. That led to fresh infections, which would then in turn itch and lead to more scratching. Ruben's doctors hoped that systemic steroid therapy would interrupt this vicious circle.
His skin did improve somewhat. He started eating and drinking a bit, but he still had flare-ups when it became worse again. And the cortisone caused side effects too. He developed what's called Cushing's syndrome, a bloated, round moon face, which can happen in children.
So much for such a little one to deal with. I always said I wish I could have it instead of him, but of course I couldn't.
The Allergy Center team had to reconsider.
We thought about other kinds of interdisciplinary approaches. Were there other possibilities? And then the team discussed a biologic treatment as a possible alternative.
Biologics are a new class of drugs that target specific aspects of the immune system. Ruben gets an injection of one of these drugs every 4 weeks. It's not fun for anyone, but the benefit is huge.
Before we started this therapy, Ruben had spent a good part of his young life in the hospital. Since starting it, he hasn't been in the hospital at all.
It's like he's a totally different child. All the side effects of the cortisone, which took months to get under control, are now gone. It was so good to see him starting to eat again, to enjoy food, and to grow.
Ruben's height and weight are now normal for his age.
We're so lucky that he's such a cheerful kid. Last year, when we had our first 3-week hospital stay, he went through a lot. But he coped really well and he was always in a cheerful mood. He made all the nurses and other staff happy, got them laughing. Things would have been harder on me if he weren't such a cheerful, happy-go-lucky kid.
Yeah.
Anyone who has an allergy knows they should avoid the triggers, although that's often easier said than done. And a lot of people suffer from a whole range of allergies. Certain medications can provide welcome relief. And one form of treatment can get rid of an allergy entirely. Desensitization is a useful and effective treatment, even for mild allergies. It's also a way of preventing secondary conditions. For example, someone with hay fever reacts badly to pollen, dust mites, or mold. They sneeze a lot and have a runny nose. After months or years, this kind of allergy can spread from the upper to the lower respiratory tract, meaning from the nose to the lungs. The patient can then develop allergic asthma, a chronic inflammation of the bronchial tubes. And that can put a permanent strain on the heart and lungs.
Running after the ball without getting out of breath. For a long time, Dirk Burmer couldn't even play with his children. He just couldn't get enough air.
I've never had a typical asthma attack where you turn blue or anything like that. I just always felt that my breathing was under pressure, as if something were on top of my lungs, and I had to use a lot of energy to take a breath.
Today, Dirk Burmer can exercise again, and he's thrilled. He has serious allergic asthma, which got worse over the years, even though he kept taking more and more cortisone. Coughing, shortness of breath, and respiratory distress. For a long time, his doctors focused on treating the asthma symptoms to prevent them from getting even worse or life-threatening. But that approach is outdated, says Marek Lomacz, a pulmonologist who specializes in asthma.
The modern treatment approach is giving patients medicine that prevents the symptoms entirely. They have to take the medicine all the time, in as low a dose as possible. But they don't have symptoms. They don't have to go to the hospital. They can live completely normal lives.
Dirk Burmer takes biologics, biotechnologically produced antibodies. The therapy is working very well. He only has to go for checkups twice a year. The nitrogen monoxide content in his breath shows whether his airways are inflamed. His readings are now in the upper normal range.
All in all, it's a really good outcome, clinically speaking and in terms of how good he feels. And he doesn't need cortisone anymore with all its potential side effects.
Dirk Burmer's lung function is somewhat compromised by his chronic asthma, but he feels healthy and his lung function results are stable. It's a big change from the time before he started biologics. He needed increasingly higher doses of cortisone in spray or tablet form, but he still felt unwell almost every day.
There were always side effects. I didn't feel good, my hands shook, I felt jittery from the high doses of cortisone. In spite of that, I still didn't feel any better.
Today, doctors know that long-term therapy with cortisone pills often does more harm than good. But corticosteroid inhalers are still part of mainstream therapy and help suppress inflammation in the airways quite effectively, along with biologics, if need be. That way, every patient gets their own treatment plan.
Nowadays, you have to say, this person has this or that kind of asthma. They have allergies or they don't. They have this biomarker and their entire history. They've been in hospital so and so many times, and their mother had it too. That, their history, their children. You have to consider all those factors together and come up with a tailor-made therapy for that patient. And that therapy will be very effective.
Dirk Burmer is happy with the new approach. 2 injections a month, which he can give to himself. These days, he feels a lot better.
I can play football, ride a bicycle, go jogging, just like regular people. Of course, I might not be able to exert myself quite as much as other people by comparison, but I feel I'm doing great. It's all good.
Time now for a new tip from Aurelia, who's here to guide you through another exercise, this time for your shoulders.
Hi and welcome. Do you feel sometimes tense in your shoulders or sore in your neck? I give you a perfect exercise to open up your chest and to have more flexibility in your shoulders. Let's go. For the exercise of today, you need either a pole, a resistant band, or you can take a scarf, just whatever you have at home. I'm going to take the wooden stick. Take your object, then have wide arms. Then first, lift your shoulders as if you wanted to say, I don't know, then over your head to your back, and then reverse. Please be aware, the arms are always straight. I recommend 15 repetitions every day. You will feel so much better in your shoulders and you will add it to your daily routine. If you want to intensify this exercise, bring your hands a little bit closer and do it again.
Have fun with that and see you next time on In Good Shape. Bye-bye.
September 2023, the management of the VRA opened the spillways of the Akosombo Dam. Millions of gallons of water rushed out, destroying everything on its path. Then the blame game began.
From VRA all the way to the very top, they owe us explanations.
The forecast gave the indication that we are not supposed to expect too much water into the reservoir. But in August, the situation changed.
Our forecast did not change.
After the floods, 36,000 people remain displaced, reeling under the heavy weight of neglect.
Some of the ladies, they are in their menses, and how they will bath, change themselves, nothing. They can't do anything, so maybe they'll be in one part. As I'm talking to you now, me myself, I'm also a victim.
After the floods, JoyNews returns to speak to the affected people to understand their pain and to understand why an engineering decision should cause such havoc.
I'm very much annoyed with VRA, and we are not hearing anything from them.
They have to come to our aid and support us and give us compensation.
After the floods, a Joy News hotline documentary coming soon.
The race for the Flagstaff House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It is time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching. We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there's one name you can trust for your election coverage: JoyNews, your election headquarters. Our team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines. The election headquarters for an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, and credible.
The race for the Jubilee House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It's time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching.
We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there's one name you can trust for your election coverage: JoyNews, your election headquarters.
Our team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines.
JoyNews, independent.
My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is Election Brief. Within the next 30 minutes, we have the latest updates from the political scene. We're live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 125, and all social media handles at JoyNews on TV. My personal handle is @Danana Aisha. Election headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity, Chartered Institute of Management Accountant, and the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, together as the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants, and German Ozone Medical Center, alternative therapy, dental wellness, and beauty. Election headquarters is for an informed electorate. Please to stay for details. Some members of the New Patriotic Party who joined Alan Chairman Tin's movement for change have returned to the NPP, now cutting ties with the Butterfly movement. According to them, they trust NPP flag bearer Dr. Baumia's solutions. Former Adenta parliamentary aspirant Alfred Abebi-Ukumi leads that group.
It has become evidently clear that we made a mistake, and I'll repeat, it has become evidently clear that we made a mistake that we humbly admit and ready to work to ensure that its dire effect is reversed or averted. Since the 7th February 2024 speech by His Excellency the flag bearer of the MPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, we have been asking ourselves questions that borders on the future of this country and the very Ghana that we young people want. It has become unarguably clear that amongst all the political leaders, Dr. Bawumia has so far been the one who has clearly articulated the Ghana story. Where we have come from, where we have what we have to achieve in order for us to realize the dream of seeing the Ghana we want or seeing Ghana grow, we are left with no other choice than to rally behind that one leader in our time today, amongst all several of them, who has clarity of thought, amongst the several of them, who has clarity of thought, committed to the Ghana dream, who has a proven track record of delivering on what he has been assigned to, and has the mindset of solving problems. That leader without debate is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. The National Democratic Congress, under the flag bearership of former President John Dramani Mahama, presents a plan for our country that raises serious concerns as we approach the 2024 general elections. What we sitting here call the scary alternative. The scary alternative. Here are the reasons why we cannot entrust Ghana to the former president. One, or first of all, he has nothing to lose.
Alfred Abebi-Okumi assured that their decision was not influenced by money or the NPP, but by confidence in the party's bold solutions for the future.
You know how difficult it is when you go and you are coming back. Some people will not be happy, even though some people will also be happy. They've encouraged us in a good manner, and they are expecting us to be confident in anything we are doing, and just always think clearly and also always think twice about every decision we want to make. I'm saying on authority that nobody has bribed us and nobody can bribe us. I don't know what, me as a businessman, and I don't know who can tell me in this country that they've held my hand to any length. You can't bribe me. We are doing fine. We are perfect where we are. But the time comes, you need to rethink your decision, because it's all about the future of this country and the future we want to see for our kids. As a father, yes.
Joining me in the studio this afternoon is Alfred Abebi-Okumi, his leader of the group. Grateful that you joined us, Alfred. What, first of all, led you to leave the NPP for the movement of change, and has that thing been corrected?
First of all, I tell people that you have to be true to yourself. Before, let me say, after the elections that we had in 2023, the presidential primaries, some of us were invested emotionally with some of the leaders of the party and some of the leaders that contested for the election. For me, it was Alan Kojo Tremantin, that I was so much into him to the extent that when he left, I even dropped my own ambition for his. So I would say that we wore our emotions on our sleeves, and at that point, because of a whole lot of things that was happening, the chaos and a whole lot of things, when he left, we did not really deeply think about the whole situation, but followed him out of the love and, let me say, respect we have for him.
Has that love died?
No, it hasn't died, but the good thing is that they say when the dust settles, everything becomes clear. Then as a man, you have to ask yourself that, did a decision that I made to take forward, to step forward, is it good or bad? In life, if you misstep, you must be able to appreciate that fact. And I mean, a whole lot of my youthful young people all over the world at this stage make some mistakes. But it's very important that you being a leader among some of them, you'll be able to do the right thing, because a lot of people look at you. But the truth is, we coming back to the MPP, it's not about any problem or anything that's happened anywhere, but we rather thought about the love we have for the MPP, what we envision for Ghana. And me personally, I keep telling people that apart from the love, I see how Dr. Bawumia has conducted himself, how he's united the party. I mean, we used to hear a whole lot of things going on in the party, but he's brought a certain stability and quietness in the party. He did it through his unity, how he's brought people together and letting people understand that whatever you do as one family. And I think for me, it was a mistake for us that because something did not go well for us, we have left. So you can just ask yourself, now that we went to where we went to, if the same thing happened there was an election and someone you like also decide to move, would you continue moving? It's not the abundance of political party or groups in Ghana, but how effective we can make what we have. So I've come back to my mother party, the party I love so much, the party that President Kufuor taught me that development in freedom, that is a legacy in making Ghana great and strong.
So how long did it take you in the butterfly camp to realize that you made a wrong move?
So I can say 3 to 4 months. But the decision, when I started thinking about it, since somewhere February, I've not really been active because that was the time I was doing self-introspection. And 7th February, when Allergy Bawumia actually came out with his kind of manifesto that I followed, I mean, it was brilliant. It was brilliant, and I saw that this is a person that is not only willing, but he's able. He's shown beyond all reasonable doubt that he's a serious politician. And it doesn't matter what anybody will say, he will take the criticisms and rather turn them into good.
You claim over 6,000 of you are defecting from the movement of change. How did you come by that figure?
Yes, so as of now, we are even getting more people joining. But yesterday, from our database, we had 6,480 people joining the week coming together. So someone asked, did you go around talking to people? No. People realized that as a very influential person in the movement, I had become very quiet. And you know how silence can become very loud. We are seeing you all over the place, moving here and there. You are no more there. What's happening? And I mean, I spoke to some people that this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to leave the party. And we came together. People spoke about their fears. So we've become a political action committee where we came together that if you are coming back to the party, we are not going to prove to the party that we are worthy to be part, but we are going to prove to ourselves that we indeed love the party and we know the party is the best for Ghana. That's how come we got different group leaders. So you have people, they come in a pack of 10, some of them come in a pack of 20, and they are multiplying their numbers. So we have over, I can say, 30 or more WhatsApp groups that has been created so that people in different areas in Ghana will be reached who want to come back fully into the party. Okay, so now the number is even above 6,000? Yes, but you did a head count? Not a head count, but our database. We are updating the database always. When people come, they give us a list. Sometimes a list of 100 comes, we update the database and put it down. Okay. Yes. But you talk about the NPP's bold solutions for the future. And ever since Dr. Bawumia started his campaign with this message, it hasn't changed. So why didn't you realize that but now? So that's what I was saying, that usually when you follow someone, and even in our whole leadership, and I'm sure you have a candidate that you follow, there's something particular about the candidate that makes you glue to the person. And when you are with that person, you wouldn't want to even look elsewhere. But now the dust has really settled. Okay. And I know that I love the MPP. But the good thing is that I've also looked at the leadership. I keep telling people, it's not every politician that can be a leader, but every leader can be a politician. And that's what I see in Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, that he's not just a politician, but he's also a great leader. How do you respond to allegations that you are just lacing your boots for some position in the NPP if it comes to power, some DC or board member if Bawumia wins power? Well, if it comes, we'll thank God for it. It will be just by the grace of God.
Are you doing this because that's what you really want to achieve?
I was running for a member of parliament in Adenta. This was my second time I was running for primaries. I left that down to follow someone. Was it because of a position the person was offering me? If someone tells me I've been induced with money, did the person offer me money? Or was it because the person was offered money, so they think I was offered money?
Were you offered money?
Can I be offered money? Nobody
you tell us.
I don't think anybody can offer me money to join the MPP. If it was about money, we would do business to have money.
But is it about some position if the NPP wins power?
I mean, this even news to me because the allegations that were out there is that I've been offered money, I've sent some documents away. So this even new to me. If that's what they are saying, then I thank God that there's a certain position coming to me. But, I mean, why would I reject it if I've been given the opportunity to serve the good people of Ghana?
But
it's never about that.
They say that you're working towards that.
So
and that's why you
just come back and you are promised the position.
Can you be trusted? You left the NPP and you went to another camp. Now you are back. Can you be trusted?
It's what you're asking me is like the prodigal son, and also it's like Paul. There's a saying in our Ghanaian dialect that Paul wan bantem krano or sing edikanfono. Yes, we've said we are not going to prove ourselves to anyone, but we are going to prove ourselves to ourselves. We like that. So when it comes to a matter of trust, even the good book says that by their fruits you shall know them. So at the end of the day, it's by my workings that the party will know if I can be trusted or not. But it's a very good point to make. I don't expect that me coming back, everything is going to be rosary, but it's by my fruits, we'll know whether they will trust me.
Has the NPP received you back?
Yes, I spoke to the General Secretary and we had a meeting with him. He welcomed us. And also I spoke to Mr. Samir Uku, and he's also welcomed us. But the good thing that I realized between the two of them from the different meetings we've had with them is that they only did not welcome us, but encouraged us and also advised us on our decision. And I mean, it's very interesting to know that sometimes people would think that, oh, they were waiting for you to come back, but they were rather giving you an advice and encouraging you. I mean,
what kind of advice are you talking about? That you should go back to the movement for change?
No, as in how you conduct yourself going forward. And as you were asking about trust, Samir Ku was actually telling us that you know that people will not be able to trust you again, but it's all by your workings and you being faithful to yourself. And we understand that. You just don't go out and come back in and trust is handed to you over the table like that.
So what's the expectation going forward now that you've defected? So
the expectation is that we are going to work to let the MPP come back into power, and that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will be the president on January 7th, 2025.
Alfred, I'm grateful for your time.
Thank you, Madam.
On election brief. Let's get on to the NDC camp. Running mate of the NDC flag bearer, Professor Nana Jeno Pokwajaman, is demanding answers from representatives of teacher unions and students on why they fail to resist the capping and collateralization of the GETFund. This query comes in the wake of demands from the unions for the uncapping of the fund to make way for infrastructural development in the education sector. The NDC has therefore assured, if given the power to govern again, it will remove all bottlenecks and ensure the necessary funding for educational infrastructure. Nana Ojima has more.
The NDC flag bearer is meeting all labor unions as part of consultations in the drafting of a party manifesto. Teacher unions have already codified their concerns, of which a copy was presented to the flag bearer and his running mate. To the teachers, main infrastructure deficit in the education sector is attributed to the capping of the GETFund. Angel Kabonu spoke for the unions.
There is a cap being placed on statutory funds in this country, and we think it is not good. Government should see its true size
when it allows statutory funds to be sent to areas that they are designated to be sent. And one that disturbs us a lot is the cap that has been put on the GETFund. Because of that, GETFund projects are stalled.
Making an input into the discussion, the former Education Minister, Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, sought answers from the GETFund board on the basis for the decision.
Unless the board of the GETFund has been changed, I think the unions are represented. Are they still represented? And students are represented. It would have been very interesting to have the minutes of that meeting. Who said what and how did it end up being collateralized, to the extent that the projects that are supposed to be funded by the GETFund have all stalled. And you know, once projects stall for a long time, you have to go repackage, revalue. Some are such that you even have to knock them down. And here we are as a country, you know, we don't have the money. So these are all things that we need to look at. And
meanwhile, the NDC flag bearer has assured of reversing the previous order.
The GETFund is not only capped. You talked about uncapping it. It's not only capped. It has also been collateralized. And the money has been taken in advance and spent on model STEM schools. And so, at the expense of all the infrastructure that is taking place in all the secondary schools, administration blocks, dining halls, dormitories, and science laboratories and all that, this government has taken almost about 60% of the GETFund and built STEM schools across the country and left the rest of the schools' projects to stall. So apart from capping the GETFund, it has also been collateralized. And so we'll uncap the GETFund in order that the full remit of the GETFund levy will go into education financing. You will find this in our manifesto, Angel. I'll show you.
A break on Election Brief. We'll be back with more.
The race for the Jubilee House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It is time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching.
We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there is one name you can trust for your election coverage. JoyNews, your elections headquarters.
Our team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines.
The election headquarters for an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
Welcome back to Election Brief on your election headquarters. Time now to hear from you, the electorate. And today, voters' voice is from Odoko, where the current power outages and government's ability to resolve it will heavily influence their voting decision come December 7.
Denti na light edi esikato ni esi ya dum light ni edasumu light edi esikakoto yese ni edasumu na ntontom wiye ni enya malaria ni chese ya da hospital na eboka eka basa amamoy bibia nko ye omamoy mu
carpenter wa no jo furnitures na light high wa anu number 1 pa nkofo nyama tumbe odan nyama wa anu de ebe so ebe ka se be spray na light ko SMP ni fon mu hwe maye pa ma hwe ma ye mvutu mamu sa na last 4 years mu de ni sa light na de yi ma fi so na enim se mu amoba no ma Buay na the same thing na ni bia nso na esan mu de mu anhwe na ma nyi bibia ye mvutu ma openi bia baba ha no be ka se o be ye campaign se ni ye ntwe ma no ko se de nyina ye amamba na ye ble ye kan yesema ye kan yesema ye kan nti esremu mu ntwamu ni na musu nhwe kaka na se bia so ye nipa ni bi
fu asem basa wosi ati sikadwa so ekom de ye afere sikadwa no so yete so esi ade anya kom na de yo ye twa hwe
afere de ye nto aba dabi de wa man ni mu aye no pa de 2024 de ye nto aba dabi afere de nyama nko ye kra dabi ma brabo ne nyama nko ye ma me kra de medi kra ye de ma me enya easy afere de egu fado anya bibia afure de yentu aba mo kra
ade bani bani ai esi entimi mfoka ufra doko akoka na skra forcidi odoko ya akoka na forcidi yetimi mfoka sira babi adu no ampp for monse samu nioma no nkosi babi na ndisi for nimla because enim se Ghana no eye kotokone has Ghana na yetimu no eye kotokone has enya ndisi enya mpp enya ndisi amanu obia ti metra konya is politics ni bia entimi ba CPP wan obia ti ba enya ndisi MPP enti yasira mo de mawia mo nsole ni ama ndisi fon emle na du se mahama oba be ni o maye enya ske todiane ye twa bet ni edi so a na mo ti skani bi ya sika edi twa bet no na mo ti skani bi na mo de asem mo wia yen mo kuye mo so manu ma yeden mpanfo na mo kuye
afimeto abapa oh mi de demekwa man de o mi ame ho etu aba se masitnem ebe yodwa ma me
o man be ne atimu ampp amamo no nkoye ampp amamo no enkoye ya man panyin na nadu dan kwaku fado yewura ya pa wasem baba bia du ne de enkoye free education na abesia bibia free education no abesia bibia wo mayimu yasira baba bia du no ampp for ma bra yasira mo mfa konwa ne nya den ento
me personal Africa de yempe anukwa ye ko Africa say Africa pa se be ba say abato pa de enu hia say me mo apa metwa ba ma obi de me dem encounter so bibi we Ghana apa de without me encounter because Africa de encounter anga abato pa de e chere say obi an chere na adwe bo chere adwe kwa enkosi bebia ga anga nye sa ma me besika bebe egu we up to now ye hu bibia sika no fa pay afa kwa ba obum capital na mercy for mass in a court police station in Africa they about to the enu nko bibia nyame na ehwe
yesi mahama nye mahama ono na obrese nim musima ja galamse na mo ja no mpanyimfo no so asay galamse ampp for mpanyimfo eti ade kwa na ekoso amanyimu
you tell bia ble you tell bia ble tie do
na na de kwa ku for yesra o yewura o man panyine yesra wo o man panyine yesra wo
And this is the election brief on your election headquarters. Election headquarters is for uninformed electorates. Do enjoy the rest of our programs.
Over 200 tons of tomatoes are imported into Ghana annually from its northern neighbor, Burkina Faso. But recently, the country announced its breakaway from the regional bloc, that is the ECOWAS, together with other Francophone countries, that is Mali and Niger. With the ECOWAS ensuring that these countries or member states benefit from free trade and movement, will their breakaway affect bilateral relationships with Ghana? In today's discussion here on the food chain, we'll be interacting with industry players on how their breakaway could affect the industry. My name is Emmanuel Bright Kweku. Stay with us.
We're at 20. You're 50 there. Me are 100. So we're on safe on Monday too.
Madia sells tomatoes at the racecourse market in Kumasi. She explains the prices of the commodity aggregated into smaller quantities on the markets.
A dependent price, you know. Surprise number for me. Yes, you're a shaman actually. Wow. So we see 20 and 20 something to 20 cities by Esushaw. I can see on coming man and don't know. So me when I said dear China say Emra, I was some yen name few. Wow. And now once more hours would do say would it be counting now? A big game soon. Into Kaubenya Kawasha.
The price of the commodity has in recent times seen an astronomical increase on the local market. A box of tomatoes sold at 600 Ghana cedis in the preceding year now goes for a minimum of 2,100 Ghana cedis per the imported box. Retailers of the commodity continue to blame the price hikes to high exchange rates.
The entire amount of Buay dinner and I fancy for any to Sosa Ebeba Befu. Because on Corona near Quasocoto, Oquahana Hanya, Obequa, Oquahana Hanya, Nase Baby Crabin at Tibidoye. Obequa Chili Papa and San Wakoto, and a baby what their price and no from Kakra. Now, dear Grobequa with Tia Bomb, Cecia. Enti amaye ne nam tenten wa baby itimi kono ehwo e kakra bi nti bo ebo no munyina ehwo na mo banti wo de beje mo aboden nti mumanya na aboden aka iska na yatamse ne 3 loading fee bi akosoro enti aboden no saa na mo benya na mo de aba druga na bre no a enkosoro ti sewe no because we ka iska ne duty no kura kum. Eba se ewo Ghana ha ya ne ekofa kais kan wafa watua 20 million 25 million enti road expenses bi anim zandar bi anyina kwamu a wo beji uska se wo nti ene bo ntimi nkosoro sa depende ewo bra ye to na even 50 Ghana kura ewo bra ye to no 1 million ewo bra ye to no 5 million depende last year Adadie yeton 7 million 6 million 7 million 6 million sane toy aigwe yeton 3 million 35 ebe kosurpan ne ko 8 million.
Other vendors are attributing the price upsurge to the influx of some unauthorized sale of the commodity. They explain the sale of the tomato fruits, usually packaged in paper boxes as these, is affecting the market.
And I'm boss of 20 minutes as I made Kobe. Miniam Bebre, so we will fear yes, I can't cobble. Boss, we had no cry. It's here, Srabai. Or my share box on my head. But box or no cartoon. I didn't rub a brave in here. I didn't rub a brave at 10 Kumasa Maya, as say Kumasano. Box should have been a Sigon. One would free Waga, Zabila, Boko, no would ya be goom, car, Dako car, bro, bear 20 in a beck mass here. I say, and ya some catua. A box I did couldn't. If you take an anonum, other moment say, Dano, box away near the co. Say, same woman the box away, and echo, I am out for sre, and penning for sre, ya in Calais, so then you should get him out for so. And so my car won't see it. A Bessia best 18 million. Say, Yanto. And Yatas were they 15 and 14.
Then I see how many days nowadays.
And I'm quite nearby.
How many days
Say ya Antoine ne anopakwa ne ya hwe age so de gibe 10 million na tinsu nto sini ahoden sa ti obedu ya wo se ye toma wo enti anopa nkone ne bo awia nkone ne bo anwumre nkone ne bo ade ache so anu nkone ne bo ti nto si de enyina abokoso sese nto si ebi ni Ghana ha ba bia age so wo se sa sefa sese wo kwa de won kite ska ba se 300 million 400 million untimi nko wo kwa ba so na baboka.
A tomato leader, Haja Mansoura, and her colleague wholesalers are distraught over the price hike. They argue the low patronage of the commodity is incurring losses.
1450 mana boka omuna tiwe wo kasa si a obi besumpo mana boka firisi e sha se e kan kwa because we mu ho ne boarding kai ska no boarding kai ska no de okwa 300 million na de okwo na kwa mu atwa aba ehwo aban ne so wo pesika wono a ejina na so wo pesika enti duty no eye no hono watam se ne be fo wa na wokọ enti ese wutua na wokọ ana tie china kura ye besie obi echina ye besie obi ba ku ye dine na wotweda nyi na ebe kwa ombekwa kwhwe no yesi ne tirimu ahoma nyina atete adwendwene ba ku twahwe ye ya ene etam ne de ko emergency wankasa 3 weeks ena wadi wu ye hwe yesi na yi nyina asai eka nti eka de ye bobi aye adwuma ye hunu de ye ena afi ahanso a ya ba nka ho na ye wono ho ano de se wukọ edum wukọ edwakasiem stores no wo ho enti man to se man ye tu obi anu obi wo wa woto ba 2 million ko gu fridge mu se ye tu na wonni bibia nti wato 20 cities 5 cities ena obeto no akọ manage nti ama ye ho kire ye papa.
Militant activities in tomato farming communities in the French countries still persist. A driver, Uncle Nab, shares an ordeal they encounter on the road transporting the commodity to the market.
Last year, so last year 100%, this year 60-50. I'm talking about the Boko Haram attacking. Last year, no, Yako Burkina na just Burkina South haya ye womu wa Burkina ye womu na mpo ya Ghana border ye womu na na haya kura no na Boko Haram for na attack ni ye serious by week anyi one driver on the daytime adachi na oroko olutwa bere 40 kilometers na wako village bi oroko na yipa 5 was stop no Boko Haram for bi was the one to form was one papa that driver corroborated. In fact, oyer car no sumpo ekwani ye maka no sumpo film ya bubui na hazi nti no ehunu ze south aye bakara wa akofom but north one ze oyehu still as is as ekere yeloko wa about odidwa no kara o moko dem areas na da bonu tum kara monko otum travel 4 days na wunya kala was boko dem areas na ko tomatoes.
The ECOWAS imposed sanctions on Burkina Faso following a military overthrow, which subsequently saw the junta-led countries revoke its membership in the regional bloc. But could this pose a threat to the Ghanaian market, as Burkina Faso is the sole supplier of tomatoes to the country?
So you are still watching the food chain here on the JoyNews channel with me, Emmanuel Bright Kweko, and joining me for this particular discussion is the national chairman of the Ghana National Tomato Traders and Transporters Association, Mr. Eric Osetofo. Mr. Eric, thank you for joining us.
Thank you too.
All right. So Mr. Eric, we just want to find out, first of all, how is the industry so far?
You know, during the lean season, from December up to May, we've been importing tomato from Burkina Faso as well as Niger to Ghana. So right now, we travel from here to Burkina Faso up to Niger to import fresh tomatoes to Ghanaian markets every blessed day. And then we faces a lot of challenges within the road. When we close the border, we have a lot of challenges over there. You know, Burkina Faso, they are now in a crisis. I learned they've withdrew from ECOWAS. So the benefit that we have to get when we get to Burkina Faso, once they are now not an ECOWAS member state, I think we are going to lose such benefits. Because formerly they were a member of ECOWAS Economic Committee for West African States. They were a member, but now I learned they've taken their membership. So, you know, ECOWAS, they have free movement of goods, free movement of people and everything. But right now, you have to, when you get there, formerly they were not asking of our identity. But right now, when we get there, they want everybody on board of the vehicle to give out his or her identity before he will give in passage. It's one of the matters that it's causing us a problem. And then we can't get to their territory where the fighting is going on. Last year we faced a lot of challenges when we get to the northern part of the country. Unexpectedly, when the vehicle parks and they start loading, these so-called Boko Haram people will come around. They will harass the drivers, the traders. They will ask them to pack their belongings and then leave the place. So at times they spare their boxes already. When they start loading, they will come around and then disturb them. They will leave the place, leaving all the tomato and the crates, and then come back to Ghana.
We are making a point that now they demand for your identity card. Previously, how was it? It was just free movement, right?
Oh, that was, they were demanding, but it's not as it is now.
How is it now?
Right now, without your identity, they won't give you passage. Even when you get to the territory of the interior agencies, they will just stop the vehicle, line up the people on board. They have to inspect it before they will give you passage. So it's a sort of something that is disturbing our trade.
How so is it disturbing? How is it disturbing it?
Oh, you know, we go with time. And at the moment you are delayed by even 30 or 1 hour, it will cost you much because we go there with time. Yeah.
So meaning it's going to, tomato is a perishable?
Very good, it's a perishable.
Once you bring it out and then it delays on the it can actually...
The delays can cause damages to the tomato because it's highly perishable.
Now let's look at how our bilateral relations to these countries, ECOWAS, the Niger, Burkina Faso and then Mali. How beneficial, what is the benefit we get from them? Since they've withdrawn out of the ECOWAS, what were the benefits we're getting from them? Or even now, they've not really established that maybe they not be transporting, but maybe something will be in the pipeline. What are the benefits?
As you know, they are our traded partners. We normally import tomato from Burkina Faso. We import onions from Burkina Faso as well as Niger. So it's a free movement of vehicles, goods, and then even personnel. So we normally go there, import something, and when something happens at their end, it goes straightly affects Ghanaians because we go there for business normally. So what they are doing now, I think it will go a long way to disturb us.
How much of the tomato are you able to import, or how many boxes are you able to import, let's say in a week or even in a month?
On average, every blessed day we import about 40 to 50 trucks daily. 40 to 50 trucks on average. it could be lower, it could be higher than that. And we do that cross-border trade for a period of 6 months.
Okay. So meaning for 6 months you are importing tomatoes?
Exactly, yeah.
What about the rest of the year? Where do you import them from?
Oh, that we normally go to Côte d'Ivoire, and then we got some in the upper, there's in Bono region, Ashanti region, and then Bono East region. Right now, we do not have any tomato within our country. Only few from Upper East. They are yet to start their harvesting. So the tomato that we are consuming at our homes and what we see in our market centers, they are all from Burkina Faso and Niger. So I think this is the peak season. This is the time we normally import tomato from our nearby or our sister countries, Burkina Faso and then Niger.
Okay. So still on the ECOWAS issue, in case Niger, Mali, and then Burkina Faso, in case they say, so far as they've withdrawn out of the ECOWAS, in case they say they are not allowing us to import tomatoes from these areas, what are you going to do as an association?
For that one, I don't think they can say that. Because I met a Greek minister in Burkina Faso, trade minister in Burkina Faso, even I met the vice president also. And they told me their source of income is from Ghana. Their major export is tomato. How can somebody who is saying this to you can ban you of going to Burkina Faso for their produce? So for that one, I don't think it will happen.
What is really happening to the Ghanaian industry? It seems this conversation has been had over the years. Nothing really seems to be done. What is really happening?
Actually, they are now on it. When Honorable Brian Champon took office, he called all the tomato value chain actors on board. And we had a series of discussions. We moved to Upper East. We call all the actors in tomato value chain, including the farmers. So they have now started doing something. But we have a long way to go. We should continue. You shouldn't do it this year and leave it next year. Right now, probably by next month, they will start harvesting. We didn't start the arrangements on time. So they are now, they delayed. But I think on subsequent years, we need to plan on time so that the farmers can go into tomato farming. And they were complaining about the inputs, agric inputs. And that message too has been given to the minister. And the minister is now working on it to come out with good things.
What was the assurance? Is it going to be something quick that is going to happen soon?
Oh, I think it will be quick. I normally have discussions with the Crops Directorate Deputy Director. They are working on it. Yeah, I think it's governmental level. Okay. At times, at his ministry, they will do everything. They have to send it to cabinet meeting for approval. Yeah. I think that thing will cause the delayance. But they are still working on it. We are playing that we can get enough tomato in Ghana because when we cross the border, the harassment, intimidations, extortation of money by the interior agencies from our traders and drivers is very bad. We are not free at all. But when we get it here, the huge money that we are giving to Burkina or that we are oiling their economic will remain here. At the end of the day, Ghana will benefit.
Okay. Now you were talking about the fact that some farms have been started in Ghana. Would you be able to supply, I would say, meet our demands as a demands?
For that one, they can't. Only this year that they have been able to revive the tomato industry in Upper East.
This year? It began this year?
Yeah, it began this year. Most of them couldn't go into the farming. Probably from next year going, the news will spread all over. So majority people will go into the farming, tomato. And also, they have to start on time. Their produce is late now because we started importing from Burkina Faso from December 10th. And we are still going there. Only few have started coming from Upper East. That's Pusiga, Boko district, Pusiga. Very few. Even a day we can't get even 2 trucks. They've delayed. So next year we have to do all our preparation on time so that most of the farmers can go into tomato farming. And you know, the whole of Africa, statistics shows that Ghana, we consume tomato more than any other country in West Africa, as well as the whole of Africa. And even the whole world, statistics shows Ghana, we are number 2. This really means Ghanaian people like fresh tomato. And looking at daily importation, as I've already said, on average is 40 to 50 trucks daily. It will take time for Ghanaian farmer to meet this kind of demand.
So you're still watching The Food Chain with me, Emmanuel Bright Kweku, here on the JoyNews channel. And joining me for this particular interaction on the implications of Niger, Mali and Burkina Faso's breakaway from the ECOWAS, what it means to the Ghanaian economy and on the market, is Professor Robert Edu. He is an agriculture economist here on the KNUST campus. Prof, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Right.
All right, so Prof, just about some weeks ago, we heard the announcement from Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso that they are breaking away from the regional bloc. And already we know these countries import their tomatoes and onions into Ghana. How crucial is these importations into our Ghanaian market?
We import volumes, and we spend millions of Ghana cedis to bring in tomatoes and onions from those countries. And so, as far as Ghana is concerned, I think that if they are not bringing it, we'll be able to conserve on some foreign exchange. However, because they are critical for household food consumption, it will affect us in terms of household food security and then also food prices on the market. As a country, you will not be spending a lot of the CFA to bring in these commodities, all right, but you will be spending a lot more to try and buy the few quantities on the market because of the limited supply on the market. Quite a number of the women who go to these countries to bring in the tomatoes and the onions will not be able to continue with their businesses, and so we are going to lose some employment over there. I'm sure their household members depend on them for their livelihoods, and so once they are unable to go to Burkina or Niger, then household is going to suffer a bit. Now, that is the downside of it. The other side, which I talked about earlier on, has to do with the food security implications at the household level. But if you look at it from a positive side, it will force us as a country to now begin to think about local solutions. So as a country, if you are not producing enough onions, you are not producing enough tomato, and the country that is supplying you is no longer available to supply you, then you are forced to now put structures and strategies in place so that you'll be able to produce it on your own. And so I can say that we are going to suffer in the short term if they should go ahead and restrict the importation that we are doing from those countries. But in the medium to long term, if we sit and reflect on what they are doing and take pragmatic measures to address it locally, then we'll be able to maybe become self-sufficient in the production of those vegetables.
Okay. Now, we've talked about a bit about the Ghanaian economy. Now, to them, as an agricultural economist, do you think these countries will also lack in terms of their importation, the exchange rates a bit, if they should cut supplies to Ghana?
Yeah, I think the implications are quite obvious. So for them, it's a major source of foreign exchange for their local economy. So their farmers are producing it in large volumes. I'm not sure their domestic market will be able to absorb all the quantities. And so they sell some to us so that they will be able to continue to keep their farmers in their farming businesses, and all the actors within the agricultural value chain who are working on these commodities will also be in business. And so if they should go ahead and pull out of ECOWAS and therefore restrict us from buying from them, I think it will also be hurting their local economies.
Okay. The Minister for Agriculture laid an instrument before Parliament to restrict some of these imported foods. What do you make of the whole LI situation? Do you think it's going to protect even farmers or even some of these tomato farmers and onion farmers in Ghana?
Again, it's a yes and no situation. You see, in public policy, in agricultural policy formulation, you are looking at the interest of the farmer. You are also looking at the interest of the consumer, because both players are within the economy and government is supposed to protect every one of them. Now, immediately, if you want to ban or restrict the volumes that are coming, and if the levels are very significant, at the end of the day, within the short term, you will see that prices are going to escalate because the volumes on the local market will not be adequate. Because agricultural production has a cycle, and you cannot immediately produce vegetables or any staple crop and then put it on the market for people to consume. It has to go through the full cycle of planting, nurturing, and then harvesting and putting out the minimum we can talk about is 3 months. For annuals, we are talking about a year and over. And so I think that in principle, it is a good idea. The philosophy behind it is okay. But in terms of practical implementation, we need to phase it out so that if you have a phased approach, you can restrict it to a certain minimal point, and then continually you restrict the level of importation, and then you give yourself about 3 to 5 years period of time within which you may want to completely cut the importation of certain specific commodities that we have local capacity to produce in the country.
So I have been interacting with Professor Robert Edu. He is an agriculture economist here at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. We've been having discussion on the impacts, assessing the impact of Niger, Burkina Faso and Mali's breakaway from the regional bloc and its implication on some of the commodities that are being imported into the country from these 3 countries. Join us same time on the food chain here on the Joy News channel with me, Emmanuel Bright Kwiku. See you next time.
...2024 is here. We thank God for life. Come swing with me again for autism. This year's tournament is going to be on the 23rd to 25th of August at the Achimota.
A beautiful Tuesday afternoon. We are back on the pulse. We had the rains this morning. It's so drizzling in some parts of Accra. And the reason why we have a conversation around flooding this afternoon. My name is Elton Brobe. Welcome to the pulse here on JoyNews. JoyNews, independent, fearless, and credible. My name is Elton Brobe. Now, this afternoon on the program, Ghana Institution of Engineering warns against potential loss of lives and property to floods if government fails to implement flood preventive measures as the rainy season sets in. We will engage leadership of the institution for possible solution here on the pulse.
We're already behind schedule on the flood control program because of resource constraints that we have had. I have inherited a flood control program that is behind schedule. As I've told you, even what we are doing is just about 2% of what we should be doing in the Greater Accra.
Also in this bulletin, we ask, can Ghana break the long-standing government duopoly by the NDC and the MPP? Stay as we put a spotlight on some other smaller political parties reorganizing themselves ahead of the 2024 general elections. And of course, later in the bulletin, work on the Tamale Central Ultra-Modern Hospital project stalls following Japan International Cooperation Agency's inability to secure a tax waiver from government to import logistics for work to commence.
Information we are gathering is that the JICA wants a tax waiver from government, which is not forthcoming, and that is what is holding them from starting the project.
And of course, we have other stories on the power crisis in the country, what government is doing to, to deal with it, and plus other stories. The pulse is brought to you by Global Communities Digilu, affordable, safe sanitation for all. We are live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV 125. On our social media handles, you can watch us live on Facebook, YouTube, and myjoyonline.com for these and more. Stay on, because we have a lot for you. It's exciting Tuesday afternoon. My name is Elton Brobe. We are settled and we are ready to go. You can join us with your comments, questions if you have via our social media handles, Facebook, YouTube, myjoyonline.com, and we'll deal with the matters on hand this afternoon. Now, the rainy season is here, and this morning we had a rain. So drizzling in some parts of the capital. And for many living in flood-prone areas, it is safe to say you must brace yourself for the peak of the rainy season. The Ghana Institution of Engineering is warning against the potential loss of lives and property to floods if government fails to implement flood preventive measures. They have outlined 5 key measures authorities could implement to avoid a flooding disaster. Key among them is a proposal for the Metropolitan Municipal Industrial Assemblies to collaborate with National Disaster Management Organization to conduct extensive public education campaigns on flood safety and preparedness through national and local media. Executive Director of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, David Nyante, will be joining me in the studio shortly, together with the team and other key measures the institution is proposing. But first, let me bring you back excerpts of my conversation with the Works and Housing Minister, Akosombo Nkrumah, who indicated that it was too late to combat the floods this year due to inadequate resources.
To break your heart, but we're already behind schedule on the flood control program because of resource constraints that we have had. I have inherited a flood control program that is behind schedule. As I've told you, even what we are doing is just about 2% of what we should be doing in the Greater Accra.
The last time we checked, the amount of money involved runs into billions of cedis.
It's $200 million. So yes, if you do the conversion, it will run into billions. It's a $200 million project funded by the World Bank. That's a Garrett project. But what has actually been released or spent is not up to $200 million. But the implementation has been slow for a number of reasons. I think just last week I met the contractors and the coordinator, Dr. Ohene, to urge them to quicken the pace of work with what they are doing now. I mean, if you go to the Kaneshie areas, for example, all the work that needs to be done there is not even been done yet.
Yes.
And so until it is done, and to do that, we have to do the engagement with the people, pay compensation to project-affected people, secure the landlords that we need. We have to do detention ponds that will arrest water coming from the hilly areas of the Greater Accra region. So there's a lot of work to be done. Not all of it has been done. We are running as much as we can. I'm sure you see me every time with the contractors, chasing them, trying to get their payments for them so that they can deliver. But we are behind schedule.
So therefore, we'll have to endure it for
at least schedule
for the next few years ahead of us.
We are behind schedule. We will do our best with the resources and time that we have, and we'll make a case for more resources and some more seriousness in getting the work done so that in the shortest possible time, it will be a thing of the past. Remember that flooding is a combination of things. A, the water channels to evacuate water, and two, a certain level of rainfall. When you have inordinate amounts of rainfall,
there's nothing you can do
even
about
with
it.
the best channels. I mean, look at what's happening in Dubai.
I was just coming to that.
Yeah. So I think we must also have that.
Supposed well-planned city.
We must have that at the back of our mind. So we will do our best with the resources and time that we have. We are behind schedule, and we will move as quickly as we can within the constraints.
So that was my conversation with the Works and Housing Minister last week, and already we're beginning to experience the rains. And from what the Metro Department is telling us, it's going to be quite heavy this year. So the flood issues are obviously going to dominate the headlines for some time to come. But what are the facts as we have it? Our research team here at JoyNews, they've put together some data which best capture the severity of the lack of resources to deal with the flood. Data analyst Isaac Kofi Ajay joins me in studio with more. So Kofi, this information we have, this is a cabinet presentation done by the Works and Housing Minister, presented to the President Akufo-Addo's cabinet, detailing what the situation, what must be done going forward. Walk us through them.
Well, so Elton, just like you spoke to Kojo, the issue has to do with money. And just like our power situation, our floods, if we really want to solve the seasonal flood, we need some sort of resources, money, to be able to actually combat this situation. Now, we have here a cabinet document prepared somewhat 2021, and it details the total amount of money that we will need to sort of solve the problem a bit, or try to put the problem under some sort of control. And this starts from 2021 and 2024. And you spoke to Kojo, and he said that this program actually is behind time.
Right.
And since we did this in 2021, this was a projection. So in actual terms, since it's monetary and we've seen how the city has misbehaved in the last 2 or 3 months, it tells you that even the 2.7 billion Ghana cedis that we've actually, anticipated or estimated that could solve the problem in 2024 could be high. Now, you begin to look at the total amount of money or the allocation from 2021, and you see how it changes. It tells you that going forward, we will need more money in 2025, 2026 to solve the flood situation.
So, for example, in 2021, we required 888.3 million Ghana cedis.
Then it moves to 2.4 billion Ghana cedis. Then we have 2.6 billion cedis, and now we are looking at somewhere at least 2.7 billion.
Currently, if you want to deal with the flooding issue, the monetary value, how much we require, will be 2.7 billion Ghana cedis.
Yeah, so if we are very generous or diplomatic and want to convert to dollars, $1 to 10 cedis, we should be around, let's say, $270 million. But this moment, where are we going to find that $275 million to solve the problem? We know it isn't just flooding that's the situation, the problem at the moment. We have the energy sector crisis that we are currently looking for money to solve that one as well. But whenever there's flooding, the Greater Accra region takes majority of the hit.
Right.
And you could see that in terms of the allocation, majority in 2024 would have to go to the Greater Accra region. The biggest percentage, 890.2 million Ghana cedis is needed to solve the, the flooding situation in the Greater Accra region. The Ashanti region follows with 350.3. And you see them there, all of them in 2024, you need close to about 2.7 billion Ghana cedis to solve the problem. Let's look at other regions that featured in that cabinet document. So we have the Volta region being the least, but it's still an important area because some sort of flooding occurs there. We just saw the spillage last year, and we are still trying to find monies to relocate people and also reimburse people. But, you need about 160.7 million Ghana cedis to also help solve the problem in the Volta region. So, in total, Elton, at least some 2.7 billion Ghana cedis is needed.
What is required. Yeah. And now, just also going through the cabinet memo, they say that the estimated cost, that's $5 billion of fixing our drainage network, increases with each year of underinvestment. The benefit of investing now far outweigh the cost. The value of assets at risk in Greater Accra region alone is $3.2 billion. Could quadruple to $12.8 billion by 2050 if steps are not taken now to improve resilience. By extension, the total value of assets at risk across the country could run into tens of billions of dollars.
Absolutely. So it means that the earlier you solve the problem or you put measures in place, the better. And the more you wait, the more the cost also balloons. Because this is the at least situation. We are even talking about possibly drainage. But per what you are looking at, there's also some sort of estimation from the IMF, and it's in line with this $5 billion that you are quoting. We don't have the money, but we want to solve the problem. But how do we do it? I'm sure that we'll get answers.
We'll get answers. But again, the crucial part of all of this conversation is that after this cabinet presentation, the minister followed up with a letter to the finance minister, where he makes the point that the ministry applied for issuance of commencement certificate to commit the government of Ghana to the tune of 888 million Ghana cedis for the implementation of the 2021 Emergency National Flood Control Program to address the serious flooding challenges being experienced across the country. At a presentation to Cabinet on the state of the country drainage infrastructure, the minister detailed the urgent need to embark on the 2021 flood control program. But interestingly, the minister comes to the conclusion that the finance minister, despite 3 notifications on the same matter, not a single cedi has been disbursed to the ministry for them to undertake this particular
but this is also a ministry that, each year they receive a lot of allocations from the budget, but the problem has to do with the disbursement. And clearly, if we do not disburse the money, work will not actually continue, because we've seen some work being done, but there are arrears to even clear. So we are not even done talking about arrears clearance and to talk about new projects. And so, in as much as the finance ministry is there to help all ministries, when they are constrained, you see that it only doesn't happen to this part of the problem, but also the energy sector as well, where currently we know how much the finance ministry would have to cough up to pay for the top-ups, about 1.3 billion Ghana cedis. And we need to solve the problem, but it has to do with money.
Kofi, thank you very much. And in the words of the current Minister for Works and Housing, Kojo Opongwe, we are absolutely late in dealing with the flooding matter in this country. But what can be done going forward? In the studio this afternoon, as we explore this matter and to try and find solution to this perennial issue, is Engineer Kwabena Bimpon, President of the Ghana Institution of Engineering. Mr. Bimpon, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
And of course, David Nyante, also from the institution, also joins me in the studio. Mr. Nyante, you're welcome.
Thank you very
much. It's always a pleasure to have you in the studio.
Thank you.
So we've laid the facts bare.
Right.
From your engineering point of view, are you surprised with the figures that we put across before we go into your statement and recommendations that you put across?
Well, thank you very much for having us. And the figures that were put out there, I'm not in the least surprised, in the sense that if you underinvest over a long time, at the end of the day, it is like a moving target. It's not going to wait for you.
Right.
The problems are not going to wait for you. You would have to probably double up to meet the challenges. So just like your analyst said, if you don't invest now, you invest later, and it keeps on ballooning. So yes, it's not surprising that we have such figures required. But I just want to make a point that we cannot continue just to construct drains out of the problem. Let me just end it there. We cannot construct drains out of our problems. We need to do something more.
More about it. Mr. Yante, is it the issue of lack of proper planning, or just that, I mean, in terms of priority, it is somewhere else instead of dealing with this perennial issue?
Well, our urban development is not complete, it's late, and like he said, it keeps being postponed and postponed because of money issues and things like that. So that is one issue. But there are other issues to the drainage situation, which includes our behaviors and also awareness. We need to be aware of what the situation is. For instance, which areas in Accra are prone to flooding? Do the residents there know? In case that place is getting flooded, what do they do? What contact numbers do they have to, call? And so on and so forth. These are things that can mitigate it. Now all we can do is to work towards mitigation, and protecting lives and property. That is the focus we have. We cannot fold our arms and say we are late with construction, therefore we will do nothing. We still need to protect life and property.
You have warned that there's a possibility that people may lose their lives, property may be washed away and all of that. How did you come to that conclusion?
Well, luckily I've been around for more than 50 years.
Right.
And if you look at the papers, okay, you'll realize that for decades and probably centuries, Accra has been flooding. And now a place like Kumasi wasn't experiencing flooding. But now look at the list that you put out. Out of the 16 regions, about 14 are experiencing flooding. And even the one about Ho, I've been in Ho and I've seen flooding. So it tells you that